Volume 1 Chapter 51. The Fox and the Mice. The meeting was surprisingly painful. I was happy to return to the maids. When they examined my head they said that everything was perfectly fine, but I wonder how was that even possible. Akagi hit me a lot of times and never held back her strength. I decided to try understanding the goddess words by challenging the fog once again. This time, however, I will try not to just mindlessly fight but to understand what I lack that doesn't let me out of this place. Scene change. While I was thinking what to bring with me, I remembered a certain Maiko which was sweeping the yard. Maiko-san, can you pray for me? I will need any help I can get to break out of the fog. Why yes. I will pray all day and night. She blushed and threw away her broom. Then she ran towards the shrine and started her Maiko dances and rites. Occasionally she glanced at me, who stood dumbfounded by her sudden fervor. I decided to sort out her behavior after I am done with the fog. It is currently much more important than the teen in love. After I glared at two happy-to-be coincidence maids, I went into Maiko's house to pack some food and water and to do a little praying myself. Ding! You received 6 upgrade points, 5/54 Mk16 single mount, main gun, 1 arresting wires, common, 5 gold coins, 3 groups of B5 and torpedo bombers, changes all other TB, 1 steam catapult, common, type 11 LMG, changes all secondary guns, 5/54 Mk16 dual mount, main gun, 1 level .1 group of A6M fighters, changes all other F1 weapon point type 11 LMG, changes all other AA guns. Scene change. IJN Fuji CV level 5/7, upgrade cap 80. FP 33. AA 30. AV 76. RD 70. AC 70. Aircraft groups. Fighters, A6M torpedo bombers, B5 and dive bombers, D3A. Ready, 8 of 8 installed, 13 of 16 ready, 6 of 6. Weapon systems. Main gun 127mm Mk16 dual mount. Secondary guns 4X type 11 LMG, 4 max. Anti-aircraft guns 8X type 11 LMG, 8 max. Flight deck ready. Steam catapults 1, installed, Epic, grade 5. 2, installed, Epic, grade 5. 3, installed, Elite. 4, installed, Elite. Arresting wires installed, Epic. Rapid deployment. LVL 5. Tenacity and bravery. LVL 6. Brave New World. LVL 6. Starts battle with 25% aircraft in air. Every 30s shows your pathetic firepower, 30% bonus to FP and AA. On activation, launches special airstrike of A6M5, B6N, and D4Y. Can be activated every 1 hour. Scene change. After I got improved fighters, I can finally feel like an IJN carrier with all the attributes. Zeros, Kates, and Vals with green and white paint filled all of the deck space. If I won't get myself into fighter jets, then I have a complete air superiority. When I test-fired my new main guns, I found out that they can provide fire rate comparable to 1DD and have a range to compete with light cruisers. Not to mention what will happen to the aircraft caught in their crosshair. The rest of the day I spent in a pleasant company of maids and their hands. When the sun was about to rise, I left the temple, again, and walked towards the coast, again. I found nothing new on the way, and that was disappointing. I even start to feel sorry for the Maiko because she actually has to live in this barren place with no people around. I never saw any people even in kilometers from the temple. On this pessimistic note, I continued towards the sea. Scene change. As if my prayers were heard, I feel that something lucky is going to happen to me, and that is why I decided to run even faster to find what awaits me. When I was approaching the coast, I saw that the carrier is about to strand itself, but luckily I saw a rocky ground under the waves before it was too late. After I boarded the carrier and got to my captain's seat, I steamed towards the familiar location where I once again met the fog. I sent my scout immediately after I passed the wall. My first action after the trespassing was to check the equipment. The radar is working properly, the visibility is acceptable, the boilers work properly and are fully heated. I set my speed to half ahead and started looking around from the planes and the bridge. In the first few hours I found nothing of concern and let myself take a short nap. I can predict that after the fight starts I will have no time to sleep for the coming few days. The calm surroundings let me have some time to think. The ship moved smoothly across the calm waters of the foggy sea. This created an unknown feeling of familiarity and soothed me. I finally felt like I am at home. The issue is, I never saw a sea when I was human. That scares me, because it has nothing to do with who I am. For now I will have to try my best to ignore the sea. Another group of fighters hooked themselves to the catapults and started taking off in pairs. I use only epic catapults to decrease the risk of losses. While I am not in combat I can let myself take some time. While I was looking at the fighters I heard pinging sound of the radar. On the screen were several flying objects near the edge of radar range. I immediately sent the scouting flight to intercept. I was relieved when the fighters reported a flock of seagulls. No dive bombers in this hour. The sunset concluded the today's search of the exit and I went to the cabin to have some sleep. Meanwhile, in a few miles to the east, 2 bombers spotted a lonely carrier. Volume 1 Chapter 52. Search and Destroy. The next morning I continued searching the way out of the fog. The scouting was still not showing any signs of the enemy. After the third scouting sortie I found something in the clouds. This was just another flock but the birds looked very concerned, that is why I prepared other planes and started accelerating. I was becoming more and more anxious because something was not right. The enemy should have attacked me many times already. I have to think what to do if they don't show up. I finally decided to send a large recon force of all fighter flights. All I had to do was to wait for the results. The results of my search also were insignificant because I failed to find enemy ships. I didn't even try to search the edge of the fog because I already know it will take a few days to just get there. I have to try to get the initiative but it is impossible without knowing where the enemy is. After disheartening attempts to find anything in the open space of the ocean I finally started thinking about why I failed to find the enemy. I let my brain work on solving this issue and suddenly I started using the innate knowledge of Fuji to find the traces of the enemy warships. The thought of using the memories of someone else was unsettling but I decided that if this knowledge is a part of me then I should use it to its maximum. The survival is more important for me. Think, Fuji, where would you hide yourself? I started analyzing the information I received so far and I found the possible traces of the enemy. Several large ships with no escorts. Considering I fought US ships before, this means there can be a BB or CV task force. If I will meet the battleships I will have to maintain the distance and torpedo them until they are sunk. The carriers on the other hand will be a pain in the A-star. I am uncomfortable with trusting myself to the alien memories but I continued analysis of possible actions. The clues I had are not enough to pinpoint the position of the enemy fleet so I continued scouting using the scouting techniques of Fuji. While the scouting continued I started anti-submarine maneuvers, just in case. Scene change. 3 hours later I saw a formation of 3 carriers. They sailed in parallel to me and by the looks of it they managed to find me beforehand. I started looking at them to identify. The first carrier I confirmed to be Enterprise, the second carrier is too covered in the smoke and mist to be identified, the third one is covered too. I sent my scouts into the clouds to avoid detection. The carriers should have around 90 planes each. If they are similar to the ones I fought before they will have F-4F fighters which should not be too dangerous for the Zero. After I somewhat confirmed their formation I prepared torpedo bombers for a rapid strike from low altitude, and a large group of dive bombers to hit them from the clouds. At least that is the plan. While I was still hesitating if this is a good idea I still decided to do a preemptive strike and take down one of the enemies. All 13 groups of torpedo bombers will hit simultaneously from 2 sides. They set course to attack from 10 to 20 meters altitude, that should be enough to avoid detection before it will be too late to avoid or intercept. A few moments later I will send dive bombers to attack the decks and to destroy their fighters and thus secure the air superiority. When the attack began the carriers had to start maneuvering without having space for that and without having time to evade the torpedoes. Torpedoes hit Enterprise and caused flooding. The second carrier took several hits but they caused minor damage. The third carrier had its bow hit and started losing speed. A minute later the enemy started lifting their fighters from the hangars. That is when the dive bombers fell from the clouds above. The results were pitiful, only one hit to the second carrier. The bomb penetrated the deck and exploded inside her hangar. One carrier crippled, 2 slightly hurt. Now they know about my actions and they will try to counterattack me. While I was trying to identify the second and third carriers, all carriers disappeared into lights and I found 3 girls in their place. I decided to follow their lead. Now I understood who are my enemies: Enterprise, Yorktown, and Hornet. Volume 1 Chapter 53. Hunting the carriers. Union's carriers broke their formation and started flanking me. Enterprise immediately launched torpedo bombers, and then launched dive bombers to attack me from the top. Rapid deployment allowed me to intercept them immediately, and soon all of her attack crafts were shot down or forced to retreat. While I was busy, Hornet attacked from her side. My main gun immediately turned there and radars locked the targets. Her torpedo bombers managed to sneak in but were met with a wall of machine gun fire and their torpedoes mostly missed. I received minor damage to anti-torpedo protection. The dive bombers are much more threatening for me, but there are more of them than 127mm can handle. I got several bomb hits to my deck and I am incredibly happy they exploded without penetrating my armor. It is painful, but I avoided heavy damage and the flight deck is in usable condition. After I fired several shots, I started steaming away from the enemy to break the distance. They accelerated together with me. I already can see that I am blocked from fleeing to any side. Yorktown sails to my left and Hornet to my right. I decided to analyze their behavior and movement patterns by slightly changing my course. After 10 minutes of looking at their maneuvering, I confirmed that they want me to turn back towards the land. I activated Brave New World and launched fighters and bombers to the left side, meanwhile I turned there to make a break out of their claws. With each moment I was getting closer until I closed in on Yorktown. When I was close enough to see her face, I wanted to scream. She has no face at all. I doubt that this doll is a living being, so now I don't have to think about holding back. Torpedoes, bombs and shells hit Yorktown like a storm. This did not sink her, but at least it disorientated her. And then I trusted Fuji's memories. I turned hard to the port side and headed to the side where was Enterprise. I did not make a break through the expected and already cleared side, but through the side where they expected me to never go. All their planes were already sent to Yorktown's direction, and now the Grey Ghost has no way to attack me from the air. I rushed past her and I was back on my way to the other side of the fog. They had to regroup into a single formation. I immediately launched a new wave of planes. A-6M fighters easily started shooting down enemy fighters and cleared the way for my torpedo bombers. Yorktown is already crippled, so she was my natural target. 3 torpedoes and Yorktown fell into the water. She never stood up again. The remaining torpedo bombers went for Enterprise, who received damage and had to slow down. The dive bombers tried attacking Hornet, but the damage was not enough to sink her. Scene change. After taking heavy damage and losing Yorktown, the enemy had to stop the chase. They tried hiding in the fog and prepared to attack me. I will have to face them later. For now I should make sure they won't be surprising me. I turned off the radar and landed all planes, even the scouts. I did not turn my gear back into the carrier and decided to sail on my 2. I will avoid detection as much as possible to attack from afar. I will turn the fog into my ally. While the plan was good on paper, in reality I was not experienced enough to search through the fog without the planes. I doubt that this is just me being stupid. Fuji as a carrier would rely on her escorts to scout. I can only rely on my luck, which is usually on my side. I found a silhouette in the fog and crouched. I was not found and had a chance to follow the enemy. The silhouette was searching for me but didn't find. In the end the enemy started moving somewhere. At the area where the person headed, I saw the 2 ship girls who were standing idly in the fog. My first desire was to sortie my attack aircraft, and it took a lot of will to force myself to just continue observation. Maybe Akagi was saying nonsense, but after I decided to give a try to being patient and stopped jumping to the front lines, I found myself staying in the fog undetected while I perfectly see the enemy. I have a lot of time to prepare for the actions. The enemies finished whatever they were doing and split up. I carefully backed into the fog and steamed at full ahead away from there. It is the time to sink them while they are alone. Volume 1 Chapter 54. A final decision. To finish the battle I would require to attack the enemy in a such way they would not find me even after I show myself. After I distanced myself from the enemy carriers, I recalled my gear into the carrier. And considering that the carrier can be both operated from the distance and is the main striking force, I will use it as my primary offensive power. I will keep following the enemy carriers myself while the carrier will sail to a suitable location where I will make an ambush on the enemy. That is the plan. Scene change. Problems began immediately. Enterprise and Hornet spotted the carrier too early and began pursuing. For now I decided to follow the plan and try to make an ambush. My movements were spotted immediately and now I have to run again. The reality was too cruel for me. To shake them off I used a risky tactic. I charged at them with the Naginata. While most of my attacks missed, I managed to land a single hit. Enterprise took slight damage and this was enough to slow them down. They can't risk going alone when I have any air superiority. I finally gained myself some distance from them. The artillery combat began while both sides were preparing their attack craft. Vroom. I have rapid deployment which let me launch 6 groups at the enemy. All my attacks were aimed at Hornet. Her crazy maneuvers let her evade most of the torpedoes, but I scored 2 hits followed by a bomb. We launched all remaining aircraft and the dogfight began. My Zeros were overwhelmed by enemy planes. It is almost 2-to-1 ratio. The dogfight managed to block all fighters from intercepting the bombers. I fired all weaponry like crazy. I even ordered the landed aircraft to join the firing. That allowed me to create such firepower that the enemy was barely able to approach. But even that was not enough to stop them from suicide attacking me. I got hit with 1 torpedo and started taking some water. That was not enough to affect my plane launching capabilities. The damage I did in the previous fights was enough to cause Hornet to stop launching planes. Her weaponry also was very inaccurate, which allowed my attack groups to approach her without losing much. 2 torpedoes hit her and she fell into the water. The rest of the planes headed towards Enterprise. Enterprise was damaged, but that did not affect her combat performance too much. When a torpedo made her disorientated, I gave my dive bombers order to land something on Enterprise's head. Not a single dive bomber hit her due to suddenly opened fire. Unlike me, Enterprise has much more guns pointing upwards. Scene change. While my gut was telling that I should continue running and waiting for a better opportunity to strike, I decided to ignore the feelings inside of me and continue fighting here. I cannot be a hostage to my intuition all the time. Sometimes I also should try going against the current. I realized that my decision was rash when I saw a new wave of bombers taking off the Enterprise's flight deck. I immediately used Brave New World and the planes from the ability. Advanced A6M5 managed to intercept bombers before I was in their range. My problem was that the fighters could only buy me some time because they already are under fire both from the bombers and their carrier. I took the risk and rushed at Enterprise, hoping the enemy will not try bombing their own carrier. Ping! The blade hit the armor and made a lot of sparks. The Dauntless and Avenger bombers were circling above me. They didn't dare bombing me while Enterprise was so close. She counterattacked me and pushed me back. I barely had a chance to stay close enough to avoid the vultures above us. In a battle of 2 carriers, the one who has better weaponry wins. While we can't use our planes, we still have guns. And mine are much better. Bang bang! I continued firing and attacking with the Naginata to force Enterprise to flee. Meanwhile, I was planning what to do next. This time when I challenged the fog, I had a perception of the real Fuji's fighting style, and I feel like I became more used to it. I closed my eyes and trusted myself to the reflexes of the Kitsune carrier. Even with closed eyes, I can almost clearly see where the enemy is. Hit! 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 I managed to force Enterprise to turn and flee. Her bombers were already shot down with my main guns. All that is left is to take off. And the swarm of planes headed towards their target. In the end, I somewhat understood the words of Akaji. I was forced to make a choice. I had to adapt. And comparing the previous me, who can only fight with what he knew, the new me should at least be able to properly control the flow of battle. I might not stop being myself, but now I know when I should just stop acting rash and think what would Fuji do in my place. Clap clap clap. Volume 1 Chapter 55. A fourth wheel. I heard a clapping out of nowhere. My first reaction was to say my thanks to the A** hole who made me do all of this fighting, who summoned me just to mock and to do some buffoonery for her fun. When I turned around and was ready to say a couple of gentle swearing words, I was dumbfounded. An unknown woman, who surely doesn't look like a certain lowly fox, was flying in a dozen meters above water. Either Akaji can change herself much more than I previously thought, or this is really another person. I see, the Kitsune murmured something after glancing at me. While I wondered why she is here, she responded to my thoughts. I wanted to know if Akaji-chan's choice was fine. She looked at me appraisingly and continued murmuring something. Why would she visit me? Are all the gods that friendly to the mortals? She stopped appraising me and answered. It has nothing to do with you, child. I just wondered what Akaji-chan was doing for the last few centuries. While the voice was gentle, she was looking at me indifferently. I decided to return to the Akaji's house, but when I turned around I felt a hand on my waist. I was grabbed and teleported back to the coast. If the woman was able to teleport me like that, why didn't she just take me to the house without having to make me walk? Scene change. My way crossed the forest where was growing sakura. I had some time to calm down and enjoy the flowers, which did not drop even after all the time. The few hours I spent there were enough to reflect on what happened and to make some decisions on what to do with Akagi when I get there. This little brat will pay dearly for what I've been through. When I was about to walk out of the grove, a lot of flower petals fell on me. I was completely covered in pink petals and that actually made me happy. I decided to just play around for some more time. The Sakura will no doubt want me to stay for longer too. After a few more hours of playing I finally continued the walking to the temple. Scene change. I ignored everyone and headed straight for the mountain sanctuary. Master! Where are you going? Rin tried running after me but she could not move as fast in her dress as I was jumping up the rocks of the mountain trail. When I finally arrived to the destination altar I entered Akagi's realm. After all the time I had to spend in this crazy place I was no longer interested in the scenery and kept on walking. I wanted to finish with the damned troublemaker Loli as fast as possible and finally return back home. I am just too tired of having to run around fighting for an unknown nonsensical reason. If the door to her house was on hinges I would have opened it. I was that frustrated. However, I had to slide the door to the side, and what greeted me there was even crazier than all the views I had in this realm before. Akagi was as always sitting. This time, however, she was sitting on someone's lap. When I finally saw who the person was, I wanted to silently facepalm. It was the woman from before. Akagi was obediently sitting on the woman's lap and looking at me with screwed up from pleasure eyes. What was more surprising than the sudden change of sitting place, Akagi was constantly licked by the woman. It was not some kind of lesbian foreplay but a grooming. The woman was brushing Akagi's tail and hair with a transparent comb decorated with gems, and she was licking the Loli's face as if that was something natural. Akagi's reaction also was not telling that it was something weird. You will stand there forever? Akagi asked me while raising an eyebrow. Am I interrupting something? Why do you do this **? Why should I be looking at it? No, you are not. Come here, we have a talk to continue. She said that while her right cheek was diligently licked. Is she fine with it? I pointed at the woman in a hope that she will refuse my company. She doesn't even care you are here. Don't make me wait. Reluctantly I approached and sat down. Where is the big little sister? I thought she would be somewhere close to them. Yuri is there. Akagi pointed at the woman's voluminous tails. From there were peeking two limp fox ears. I too want to sleep in such fluffy tails. Though I perfectly get what will remain of me. Nothing but ashes, that could be counted with one's fingers. One ash per finger. I sat down and waited when Akagi will continue talking. Don't you think that it is the time to tell me everything? Volume 1 Chapter 56. The Sanctification of a Demon. I tried telepathically transmitting my desire to finish this conversation ASAP. Akagi was only sitting like a small statue and was having her face groomed. When Akagi was finally ready to talk, the woman started licking close to her mouth. I started to feel a bit hot. Ka-fan, I'm fucking her, mother? Okay. Never mind. I tried abstracting from the unusual family bonding. When Loli's mouth was freed from cleaning, she continued. I know what you are thinking about my actions but don't you think that in the end everything went well? If you want to talk about it. May I ask why I was doing it in the first place? Why me? What will her answer be? You were just the first to be close to the altar when I wanted to go back home. So I was the first passerby to hear her summon. My face was really showing my dissatisfaction with such an arbitrary way of choosing the poor victims. You know, it's not like this Akagi-sama will not compensate you. She said that while her mother moved to her left and started licking the other side of the girl's face. And how will she compensate my neural cells? They do not recover. I know what you want, you greedy kid. You want to be a goddess. And you already said it is impossible. You disavow your words. It is my time to mock her. Try better, kid. I mean that you have no way to become a true goddess. But there is a loophole. A loophole in the laws of the universe? Or the gods just let you do whatever you want? If I say jump, they jump. Or they will face me and my flute of apocalypse. Returning to the topic before. You can become a conductor of my will in this world. A vicar of this generous Akagi-sama. So generous that she killed the entire surroundings just because? Try better, kid. I destroyed many worlds for my amusement. I am not a part of this world. I hop around the worlds and do whatever I want. And now I have to go back home. which is why I give you this opportunity. Can't she just stick to one topic and stop saying a bit here and a bit there? Won't repeat. Fine, you got me with this proposal. Great, kid. Now, to the requirements. You will have to gather me the believers, might be yours as well. And they will pray to you, which in turn sends their prayers to me. You will be having my celestial aura, I will have the faith. You don't need to be a goddess to pass on the faith to me. Agreed. I still don't get where the catch is, so I just sit and wait for her to continue to the bad part. The bad part? It is the one that you won't be a goddess and that whatever faith people will have in you will strengthen me, not you. What matters is that this is your carte blanche. She shrugged her shoulders and looked at me with expectation. For now everything looks fine, but, you mentioned that the other gods don't cause you trouble. Will it be the same for me? I am not an omnipotent goddess who can defeat anyone. They won't stand in my way, and you are mine. You will not be attacked by them, kid. As long as you don't start swearing at them and being a complete imbecile. If you will show some humility, they will never even step towards you, you are too insignificant for them. She waved her hand at me and leaned back into her mother's breast. I think that if she wanted to fraud me, she would have chosen another way. I might be naive, thinking that I will receive something, but I guess it won't hurt. Your answer, Akagi-sama. Will you answer? You never asked me questions. What should this Akagi-sama be answering? Whatever. Fine, I accept your proposal, so we both agree, right? It is settled? I can go home. Almost. Just a moment. She answered me and turned around. Kaa-san, is it fine? Akagi said that with such a childish voice that I barely held back the vomit. How this A*hole can show a childish side when to me she shows only arrogance and dismiss. Those double standards. Her mother looked at me and started thinking. If you want this, baby. Just make sure your toy will not cause trouble. The woman answered her with such a tenderness one could easily decide that they are either a parent and a child, or that they are head over heels how in love with each other. Thus you become my vicar, Fuji. Make sure you gather a lot of believers and thus please this Akagi-sama, who put her trust in you. She magnificently said that, but I already get that she just pushed off her business in this world to me. With an apparent disgust I walked out of the house and headed to the temple. At least I am finally acknowledged as a goddess. Volume 1 Chapter 57. An assassin in the bed. When I returned from the mountain I decided to gather my loyal followers, my flock. The maids gathered as soon as they saw me. Listen, children. I started with copying the naughty goddess. Master, is everything all right? Willow asked me worriedly. The others also showed concern. Can you not interrupt my speech? From this day onward, this Fuji-sama is the goddess of this world. Bow and pray to me. Neither of the maids did. Listen, I became a goddess. Don't you get me? They continued thinking, but no rings happened. You should show me how devoted you are. Come on, do something. They approached and started fluffing me. While it was not what I hoped for, I was still satisfied. In the end I had to accept that they don't plan on changing their relations with me from being the devoted fluffers to devoted believers. Master, Master! Why is there one more tail? You sewed another tail? Willow asked a weird question while she was fluffing my tails. What do you mean? Well, 1 she put aside one tail, 2, 3 okay, 3 tails 4. She pointed at another tail. I tried moving it. The tail started moving. Fox fiery ti me. I immediately created 4 fox fires and they were a bit bigger than before. More firepower for me. What? While I was engrossed in playing, my cheeks were pinched from behind. When I tried turning my head I heard Rin's voice. Master is smiling too much. Should I start tickling you to make you laugh as well? It will be so sweet to hear you laugh. I looked at her when she finally let go of me and was hoping to punish my loyal maid by having to carry me around. Traveler Sama has returned. From behind the maid wall a voice asked about me. Yes, I am here. I expected that the Maiko will walk to me, but she only peeked from behind Grace and immediately hid herself. After meeting my eyes, Maiko-san started retreating with Grace as her shield. When Grace asked me with her eyes I glanced her to let the Maiko do whatever she did. Scene change. I was getting tired and signaled Rin to carry me to the house. When we crossed the doorstep Rin whispered, "Sorry, master," and hit the back of my head. I did not lose consciousness but decided to play along. I hope the maids don't plan to sacrifice me or kill me for my wealth. Rin was whispering to the other two to carry me to the bed. They gently placed me there and covered with blanket. I can clearly feel they were doing everything as accurate as they can. Even the tails were properly placed to one side, as I always sleep when I am alone. Because I prefer sleeping on my side, they placed some soft textile below me. Then they walked out of the room. I was not sleeping, I only closed my eyes and waited. Scene change. The waiting was long, I am sure it's past midnight already. After a long wait something happened outside. A door to this room was opened and someone walked inside. The assassin. The assassin started undressing and soon dived under the blanket. And lied down in front of me. I waited for an hour before I opened my eyes. With the pale light of foxfire I saw the familiar face. Pretty Asian face, childish, but too mature for her age. Long black hair tied in two tails. Even in her sleep she is blushing. I guess those four decided to let poor girl have some happiness in this lonely place. Can't blame them, but they will suffer for hitting me. No fluffing for the coming week, I already have a new girlfriend who will be eager to do this in their stead. I had to turn around and lie on the other side to cover her with my tails, but that was nothing in comparison with a gentle smile of pure bliss. I know how fluffy I am, so why not share my divine beauty? The next morning I was sleepy, but the face of surprise on the Maiko's face was worth it. Ttt. I didn't. While she was trying to find an excuse, I patted her and said, "Relax, I saw you enter. She is as good as a certain mother. At least she doesn't get angry with my mischief." When I calmed down the dead from embarrassment shrine maiden, I let her take her time dressing, and I had some time to appreciate young and smooth skin normally under the dress. I exited the house and saw the meeting procession. "Good morning, Master." Rin was shining, well they all were shining, but Rin was shining even more. "Give me some tea." I ignored her and asked Bennett, who proved to be more perceptive of my necessities. After I got my already prepared tea I started thinking. Thinking was hard because every few seconds someone's hand was trying to grab my grey tips, which every few seconds had to evade the hands. Dissatisfaction was stopped immediately with quick and harsh action. "Stand there." I showed them a spot in 30 meters away from me. With tears and wine they stood there looking at me with teary eyes. I wondered about what to do next with my new fan, which looked at me from behind a corner. Side story 11. A suspicious gaze. My companions sent me to buy them some food and I decided to visit the local restaurants. I hoped they would be fine with some simple food. While I really miss royal cuisine, I have to accept my current situation and overcome the hardships of this travel. I was given some money, but even after I visited a few places they all refused to serve me and said that there is not enough money. "You don't have enough coins, miss." Even when they said I needed to pay 10 coins and I showed them 20. Oh my, why is this world so weird? I kept on sighing. I entered a calm and silent passage to give myself a break from the loud noises of the town. When I opened my eyes I found myself surrounded by a group of persons, might be beggars, might be worse. "Why would you gather here, gentlemen?" I should never let myself resort to violence without considering the possibility of peaceful resolving. "You look like a rich lady. And we'd need some money. You get it?" I sighed. This doesn't look nice to me. I was about to give them a machine gun warning shots when I felt a gaze. Oh my, I started looking around. "Hey, what ya doing?" The people stepped back from me to give some personal space. I was looking around myself to find the source of the gaze, but it was not stopping. Windows no. Alley no. Passing people? No, they also do not gaze at me. Come on, no one's gonna help ya. Stop this crap. Suddenly they tried to push me to the wall. I sighed and was about to fire when I saw the source of the gaze. I lifted my head and clearly saw it. What a suspicious cloud. What? Hey, what ya doing? Boom. Volume 1 Chapter 58. Gathering more assets. I remembered how the Maiko looked like. She might be pretty and cute with her awkward personality, but I must not cloud my judgment with just thinking about her looks. Later I should ask her if she can do something. Alina and Albert are capable fighters, the maids are serving me, and while we'll be sailing back home I will continue teaching them the basics of flight and combat. What will this nameless priest girl do? However, I need to check if my maids have something to do with the girl's strange behavior. Rin. She was standing by my side in a few seconds. Do you know what question I want to ask? Master, forgive your servant but I can't read your thoughts. She shouted at me with the nice and friendly expression. Whatever, tell me why Miko-san started acting like this. I pointed towards the already hidden Miko. How could I know this, master? How could she suddenly become so interested in me if you had nothing to do with that? Rin slightly twitched, which gave all the answers I looked for. The guild confirmed. Rin, answer me. She started sweating and avoided eye contact. I was just executing your order. I don't know how it happened. BS*, she must have something to do with it. You have 2 more tries to say the truth. If you refuse, face the consequences. 1 week without fluffing me, it will be a suitable punishment in any case. She was petrified but lied again. Master, we didn't do anything, I assure you. Last try. Fine. Back when you went on your own, we carried the unconscious girl to her bed and took care of her. When she woke up she started asking questions in her language but we did not understand anything. We tried communicating with signs and what we understood from it was that she asked who carried her. Master always looks at cute girls, so we decided you'd be delighted to see an already prepared foundation for your relations. And we showed her that it was you who carried her and looked after. Well, she then fell in love with you. Such a lucky bastard, Rin blurted out everything with details. I can already get why Akaji hit my head so many times, and how frustrated she must have been. I also want to hit Rin's head as many times as it will require to correct her thinking. Rin, tell your sisters what will happen to all of you, no fluffing for the coming week. GLHF. Rin turned around and, like a puppet with cut strings, started walking back. When she told my words, all of them looked at me with puppy eyes. I ignored them and walked towards a certain maiden in love. Of course, to find out what use she has for me. Hello. When I walked to her she tried retreating but I was faster. So, answer one question. It will be the only thing you should be concerned about. She nodded. Do you want to go with me, to the other land, where you will have no friends, no family, where no one will even understand you? She was not as eager as before. Will you, you know, she was not blushing, she was as red as a good tomato. Answer my question. My heart melts just by looking at her but I must keep calm. It will only hurt if I tell her. I, too, want to hear the answer. She tried making demands from me. I turned around and started walking away. Of course, the next second I was stopped by her hugging me from behind. When I turned towards her. It's not how it looks like. I didn't do that. It was a branch. She was glancing around to find something to cover up her hug. So, you're finally ready to answer. I will follow you, she almost whispered. What can you do? I am fighting a lot. I can cast simple magic, and also I have a proper Miko training. I know how to cook, how to clean and wash. And also, I can quickly learn how to, service you, in bed. At the beginning she was zealously telling how useful she is, the ending was much more awkward and filled with hiccups. I decided to trust her and let her join us. What is your name? I am Kei Kazumi. Please, take care of me, Kaka. She bowed. Come and pack your things. We are returning tomorrow. With this I could finally be at ease, knowing that the sailing back will not be with me suffering without fluffers. I looked at the maids who were smiling. Willow gave me thumbs up. Rin, unlike the others, was also giving a dark aura of displeasure. Well, I punished them for their own sins. I went to the house and dived into the bed. Volume 1 Chapter 59. Final Countdown. After we have convinced Kazumi to join us, it was the time to go back home and continue messing around with the king and the country. For me and my maids it was a pleasure to finally go back, for Kazumi it was much harder. I lived here ever since I was born. After the others died or were killed, I was alone. Will you take care of me, Kaka? I did not dig into her past too much to avoid unnecessary emotions. I'd rather make her go away as fast as possible, than to let her wander around absent-mindedly. She will overcome any nostalgia, but first I should drag her out of here. Kazumi. Stop walking around, will you? First, instead of packing her belongings, she was wandering around aimlessly and watching the cherry trees. While the maids were already done with packing whatever we had and were ready to go back to the ship, and ready to help the klutz Miko with her own things. That is if the Miko in question even tried to be of help. The more she continued wandering, the more I was thinking of her as a nuisance. But then I wished she was just walking around. After some nagging from my side, Kazumi did start gathering what she wanted to take. She tried dragging all of her furniture, she tried cutting down trees to take them with her, she tried taking the entire damned house with us. We were doing whatever we could to prevent her from doing the crazy things. The fight went on, and I felt like it was the time to face the consequences of the prolonged neutrality of mine. I have to convince her to let this place be, otherwise I'll have to tie her and drag with us like a carpet. Perhaps even in a carpet. While Kazumi was dragging a large chest, I patted her shoulder. It was enough to temporarily make her stop packing the Miko trinkets. Kaka, what can I do for you? She bowed and was already starting to return to the grabbing the entire house, like a crow. Kazumi, can you please bestow some of your attention to me? I said that with deliberate sarcasm. Forgive me, Kaka. Kazumi prostrated herself and now was ready to listen. We have no time to gather all of your things, we already postponed our return for 2 days, just for your sake. I am very disappointed in you. Take what is necessary and let us finally get going. That might be harsh, but considering how lenient I was. I need all of these. I require them for our rituals. She was too reluctant to let her past go, and that was the last attempt I would make to stop her peacefully. The next would be to burn it all down and knock the Miko unconscious. I understand, your past is more important than me. The bait was thrown, right in front of the fish. I hope she's a fish, not a swine. I don't want my bait being turned into pearls. Kaka, please, choose. I am tired of you making me wait. Either just stop pestering me with your gather, or finally move out of this place. I'll love you FOMOV. Why do you do WIS to me? She started crying and hugged me. She was hurt by my words, but I should continue the scum line I've already chosen. There was no place for mercy. No matter how bad I feel for making a girl weep, the consequences of letting her be would be much worse. Moreover, either I continue pushing her and drag her away, or I will have to carry the damned house. Meanwhile, I had my first spectators. Master, I understand that you like to tease people. Grace looked at me with contempt. I even do share the sentiment. But, Grace, would you like to stay here for another week? She pretended she never saw anything. Scene change. After I made the girl cry, our preparations went so much faster. The next morning we finally left the temple. The Miko was dragged by 2 specifically designated for it, Grace and Bennett. The rest of us had to carry our luggage. On our way back to the ship we were going to pass by a forest. When we were close, my gut told me that something is just bound to happen. After all, my 6th sense was already trained to feel the incoming adventures. Soon something came out of the depths of the forest, a huge body slowly dragged itself to the clearing. It was long, almost a snake-like body with 4 long limbs. The creature's neck was decorated with golden ornaments and its mane had a long purple hair, tied into many braids. A dragon, a huge oriental dragon with glimmering white scales, was looking at us, but for now it didn't attack. The maids hid behind me, while Kazumi stood by my side. Is it sapient? I whispered to her. What? She whispered back. Can it understand our speech? Yes, it is wise and strong. I am ready to follow your lead, Kaka. She was speaking confidently, very unlike her normal speech. Is there a way to make it go away? Kazumi appeared to be in thought, albeit for a moment. The Miko rushed towards Willow and pulled a bag off the maid's shoulder. Immediately, I saw a huge pile of Miko trinkets. Oh, great protector, we plead you, bestow us your mercy. Kazumi started dancing, and immediately attracted the dragon's attention. While the Bollywood scene continued, I was just enjoying the slim waist and petite figure of the dancer. The Miko was not only dancing, she was also singing, chanting. Honestly, I had no idea what her chants were for, but the dragon was not looking like it was against it. It took almost 10 minutes of Kazumi's dance to make the dragon turn away and disappear in the forest. Kazumi stopped dance only after it was out of our view. Now, what the hell was that? One of the rituals. Sometimes the Mikos are required to pacify the great beasts. We bestow our God's blessings and divine power to make the great beasts leave the humans be. Kashomi croaked. The girl was much more tired than one would expect from a short dance. Well, she doesn't appear to have an idol's training, so it is to be expected. Out of pity I had to carry Kashomi on my shoulders all the way to the carrier and up to the deck. She might be light, but after that I did like a few dozens of shuttles to drag all our belongings. Volume 1 Chapter 60. The Challenge to the Old World. The first days at sea Kashomi was too excited. What is this? Is this a metal castle? How does it float? Why is there a labyrinth inside? Why is there such a huge hall below the surface? Why are there so many small houses inside? What are those metal things? Why are they so weird? Why do they have those spinning things in front? I was so happy when she finally calmed down. After the maid's supervision was no longer required, I let Rin and the company return to their training. For now they will learn the basics of aerial combat and zeros, against the ship's fighters. I will be training them like crazy until they are able to fight at least on the equal standing with my own fighters. Only then they will be let train in jets. I invited Kashomi to the bridge. The mates were on the deck, they will take off without catapults, so I am expecting all sorts of troubles. The hands are on the steering, damage control teams ready, the mates are instructed what to do when shark hits the propeller. Look closely at what happens on the deck. And Kashomi glued herself to the window. With a few coughs an engine started up and a thick smoke came out of it. The other planes followed with the same procedure. Rin drove her zero to the starting line, the rest of the mates drove behind her plane and prepared. Rin, are you ready? Yes, control. Awaiting takeoff. Are we clear? Her pretty voice was distorted by the radio, but it was the cost of having direct communication with the ace maids. Rin, this is control, be advised, the deck is all yours, no flights in progress. Begin the takeoff when ready. 10 seconds later the engine sped up and Zero began accelerating. At the end of the flight deck the plane started climbing and successfully left the danger zone where it could hit the ship. After that the other mates began their takeoff. So incredible. Kaka, are you a magician? Kashomi was looking at me with wide-opened eyes. She was too excited and now I can feel that my sanity is in danger. I am just a goddess. I joked, but the joke was well received. That is why I love you, she said that and turned away to hide her embarrassment. While I had some time before Kashomi begins peppering me with questions, I checked what I have in system. Ding! You received 130 silver coins, 33 upgrade points, 10103 HMG, secondary gun, changes all other SG, 1 group of B6N torpedo bombers, changes all other TB, 1 arresting wires, common, 10103 HMG, AA gun, changes all other AA, 3 weapon points, 125mm single type 96, secondary gun, changes all other SG, 1 skill point, 1 group of D4Y dive bombers, changes all other DB, 125mm single type 96, AA gun, changes all other AA, 125mm dual type 96, secondary gun, changes all other SG, 1 steam catapult, common, 125mm dual type 96, AA gun, changes all other AA, 1 level point. Scene change. IJN Fuji CV level 6/7, upgrade cap 90. FP 42. AA 30. AV 80. RD 80. AC 80. Aircraft groups. Fighters, A6M torpedo bombers, B6N dive bombers, D4Y. Ready, 8 of 8 installed, 14 of 16 ready, 6 of 6. Weapon systems. Main gun 127mm Mk16 dual mount. Secondary guns 4x 25mm dual type 96, 4 max. Anti-aircraft guns 8x 25mm dual type 96, 8 max. Flight deck occupied, 4 of 60. Steam catapults 1, installed, Epic, grade 5. 2, installed, Epic, grade 5. 3, installed, Elite. 4, installed, Elite. Arresting wires installed, Epic, grade 2. Rapid deployment. LVL 7. Tenacity and bravery. LVL 7. Brave New World. LVL 6. Starts battle with 35% aircraft in air. Every 30s shows your pathetic firepower, 35% bonus to FP and AA. On activation, launches special airstrike of A6M5, B6N, and D4Y. Can be activated every 1 hour. Arresting wires. Epic, Grade 2, minus 60% chance of missing the wires on landing, minus 60% chance of crashing on landing. Scene change. And then came the storm. Kaka, Kaka, how are they flying, how are they flying? Please, I really want to know, please, tell me. Why are they so loud? Kaka, please, cover my ears. While they are gone, see can we spend some time together. Scene change. Our ship live was proceeding smoothly. The mates did their training 1 or 2 times per day. Kazumi was trying to stick closer to me, when she was not asking questions or hiding in embarrassment. However, I had a lot of things to do, aside from keeping an eye when the mates were flying. I was keeping in mind how long will it take to reach the continent. When it was 3 days until our arrival, I gathered everyone on the bow. All aircraft groups and ace mates' jets were parked on the deck. The mates lined up like a group of soldiers. Kazumi stood to the side and was looking at the sea. Do you know why I gathered you here? Kaka, isn't it too, early? We should know each other better. Well, if you insist, I have to stop her delusions before she spouts nonsense. We are about to arrive at the continent. In the next 3 days we will be back home. That is why I want every one of you to remember your role, the task given to you by me. Do you remember what I want from you? Yes, Master. The mates responded in unison. I think I trained them so good that if I wake them up in the midnight they will dress in 30 seconds and report to me, like a group of soldiers. Yes, Kaka. Kazumi has another purpose, she will be the main priest for me. Considering she was a certain someone's priest before, the task did not actually change, just a goddess is different. Prepare for the coming days. Soon you will have to pass the test of your will in the fight for the future. The future that we will create together. It is the time to challenge the old world. Volume 1 Chapter 61. Home Sweet Home. The carrier slowly approached the final destination of my adventure. The piece of land which I gained after my little war with the Duke should have been slowly rebuilt with the help of my befriended nobles. I wonder how much work on the construction site they managed to do while I was away. If my estimations are correct, and for now they should, we will anchor ourselves at the roadstead this evening. I might even be able to sleep with Alina. Neo. The ace mates did a great job practicing and I let them do a couple flights on their Fury jets. Their skills have greatly improved and now they are able to fly in a proper formation, as well as to land in a bad weather. The night landing training will be later, for now they should have some fun in the air. I lifted a flight of fighters to the deck to do some recon. Master, this is Willow. Can I land? The plane is acting weird. I had to postpone the recon and let the mates land. Of course Willow was the first because there might be something wrong. After all jets safely landed I let them taxi to the parking spots and finally sent the scouts to the catapults. FJ-3M were all completely fine, unlike their pilots. I guess the fairies also have issues with G-force so I will need to buy them the suits. I am going to be so broke. After I spent all gold into skill points I only have 34 copper, and 49 silver coins. If I won't encounter new adventures I might as well start saving some money. My scouting flight reported the land after an hour of flight, it means I am really close to returning home. They also reported a lot of activity near my castle. And they reported a lot of ships around it. If you are not sure, send more scouts. In the next 7 to 8 hours I should be home, the only issue is, I wonder why is the construction site this lively? There should not be so many people outside the construction. On my way I also met a few ships, mostly merchants. An occasional anti-pirate patrol should not be counted as a fleet. After I signed the agreement with the Count of neighboring land, the maritime trade of this area was becoming very busy so I was happy to see that everything was going smoothly. One part of the agreement was that I offer the protection of the traders while the Count pays me money for each ship safely entering his harbors. I wonder how much money Alina accumulated from this, and how greedy do I look for worrying about it. Scene change. The sun is soon going to set. I turned on the navigation lights, as well as some of the deck's lighting. The radars were searching for whatever was close to me. The only signal I get from the radars is a group of 2 merchant ships, which sail close to me. They might just want to look at the carrier or they might be spies. In any case, it will not hurt me. I saw the coast only after the sun set. The ships which were there regrouped into a combat formation. I can confirm that those are triremes and some of them have ballistas for long-range combat. I turned on searchlights and lit the ships. Some of them started rowing out of the light. That confirms that something is not right. I can see the land but no details can be seen from such a distance. The aerial recon would not be of any assistance as well. I get only vague information and can't confirm it without any hints. The ships I faced were in 6 kilometers away from me. They might not be hostile, but considering their actions I can only expect hostile actions from them. I have to make a decision, to risk the safety of the people on board, or to sink them in a brutal and ruthless slaughter. I dropped the anchors and started lifting up the torpedo bombers. My newly obtained Tenzins are much faster than their predecessors. Their range is also exceptional, which is not exactly a huge advantage, considering I send my planes within a combat radius of 100 kilometers at most. My takeoff preparations were halted when one small ship detached from the fleet and approached me. I jumped down and sailed to it. When I jumped on its deck I was met by a group of people, all soldiers. "Are you the so-called Fuji? A fox beast?" One of them, an officer, asked me with clear hostility. "You want to beg something from me? I am not granting requests without a proper prayer. If you want to screw with me, I might as well act arrogantly and hope they will back out. By the order of His Majesty King Lucius Farrell Trabant, you are under arrest for mutiny, murdering a noble and plotting against the state. Surrender at once." He pointed a sword at me but I only smiled. "So be it," I lifted my hand. "Tenzin flights, take off." And sent the boys in. Volume 1 Chapter 62. Man the barricades. My entire life I was not similar to my peers. While my friends were playing with dolls and having tea parties, I learned swordsmanship. While my friends became noble ladies and married into other houses, I became an adventurer. The father refused to support me and unofficially made me abdicate from the family's name. I traveled the continent, I visited many nations, I met many new friends. One of which was as abnormal as was I. When I first met a shivering ball of fur, the pesky but enigmatic Fuji, I thought that this will soon end and I will return to my poor but free life. Oh, how wrong I was! To think that I would end up a duchess one day. Moreover, as the head of my family, I was happy to know that I have a friend who will support me, a friend who is willing to risk their everything for me, a friend who is ready to be closer to me than anyone. Fuji was weird, but she always made me wonder if I am just sleeping and everything around me is just a wild hallucination. I can't tell when she stopped being a headache and became an integral part of my life. The adventures I had were nothing in comparison with what happened after I met Fuji. I ended up in the old Logikara castle, an outpost on the western border of the kingdom. I was led here by this cheeky brat who decided to run away from me and left me to govern in her stead. She even kissed me. Scene change. The first week as the new duchess was easy and nice. I talked to the people, I visited the lands around, I almost sworn allegiance to the king. This almost became the downfall of my happy life. You sworn your loyalty to the foreign power? Do you think that being enthroned by her makes you untouchable? You are still governing the lands which are part of our kingdom. You will either abdicate from the power, or be judged as a traitor. I had to summon the allies Fuji found beforehand. I was put in charge of our noble faction and its armies. From there on, the state became divided. The civil war began. Fuji signed agreements with 47 nobles, only one of them refused to join our cause. The noble was judged and now his head rots on the pike, right outside the capital's north gate. We were facing the enemy which wanted to eradicate everyone who sided with Fuji. After she sailed into unknown she was believed to be dead. The king rushed to proclaim her dead, thinking that this will make the nobles, who sided with her, abandon her faction and return to being his loyal subjects. The king had to decide whether to condone our faction or to risk everything in hope that Fuji will never return. After the actual hostilities began, the peace was no longer an option. Our combined army was defeated many times and we were pushed back until we became trapped inside Logikara. Fuji's construction turned the previously useful castle into a half-collapsed stone barricade with an earth platform. With the supplies and materials gathered for the construction, we managed to build a makeshift castle with barricades of stone and wood, build a few watchtowers and dig a moat. After a last battle we were under siege. The troops' morale was below the ground, there was no hope and they were only fighting for survival, because everyone who surrendered was killed by the loyalists. Even the nobles were becoming less and less convinced that the agreement they signed was working. Sometimes we could only look at the sea, guarded by the enemy fleet, and hope we will see the familiar smoke of a metal ship. We fought off the assaults many times, our preparations proved to be fruitful, but each time we were pushed closer and closer to the sea. After a month of a siege we are trapped on the highest level of Fuji's planned castle, with no way to run. The night was approaching and we knew, the king's forces will go on the final assault. Our faith was shaken, some even thought we were betrayed by her, from the very beginning. Scene change. I understood that it finally began when the enemy fleet moved away and the army lit up the torches. We doused all fires and grabbed our weapons. Some prayed, some cried, some were standing and looking at the sea absent-mindedly, with their hollow eyes. Fuji, you bastard! Why did you leave us here? Did you not want to return here? I wanted to scream from helplessness. I could only cry and regret not telling her what I think. Farewell, you cheeky brat. I will always love you, even if you no longer want to see us. The assault soon began. I was watching how the enemy climbed the last barricades and swarmed our men. The fight began, and was about to be over. Everything changed when I heard explosions in the distance. They were familiar. Vroom. Low above the ground, unknown flying objects flashed above the castle. I might not know what they are, but I perfectly know whose they are. Do they not see us? That might be the case. I was staring in the air when another group of the objects buzzed above. Light the fires, make them see us. This is our only hope, if she returned we are saved. When we lit some fires and people started jumping and waving their hands around the fires, I saw how the planes lit their own little fires. They were waving their wooden wings to say hello. Shoot fire arrows at the enemy. Do not spare even a single one. They don't understand the severity of our situation. When the next group of planes saw the battle they immediately dosed their fires and dispersed. Ta. One of them dived like a hawk and shot its magic at the enemies. A moment later. Boom boom. A couple of explosions happened outside the castle's borders. Right near the enemy camp. Boom boom. Every few seconds the explosions were happening. And then the planes arrived, a large group of them. Some of them were diving from high altitude and later the explosions were happening. Some of them flew right above the battlefield and the explosions followed them. All of the planes continued circling around the battlefield like a flock of vultures. Yes. Show them. I was crying from happiness. We were all ready to face our death and now we can see that we are saved. Ta. Vroom. A plane strafed the climbing enemy troops and flashed so close to me, that I might have touched it if I stretched out my arm. For a few moments I was just standing there remembering the memento of a powerful machine. I never saw anything like that. Its wide nose, its glittering skin and its loud roar were forever sealed in my memory. Our troops shot several fire arrows into a group of enemies and a few moments later, one of the planes used magic at the enemy. All of our archers started using the same trick to show the vultures where the enemies are. With Fuji's help the assault ended with our first major victory. Together with the new dawn, our hope and joy returned, the sovereign of our rebellion returned home. Audiobook. Volume 1 Chapter 63. Facing the Medusa. Even though my grand return was not in the way I hoped it would be, I still made a nice comeback with more power than I had before. There was a petty thing I expected may happen, and whatever bad things can happen would do so, according to Murphy's Law. The king's gamble was almost successful, but the history would remember only for its foolish failure, and the retaliation he would soon receive. However, the first thing before humiliating the king would be making sure my own home is not crumbling. The flyby I performed in the morning showed that the fortress construction was stopped after a few weeks since my departure. The harbor was not finished, so I once again had to anchor in a distance. The ferries flew back themselves while I had to carry the Maiko on my back. The parade of the worst possible outcomes continued when I was met by Alina, who became quite agitated after seeing my backpack. Fuji, now I understand what made you late, she smiled like a devil. I felt not only my back getting cold but also my backpack shaking. How about we talk this through? I gave Alina my best innocent smile. Contrary to my hopes, and accordingly to my expectations, her murderous aura of jealousy became even larger. You know what I had to suffer, right? She was not going to calm down, so it was the time to throw a tactical tantrum. You are cruel. Alina no longer loves me. You. I started crying like a baby. Stop. Right. Now. Yes, mother. Meanwhile, Kazumi shielded me with her body and started talking. Please, don't be angry with Kaka. She was following the god's will. Not that Alina understood anything. You have one chance to explain me everything. Otherwise, she showed me cutthroat gesture. She was beyond the boiling point. Well, I was following the map, I was caught in a fog and arrived to a land far away. There I met Kazumi, the priest of a local temple where I also met the god who summoned me. I was forced to do a lot of crazy things and had to spend a lot of time there. And according to the god's will I took Kazumi with me. Is she telling the truth? Alina turned towards the maids, who were petrified by her Medusa glare. The maids were about to tell her that this is not exactly true, though my own glare corrected their misunderstanding of the situation and they started fervently nodding their heads. Fuji, my sweet little fox, come here. When Alina's voice reached my ears, my blood froze like water during Alaskan winter. I could only put up with the inevitable. You will never catch me. I jumped off the cliff, and hurried to the safe carrier. Don't worry, little fox. You will soon return, and there I will be waiting for you. Take your sweet time. Alina smiled at me. I already know that there will be no salvation for me, mommy will catch me and then I will be punished. But I needed to at least attempt to avoid it. Scene change. After the food ran out I returned. Alina patiently waited for me, and didn't cool down in the slightest. I was forced to sit in Caesar for 12 hours. Without sleep. The Satan of a woman wanted to punish me more, but Kazumi decided to follow my lead and sat in Caesar. I have absolutely no idea how the little Maiko's silent protest helped, but it saved my foxy butt from the follow-up spanking. Only when Alina was done with the punishment she cooled down. It was finally time to talk. Fuji, is she your new lover? She fell in love with me, due to their help. I pointed at a certain group of servants who feigned having nothing to do with it. I am really angry, Fuji. So I suggest you don't be too lovey-dovey with her. Understood. She was saying this gently, but I perfectly understand that this was not a request. Can I do it when you don't see? I was cuffed by her. The follow-up spanking was averted when someone entered my tent. And here I am, have you missed me, Fuji? Albert showed up happy with himself, even though I completely forgot about his existence. Why did you hit me? I can share my love with both of you. I ignored Albert and returned to teasing Alina. Come here, she sighed and summoned me with her hand. Hey, hello. I'm here. When I approached her, I was lifted up and sat in her arms. I just wonder how can she carry me like that with her slender girl arms. You don't look bothered. Does it mean you are fine with it? Suddenly she asked me if I'm fine with being carried around like that. Of course, the answer is no, I still have some masculine dignity left. But should I tell something like this, she will surely keep on doing it. Ah, right, she already decided she'd do it ever after. I am focused on the aircraft. Which means, don't worry about me being passive. Since I only could accept my situation, I distracted myself by preparing for an imminent revenge on the king's head. Scene change. I equipped the bombers with the heaviest ordnance I have. They are going to fly directly to the capital and drop the bombs on the king's palace. The bomber armada was soon assembled and regrouped into a box formation. I sent all of my bombers with just a couple of fighters for escort. The rest of my fighters remained here for emergency CA and interception. A few hours after the start of Operation Stone Age, the armada arrived to the capital. The king appeared to have made some preparations, and that is why the escorts engaged Wyvern Knights that tried approaching my formation. It wasn't a problem in any way. The Wyverns couldn't even fight the biplanes properly, and the advanced monoplanes are absolutely invincible for them because the beasts can't reach their altitude, nor can they catch up. The bombers continued their way while the fighters remained to shoot down the enemy interceptors and earn me some upgrade points. Soon the bombers approached close enough to let me see the capital. I ordered them to set on the attack course for the palace bombing. All flights repositioned for carpet bombing. The bombs were released a minute before they would fall on the palace, devastating the king's pride and joy, as well as hopefully crushing his self-esteem. I was about to enjoy the fireworks from a rear gunner's POV, when I noticed that the bombs exploded midair, far away from the palace. Volume 1 Chapter 64. A self-proclaimed goddess. After the failure of my first bombing attack I started probing the capital's defense shield. Through small raids I found that the shield protected from any outside attacks, allowing no unsanctioned objects to get inside the shield without a special magic charm. The latter part was discovered through the noble connections. There are no loopholes I could exploit with this shield, and there are no ways of destroying it discovered as of yet. Right now I have no way to get past the shield. While the king's attack on my castle was not well planned, he still made some backup plans to avoid my wrath. This shield was in case I returned before they crush Alina. I decided to continue ground and aerial assault until the king's forces will be pushed inside his shield. Meanwhile, I will continue searching for a way to bypass the magic they used. For the ground campaign I levied even more infantry from the nearby nobles and villages, truly becoming a disgusting senseless noble lord, who exploits all of his resources for a total war. Of course, the amount of resources I could master after a lost war was not much and the ground warfare soon ended in a stalemate. We have no forces to spare for an offensive, the enemy has no way to openly move around or fight. I set up aerial recon and put some flights of bombers on standby. Should the recon discover a movement, the bombers blow up anything that dares moving in the open. Our current resources are expended, and that is why for now the only way to win is to get more allies. Of course, the fact that I have the right to call myself a goddess lets me use the religion as my support. I summoned some nobles from the nearby areas to declare my new status. The continent's church also decided to attend. Scene change. My old friend, the Count, let me use his palace for my needs. He is one of my greatest assets in the kingdom and so I will continue using him as much as I can. My announcement and the Count's help soon allowed me to hold a large meeting. The Count's throne room was filled with people. There were rich traders, local nobles, military officers, and clergy. Above all of them I was sitting on the throne, with my tails as a cushion. As the amount of people increased, the room started becoming noisy, so I decided to begin my speech. I raised my hand to attract everyone's attention. Unsurprisingly, I was ignored. While the correct way to resolve this would be just to shout at them, I decided to just close my eyes and ignore them because it is unworthy of a goddess to be babysitting the mortals. They are just so noisy. Shut up already. Suddenly, everyone stopped talking. When I opened my eyes to check what is going on, I myself was astonished. The people were trying to talk but not a single word left their mouths, as if somebody turned the sound off. You may talk. Let's see if this works. What was that? A noble shouted and I decided to keep testing. Kneel. He fell to the floor, right on his knees. I somewhat understood what happened. The goddess let me use some of her powers to prove my divinity. What is one's terrifying power is the other one's opportunity. With this it will be easy for me to make them recognize me as a goddess. I see that you are ready to listen. I decided to keep cosplaying the goddess. Listen, mortals. I am Fuji, the goddess from the east. I came here from the land where the cherry blooms and the gods walk among the mortals. I am here to represent the will of the celestial realm. Those who are willing to worship me, you are free to do so. Those who are going to worship their gods, never will I forbid that. Those who are here to oppose me, be wary of my wrath. I told them the guidelines of my policy. Scene change. After that I held a banquet for all of the guests. There were people who approached me to ask for boons. There were people who asked me about what I will do afterwards. And most importantly, there were people who started discussing business. So you are the self-proclaimed goddess. I am the high priest of the Church of Light. As long as you don't interfere we will have no need to be enemies. One of such people was a member of the continent's dominant religions. I am not self-proclaimed. Yet I do not feel the divine power emanating from yourself. He parried my words immediately. I am a vicar of the true goddess. If you think that makes me lower, you might as well try telling it to her directly. This is not a secret that I am a deputy goddess. As we were told. I shall say it up front, we have no desire to fight you, though we shall never acknowledge you. We oppose war, the phenomenon which follows you like your own tail. You are the very incarnation of war and death, a demon. I only want to hope that you are not the same as your kin. The priest was looking at me with an obvious dislike but he was not acting rash or trying to scare me away. You came here not to just tell me that. Go on. As I said, the church stands for peace. We are ready to acknowledge you, albeit we will stay uncommitted. Acknowledgement from our side has a lot of gravitas, and our request is minor. Why don't you show some of your goodwill and sign the armistice with the king? He also showed desire to stop this madness called war. He suggested something that can be useful for my endeavors. The break for me to gather the resources and prepare for the coming storm. You may all come to my land to discuss it. I hereby declare that none of the delegates will be hurt as long as they don't try harming me or my people. Then we have no other options but to put our trust in your words. Farewell, Vicar of a God. The priest walked away. I continued with searching for allies and establishing connections. Volume 1 Chapter 65. Peace Negotiations. Day 1. When I first thought about the possibility of an armistice with the king, I was not delusioned. Ever since he decided to attack, I was no longer bound. I am already a criminal for many, and I never was considered a citizen of the kingdom, so currently I am a ruler of an entity that both is part of the kingdom, and is not. The Pandora's box is opened. Though it was doubtful there will be any results from the talks, I had to accept this, just for the sake of having a justification to start an all-out assault due to me being the victim of the king's greed. In a week the delegations really did gather, and really did arrive to my future palace. Aside from the expected me and the king, the church joined too, as a mediator between the king and me. Mostly because I couldn't refuse it, since they are the second most powerful authority, right after the sovereigns themselves. Scene change. Initially I expected the king to not have the guts to show up, but he did. Greetings, Fuji. K. To think your cowardness would show up? Funny, I thought that the risk of being turned into dust would bash some sense in you. Our delegations were somewhat small, and this allowed the two of us to meet often enough to make me sick. The king's delegation was led by the king himself, also he had a few dukes and his prime minister. My delegation was of me and Alina. The church sent a few priests to assist our negotiation, but there were no major powers backing them. We were sitting on the opposite sides of a table. The clergy was sat away from us and had no way to immediately interfere in case we begin beating each other to death. How about we stop this unnecessary war and return to our peaceful lives? The king began the talk and tried taking the initiative. How hypocrite of you, your majesty. You started this madness to just make us succumb to your rule. You killed your own countrymen just for the sake of self-satisfaction. Why should we even listen to you? Why shouldn't I ask her Fuji to kill you right here, right now? Alina started calmly but soon started shouting. Shut up, please. I want this to end soon. Stop with adding unnecessary s***. I decided to shut her up before this turns into a very bloody mess. Did it not all start with you, Duchess? Were you not the one who openly disregarded the royal decree and refused paying the taxes? Do you remember you are still our servant and hold the title of our kingdom? I sent numerous requests to comply with the royal laws, I sent envoys with offers, and yet you chose to disobey your liege. The king started counterattack. And why would you think she stopped obeying you? She was not your vassal in the first place. It was my time to try smoothing Alina's fail. I suggested her to swear her loyalty. She refused and said that she listens only to you. The land belonged to my kingdom in the first place, and I only agreed that it will be managed by you. Then your proxy disregarded everything, and dealing with it was impossible with you missing. I did what I could from my side, until we had no choice but to go to the war. And it all started with one foxkin disappearing, so how should we solve the mess you created? K. Dear delegates, please. Why don't we spend some time to pray for the peace and take our time to cool our heads and clear our minds? The priests started their mediation. We both glared at them and thus reminded them not to interfere with the big guy's quarrel. Did you think that I, the master of this land, would just disappear and never return? Why did you start the war a week after my disappearance? So you do not deny that she disobeyed her rightful liege. K. Why would a king matter to her more than her goddess, me? I am a god, and a god is above the kings. I already can feel my assured victory. You are not a goddess. The clergy started shouting and showing their disapproval of my claims. That is the first time I hear about it. But then, it does not change the fact that I too am crowned by the god of light. He ignored them, so did I. Do you think that the priests are loyal to you? They also don't care about you. Our arguing will go on and on, so I decided to try cornering him as much as I can. She holds the land that is part of my country, even if she is a priest to your esteemed person, she governs the lands that are within my realm. If you are a goddess now, that doesn't mean that you were one before. Prior to this self-proclaimed god business of yours, I let her choose if she wants to let go of the land but keep her loyalty to you only, or acknowledge me as sovereign of the duchy she holds, while also keeping her loyalty to you. Did I make a mistake here? The king continued his offensive and now he might even corner me. You might have waited for my return yet you called me dead. You might have tried talking this through and negotiating yet you started a war. You might have accepted your mistake and begged me for forgiveness yet you chose to do that only after I blazed my guns. You might have stopped the war after you made the Alina's forces withdraw to the fortress which is my land. You were the one who attacked me and now you tell me that you are not the bad guy here. I made the comeback. The argument continued, but today's talks ended with no result. Volume 1 Chapter 66. Peace shattered. The second day of the talks began. Good morning, Fuji. I hope today we will reach the agreement. The king smiled at me and summoned to come with him. Considering how weak he is, I did not refuse. I hope today you will not be beating around the bush. I am not going to wait forever. I pointed at the patrolling group of fighters. We suggest ending the war and compensating the Duchess losses. Are you fine with this? K. I suggest you remember who started the war and how you attacked not only her, but also me. You tried arresting me, you tried attacking me. You invaded my property. Do you think I, a goddess, will be so forgiving? I unfolded my tails to show off my strength. Go to hell, demon fox. You might think I will succumb to your threats, but let me remind you. Boom. A shell exploded 100 meters away from us. As I thought. You only want war, you want to bite more than you can chew. When the people realize your true nature, they will fight you. Be ready, fox. He showed his teeth at last. The talks are near the edge of jeopardy, but we both understand what will be the end of it. Esteemed delegations, let us all pray for the peace. May we all find the way to reach an agreement which will put an end to the bloodshed. The priests opened the second session of our little conference. Those were the last words of the conference. Scene change. After the complete failure of the armistice talks, it was the time for the new round of hostilities, but I decided to wait for the king's next step. He began minor offensive at my allies, but the moment I sailed there to send in a few thousand kilos of explosives, the loyalist armies retreated immediately. The war soon started turning into the skirmish warfare, the guerrilla warfare. The king's forces were trying to make the local population turn against me. He started promising them everything and threatening that I will be plundering their already poor lands. His soldiers began attacking allied forces in small groups. The aerial warfare is nice when it is possible to find enemy and hit them. Our problem is that we have no way to react fast enough. I can't keep bombers airborne all the time and I can't wait for them to reach the area when the enemy hits. I started the most efficient operation in the situation. Scene change. Kaka, what is this? Kazumi pointed at a metal chest in the middle of a carriage. This is chest. Try saying it. Shisutu. Kazumi was making her first attempts at learning the language. Come on, chest. Why are you all saying things so weirdly? Albert was sitting on the opposite side of the carriage. Shisutu. Was it better? I tousled her hair. Fuji, why can't we be teaching her? Alina also was presented. Because I at least can explain her where she made mistake. Now, try again, but instead of sh try ch. Kasutu. She was making a steady progress. Kazumi already learned how to say hello, thank and forgive. Why are we stopping? Albert asked when the carriage started slowing down. Go outside, slowly. You don't want problems with us, I assure you. A few armed people showed up outside of the carriage. Kazumi, they are called bandits. Let us continue the lesson. Benuditu. My sweet girl. We will work on the pronunciation later, right now let's learn some more words. I took the naginata and jumped down. Stop. The bandits tried scaring me back, but I decided to teach Kazumi to the best of my abilities. This is head. I cut away one's head and showed it to Kazumi. For an unknown reason she fainted. Now I can go and do whatever I want. You crazy bastard. Die. They rushed at me. Bulletin 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 bum. It was the first test fire of Type 96 AA guns. The results were satisfying, but I thought that they would do more than just making small holes in the enemy's bodies. I swiftly cleared the bandits with rapid-firing AA and returned to the carriage. You are crazy, why would you even show her this? Alina pointed at the cut head. I wanted her to faint before I begin the actual clean-up. Albert, go and take the reins, I don't want to stay here even longer. That was enough to change the topic, but not enough to change the way Alina glared at me with disapproval. The carriage was about to reach the destination where we will begin executing my grand plan. Volume 1 Chapter 67. The Last Warning. My plan of pacifying the possible rebels can be called hearts and minds. Not only I plan to spread the belief that I am a goddess, but I also want to make them think I am truly a messiah. In a town we made our stop, I ordered to collect a lot of carriages and wagons. I sent orders to all of the nobles around to send me excess grain and other storable food. I will lead the caravan to the remote lands and distribute the food to the people. I expect that will make more and more people see me as their benevolent guardian. The caravan was already filled with supplies and houseware. In a few hours I will begin forming the caravan and then we will head out. Scene change. Fuji, I understand that you like to hurt people, but can you at least stop doing this to the people around you? Albert was really hurt by your ignoring, not to mention that poor girl, who saw the most vicious side of you. Alina was scolding me. Actually, I would be surprised if Mommy Duchess would not act accordingly. Kazumi was lying on a bed in a local inn. I was sitting in a familiar pose in front of a fury. Have you already forgotten about Albert? Did you even remember about him? Hey, answer me. Mother was reminding me about someone. Is that a friend of hers? I never heard of that person. Alina, did you remember that person when we were talking before? She suddenly avoided my gaze and pretended I never asked that. I let go of the question, but Alina had to retreat and leave me alone with Kazumi. I looked at the Maiko. She was not showing any signs of disturbance. Her calm and smooth breathing did not show any worries. While I was a bit worried that she will have nightmares after my excess, she was not looking troubled. I hope she will not be terrified of blood because she already promised to be a part of the rogues. Kaka, why are you here? She suddenly woke up and sat in the bed. I can't be in the rented room. She looked around. Did I lose consciousness? K. You did, great job. Make sure not to repeat it when we will really need a priest's help. I lightly scolded her, and after she nodded in consent I started patting her head and caressing her hair. Fuji, come here. That was enough to make my tails hide between the thighs. I need to go to see the flowers. I made an excuse and walked past Alina. All right, we will go to see some flowers. She picked me up and pressed to her chest. I want to go by myself. I hinted her that her help is not required. You little cheater, either you stop lying to me, or I will actually be following each damned step you make. And I will even be watching after you when you pee. That is my last warning. She whispered into my ear and slowly caressed both of my ears to prevent them from being pressed down. After that she put a petrified statue of a fox down and winked at me. I was too terrified to move, and after she left immediately returned to the spot I sat at and never moved until the preparations for the departure were done. First I saw Rin become Yandere, now I have Alina. Bennett and Kazumi are also showing some stalker habits. I start to fear for my innocence because if this continues I might lose something precious during a night. Scene change. The caravan moved out and headed to the first destination, a small town in the nearby forest. It is one of the few places in this kingdom where the trees were not cut down already. They are still in process of clearing the wildlife. A few bands approached the caravan, but after a fighter flybying all of them hid without any second thought. The only ones who dared attacking us were monsters. A large group of orcs dared attacking the caravan and I had to send in a flight of dive bombers. The results were predictable, but the monsters continued approaching the caravan. I even had to lift all the dive bombers to the deck. When we were close to the destination town we saw a pillar of smoke coming from there. By the looks of it, the town is under a siege from the monsters. Fuji, please, send all your flying machines. The people must be under an attack. I never saw that many monsters gathered in one place, we need to hurry. Alina started hurrying me. The first planes to arrive found only an empty town with monsters wandering around its streets. When we finally arrived we saw a bloodbath with a lot of killed people. That was not done by those beasts. That was done by someone much more intelligent. I thought so and looked at a flayed body of a human, hanging from a lamp post. Volume 1 Chapter 68. Death in the Alive. The town was dead. It is a deserted place, and only death itself remains here. I never let my companions exit the carriage and enter the town. The first thought might have been that this is a tragic accident when local wildlife slaughtered the people. I understood that there are many weird things that have no trustworthy explanation. It is not an accident. The issue is that there are many questions I can't find answers for. Why did someone send in that many monsters? Why let the monsters stay here if you wanted conquering this place? And the most important, why they left this place and did all those atrocities? There are many deaths which look like a common murder, cuts, pierces, beating. And even more deaths which look like a very sophisticated torture, just for the sake of sadistic pleasure. I saw flayed people, blood eagle, people cut in pieces, impalements on everything. There was even a sculpture of dead people who were placed like visitors of a tavern. There was a possibility the attackers were sent by the king, but it is the least possible option. Even the craziest of people would never do such a thing when they take a town. Even if it was a rebelling town, this would be excessive to use such a measure. The people would succumb to any rule just after a few public executions. They will have no way to rebel for some time, and by the time they are ready, the king would already have ways to crush the rebels. Why would anyone attack the town, destroy its walls and paint it red? Who would benefit from it? I sent a scouting group to find anything that can be of use for us, or anything that can give me some answers. For the first few hours I managed to map the town and meet with the others. What have you seen? Do you really want to know? I showed her with my expression. What answer would she get? I understand. Tell me, how long will we remain here? This place is giving me goosebumps. I will take a look at this place, so tell everyone to keep closer to you. The place is infested with monsters and I can't protect everyone while I'm gone. I returned to the town after I discovered a point of interest. It was a town hall. I searched through it to discover something that will give me an insight what happened before the attack. The results were pitiful because I didn't find any traces of being under siege or directly rebelling against the king. That was enough to imagine that either the king is completely insane, or that it was somebody else. I continued looking for clues, but I found nothing that could give me a clear answer what happened. I can see only dead bodies and blood. In the end I became desperate to find anything and headed out of the town, to a breached part of its wall, and returned to the caravan. We headed out to the secondary destination, another small town located in the area. I sent my scouts to check if they are still alive and what is their situation. Scene change. Green 3, Green 4. This is Green 1, be advised, we are entering the area. Green 2, follow me. Search anything that can help us find the damned place. A 6M fighter with green marks on its tail was flying high above the clouds. Lower in the clouds fly other 3 fighters with the same marking. Their mission is to discover the town and find out what is their situation. If something goes bad, they are to provide the possible assistance until the other planes arrive. The first pair started descending below the clouds, the second pair was flying above the clouds to assist in case something goes wrong. This tactic was first developed to fight this world's flying beasts, and for now it proved to be useful against any opposition. Green 1, I saw something over the forest to our 3 o'clock. Will we check? Roger, Green 2. Follow me. The first plane rolled to the right and dived in. The second plane did the same and followed the leader in a distance. The planes were approaching a weird group of objects. Green flight, we have encountered wyverns. Second pair, we need assistance. The leader sent a request for backup both from the second pair and the base, but they still need to buy some time and take down the monsters. 0 rolled and pulled over towards a wyvern. Ratatata. And after a little burst of fire the fighters started returning to the high altitude for the next attack. A little group of fighters began the uneven fight with a group of 100 monsters, which all were ready to kill what they can find. Side Story 12. Subjugation Quest. Today's picnic will be in the nearby mountains. I spent the entire morning to prepare delicacies. I made sandwiches, simple tarts and even a steak. I did my best to cook it even if I had no prior experience. I am ashamed to acknowledge that my cooking skills are completely dependent on the other people. We began following a mountain trail and soon we should arrive to the planned picnic spot. Miss Delight, why are you so happy? We are going into the mountains. The young lady asked me about my enthusiasm, to which I gave my clear answer. Oh my, of course I am happy that we will have a nice picnic. I wish we find a nice spot with a beautiful view. I daydreamed about what kind of landscape we will encounter. It's incomprehensible for me why my companions are looking at me so stiffly, but it can't be helped, I guess. When we reached a flat area near the peak we started preparations. I spread out the blanket to sit on, and put down the food and beverages. Why don't we start? We will need to spend an entire day here. I summoned them to take some rest. I guess going around with the weapons in hands is a very unusual experience for our hiking. Miss Delight, do you even know why we are here? The knight asked me the most obvious question. But of course we are here for the picnic. I put my palm on the cheek. Miss Delight, we are in a very den. Rawr. Here we go, the knight's words were rudely interrupted. An unknown reptile landed nearby. I also saw a lot more of its kind coming from above. I might be a simpleton but I never tolerate such rudeness. Could you please, not interrupt our rest? I was irritated at them but the beings did not stop their rude actions. If that's what you want. Bang bang bulletin bum ra ta ta ta. Volume 1 Chapter 69. 4 is a wing. The green flight was fighting against wyverns. The planes were climbing above the monsters and diving again. Each time they dived and fired their guns, another wyvern was falling from the sky. Even if the fighters were faster and stronger, the monsters were too numerous. It was a desperate fight against the flying swarm. Green 2, cover my 6. I can't shake it off. Roger, taking aim. Ratatata. The wyvern's back was covered in splashes of blood and the monster dropped like a rock. Meanwhile, the second pair was struggling to return to the safe altitude. They were blocked by the beasts and had to use their speed to run away before climbing. Hold on, we are coming. Zeros of the first pair dived after they gained some height. OS*. To our front. The fighters barely avoided a couple of wyverns which tried cutting off their escape route. The longer they were at the low altitude, the more wyverns swarmed to them and blocked them from climbing. Green 1, we are low on ammo. When the support will arrive? One of the fighters asked the leader. Each word was shouted through the machine gun fire. Green 3, I already asked for support but I have no idea when the other flights arrive. Just survive, we are coming in. 2 green zeros dived towards their swarmed friends and fired at every wyvern which dared blocking their escape. Ratatata. Ratata. We are making a break for it. The besieged fighters pulled the control sticks and climbed upwards, almost to the point of stalling. Nice to see you safe and sound. The best feeling in the F** world. We will return there in a few minutes, let's appreciate the clear skies. Scene change. The fighters continued boom-zooming at the wyverns. Their speed and maneuverability were their only armor. Their guns were their only claws. Their comrades were their only hope. The wyverns were shot down every few seconds but there were too many to see the improvement in the desperate fight. Green 1, they tried to attack me. About time we climb back. I am almost done with the attack. 1 burst and climb. 1 burst and I'm done. Crap, they are trying to press us to the ground. Green 2, climbing, now. The fighters almost had their escape route cut off but their colleagues showed up to clear the way. Ratatatata. Nicely done, 2 down. 2 down, 200 more to go. The situation was bad enough to be considered irrecoverable. The wyverns were climbing together with the fighters. While they can't climb as fast or as high, they were still approaching the fighters' echelon. Soon we will dive not from 2 kilometers but from 200 meters above them. Green flight, let's spend the remaining round to kill some more of them. And then what? Kamikaze attack. We'll see. Might end up really doing it. Attack. The fighters dived towards the wyverns and entered their last dogfight. Green 4, cover me, I am surrounded. Roger, I will try to aggro them. After a few short bursts the machine guns went silent on all fighters. They were only able to keep the wyverns busy here and hope the flight's deaths will not go to waste. Scene change. Green flight, disengage and return back to the base. Blue and red flights will keep the monsters entertained. The new players joined the fun. We can't escape, we are in the middle of the swarm. Coming in. Blue flight, cover their retreat. Red flight, clear the monsters around them. 8 fighters dived into the swarm of wyverns and fired from all their guns. The monsters were caught between the hammer and the anvil. The fresh and fully armed fighters were firing with deadly precision. A few dozens of wyverns were shot down and that was enough to let the green flight escape. We will serve as baits for you. Let's show them what we are capable of. Instead of fleeing, the greens dispersed and started baiting the wyverns which were shot down by the covering pairs. The number of wyverns started to decrease and soon the fight will be over. With the fresh oil and bullets the team Fuji was unchallenged victor. Scene change. Fuji herself was pleased that her fighters were able to intercept the wyverns which let her save the town. The caravan was approaching the town which was discovered by the second group of scouts. The town itself was confirmed to be alive and not attacked, yet. For her, the victory in the air supremacy fight was assured. She never lost against the wyverns, even when she had just biplanes. The fighters already reported that the fight was about to be finished and that they are hunting the remaining monsters. It all changed when she saw a large shadow above the fighters. The view she was having from their cockpits disappeared a second later. None of the 12 fighters was available, they all disappeared simultaneously, as if they were disintegrated. Something bad is coming, and it is close to the town. Volume 1 Chapter 70. Maximum Strength. My caravan finally entered the town and started to distribute the food and supplies. When I first saw the people in the town I thought that they are too carefree. Even if they heard the planes, even if a group of strangers arrived, even if I said that something is about to attack their town after slaughtering the other one nearby, the townspeople never even tried showing concern. Do you really think something is going to come? Even Albert was infected with the local stupidity. I lost 3 flights, 3 full flights. In a second. I am sure that whatever was able to shoot down them is heading here. Just like the wyverns which the fighters were engaging. Calm down, little fox. You always can summon more of them. Alina started fluffing my ears. While we were doing our improvised strategy meeting, Kazumi was practicing her language with trying to read the speech I wrote for the locals. She was reading it aloud somewhere near the caravan. What my ears managed to pick, shows that she still has a long way to go. Where are your ears turned? Alina looked at my head with suspicion. I need to control how her training is going, do you not want to understand what we are lovey-dovey about when we are alone? I teased her. I felt a chill when she touched my ears and whispered. Fuji, you are mine. Today we are going to sleep together. Comb you tails, my sweet little fox. My tails crawled to their beloved place near the belly but suddenly returned. What is it, Fuji? Albert was curious what happened and Alina gently hugged me from behind and started gently caressing me. Why were you so surprised? She asked me after I calmed down from my agitation. I saw what happened. There is a dragon nearby. One of my high-altitude scouts reported the dragon approaching us. Well, we already killed a dragon, or 2. Right, Alina? No, this one is huge. I think it is as long as my entire flight deck. They started feeling uneasy after I compared the monster with my deck. They already have an understanding how huge the carrier is. Could it be the ancient? Alina carefully asked me. I did not respond and only summoned the flight deck. The torpedo and dive bombers were lifted to the deck and I started equipping heavy ordnance. Whether that dragon is good or bad, it must have been the one that killed my fighters and now it is approaching the town. Roar! The dragon was approaching and its roar was heard even in the distance. Only after the beast's proclamation the locals began running around in panic. Time to shine. Stop this nonsense. You are not going to die. I am Fuji, the goddess who came here to save this kingdom from the decay it faces. You shall be the first to see my endless might. The people were shocked and I can clearly see that none of them believe me. I want to be engulfed in a holy light. The divine power actually worked and I was surrounded by golden shining and then I engulfed myself in foxfire. Vroom. I started launching planes under the cover of blinding light and scorching fire. I was ready for another triumph. When the dragon showed on the horizon, I was astonished by the size of the damned thing. It is not the same to see it from the high altitude as to see it with your own eyes. While I was thinking that I am able to take it down, I still had to think of a few backup plans. Ding! You received 2 groups of B-6 and torpedo bombers, 1 group of A-6M5 fighters, changes all other F-125mm triple type 96, secondary gun, changes all other SG, 16 silver coins, 32 upgrade points 1 arresting wires, rare, 125mm triple type 96, AA gun, changes all other AA, 140mm type 5, secondary gun, changes all other SG, 176.2mm/40 type 88, secondary gun, changes all other SG, 1 skill point, apply. I should apply it, otherwise I might lose the upgrades for aviation. Rapid deployment. LVL-7. Tenacity and bravery. LVL-7. Brave New World. LVL-7. Starts battle with 35% aircraft in air. Every 30s shows your pathetic firepower, 35% bonus to FP and AA. On activation, launches special airstrike of A7M, B7A and D4Y. Can be activated every 1 hour. You received 1 group of A7M fighters, changes all other F-1 steam catapult, common, 1 group of B7A torpedo bombers, changes all other TB-1 weapon point 1 skill point, apply. Wait, what? I am already able to improve my aviation? Apply. Rapid deployment. LVL-7. Tenacity and bravery. LVL-7. Brave New World. LVL-8. Starts battle with 35% aircraft in air. Every 30s shows your pathetic firepower, 35% bonus to FP and AA. On activation, launches special airstrike of J7W, B7A and D4Y. Can be activated every 1 hour. You received 176.2 mm/60 Type 98, secondary gun, changes all other SG, 1 group of J7W fighters, changes all other F. Scene change. IJN Fuji CV level 6 7ths, upgrade Cap 90. FP 42. AA 32. AV 90. RD 90. AC 90. Aircraft groups, full upgrade. Fighters, J7W torpedo bombers, B7A dive bombers, D4Y. Ready, 8 of 8 ready, 16 of 16 ready, 6 of 6. Weapons systems full upgrade. Main gun 127mm Mk16 dual mount. Secondary guns 4x 76.2 mm/60 Type 98. Anti-aircraft guns 8x 25mm triple Type 96. Flight deck occupied, 60 of 60, 48 in queue. Steam catapults 1, installed, Epic, grade 5. 2, installed, Epic, grade 5. 3, installed, Elite. 4, installed, Elite. Arresting wires installed, Epic, grade 3. Full upgrade, no more upgrades available. Arresting wires. Epic, grade 3, minus 65% chance of missing the wires on landing, minus 65% chance of crashing on landing. Scene change. I received all of the upgrades which should be enough to fight this ancient dragon with no sweat. Or so I thought. Volume 1 Chapter 71. Divine Wind. I launched all of my aircraft and joined them with the ones already airborne. Currently I have about 122 tons of bombs in the air. If this bastard doesn't die from this much I might as well eat my own kimono. I shall not promise to eat it, in case the bombing fails. The entire air armada formed rapidly and headed towards the dragon. The monster itself was looking to be a tough target. It had a tough-looking hide with many large scales. It walked on 4 legs and looks like it's capable of short flights with its 2 wings. Scene change. Considering that I know nothing about it, I decided to test out its toughness before the assault. While it may become vigilant towards the air assault, I was sure that it will be better to find its weak spots. 2 flights of D4Y bombers separated from the armada and rushed towards the dragon. When they reached the bombing point, they flipped and dived at almost 90 angle. The bombers accelerated towards the ground and spread out to attack many spots on the dragon's back. They were about to drop their bombs but they miscalculated the moment. The bombs were released earlier which greatly affected their accuracy. The beast was not hit by any of the bombs and now that it knew about the aircraft, it prepared to fight back. The bombers were doing their best to return to the higher altitude, where they should be safe. The dragon's fire breath was faster. It fully engulfed the planes. When the fire ended, only 8 burning pieces of scrap were seen, all were crashing into the ground. Scene change. My airstrike agitated the dragon and it sped up towards the town, the direction the armada comes from. With its current speed it will arrive within an hour but I was still reluctant to accept my tactical defeat. It was the matter of my pride as a goddess. I should show the people here that I am indeed not a fool who tries to show off but an actually strong person. I was angry that the dragon decided to make me a fool which is why I wanted to stop hitting it only after it is dead for sure. While I could have fired the guns I perfectly understood that they will only irritate the monster. I need to deal with it quickly and ruthlessly. The absolute power I have is the air supremacy. The armada approached the final waypoint before the bombing. Dive bombers started climbing, torpedo bombers regrouped into a tight box formation. The fighters started a slight dive towards the dragon. Its huge irises shrinked when it looked at the aircraft coming from above it, right from the direction the sun shined. Both I and it were not going to yield and turn back. The outcome of our fight will be decided here. I decided that because it will be unforgivable for me to let it approach the town even closer. The beast started breathing out fire to stop the aircraft from approaching. The first explosions happened around it. The carpet bombing of the torpedo bombers was successful and dealt a devastating blow to the dragon. Now I need to wait when the rest of the aircraft will be done. Ray. It was infuriated and rushed out of the smoke and dust. It had almost 0 damage. It breathed out fire and burned the fighters which dared approaching it. The dive bombers were my only hope right now. When the beast turned its head to burn them as well, it must have been surprised that they dived right from above it, at 90 angle. They dropped their precious cargo in the last moment, right when they were having the last opportunity to level themselves before it was too late. Ray-a-a-a-a-or. The dragon's agony was heard everywhere. I was ready to open the champagne, if I had any. Scene change. My celebration was stopped when the dust settled. Even after all the bombs it received, it was still capable of walking. It slowly stumped towards the town with an enraged glare. I had no actual way to send in more bombers. There was no possibility for all of them to return, reload, and get back before the dragon reaches the town. I sent the brave New World airstrike with only fighters. Instead of the expected J7W, I saw zeros. All of them were painted in white with red stripes. They had bombs below their fuselages, and the moment they spawned, they rushed towards the dragon. Scene change. All planes, prepare to fulfill our duty. Our Divine Master expects that all of you will face the monster with courage and devotion. May none of us return if we fail our task. Banzai. The squadron's leader said inspiring words to his subordinates. Banzai. And they all were eager to show how devoted and brave they are. The 40 Zeros headed straight towards the dragon. It used its breath to hold back the fighters, to melt them right in the air. It decided to never let any of the irritating mosquitoes return alive. It was almost ready to taste the revenge, to see the despair of its offender, and to do that, it needs to survive. The previous mosquitoes climbed whenever they dropped their magical bombs, and the dragon was ready to incinerate them right at that moment. It realized what their plan was when it was too late. Banzai. With a loud war cry, all of the Zeros rammed into the dragon's mighty body. That was enough to force it to fall down. When it came back to its senses, it only saw one pitiful ant. Hello there. A small beastkin, thrusting a spear. The thrusting spear was the last thing the ancient saw before its death. Volume 1 Chapter 72. How to use the nature's goods. After I defeated the dragon, I started spreading the news of my power. I will obtain both the fame and the resources. The dragon's body is a great source of rare resources which will be used to strengthen my position. A poor goddess has less power than the rich one. From political point, I'll also have better control by having money. The dismemberment of the dragon was going very, very, painfully slowly. I ordered to skin it carefully to get the most of its skin. Even after the bombing, it was well preserved, so I decided to give it additional testing. If it is better than my 2 inches of deck armor, then I will be so glad to replace the paper armor with dragon skin. I also have some plans for the dragon's claws and teeth. If they are good, I might try replacing the Naginata's blade with dragon teeth. The bones also might be used. Because I have no access to steel beams, I will try reinforcing the constructions in the palace with a bone. Aside from planning the future use of the dragon's materials, I was searching around the area to find all monsters which dared attacking. While normally I would not even spare a glance at them, now I have many examples of the monsters, demons, and beasts attacking in a somewhat organized manner. There were attacks on the villages nearby, there were numerous attempts to attack the town we are staying, there were attempts to approach the dragon's body. After the increase in monsters' activity, I had to start reacting and organized constant bomber and fighter patrols to destroy any large group of monsters in the vicinity. The problem was that I had no way to protect the locals in case the attack will be too small for me to spot it. That is when I remembered my good friends, the adventurers. I sent out many requests for the Adventurers Guild, and, considering how active the area is, there were some adventurers which took my quests. Most of the adventurers just headed out to hunt the monsters. Occasionally they returned to get the information where the next group of monsters is, or to sell the materials they gathered. The free hunt I organized, the decreased chances of running into a too strong group of monsters, the possibility of selling whatever they have to me or to the guild, those are the reasons why I don't spend any money, aside from buying the materials, and keep the adventurers running around. The only group of adventurers that is not going outside of the town is our small and warm company. Scene change. When will we be done here? Alina was sitting in an armchair in the town's mayor's office. I don't know, we might stay here for another month. I sighed and answered from her lap. We were sitting in silence and rarely exchanged phrases. I was too busy controlling the air traffic around the town. I've already launched all the designated flights, and for the next hours I can take a rest from staying outside and doing launch-landing operations. Alina was too busy as well, she was playing around with my tails. I was tired of it but still played with her. I was wiggling the tails back and forth, tickling her face, evading her hands which also tried to fluff the tails. My advantage is that I have 4 tails, while Alina has 2 hands. She can't catch all of the tails simultaneously. You can try escaping my hands with your tails, but there are 2 things which can't do the same. She tickled my ears and they reflexively moved. While it is a bliss that she cuddles with me, I am still having an actually important task. Can you stop distracting me? While I was trying to say that with a condemn, in reality I almost purred the phrase. Did you just? Let's continue. Unlike me, Alina was too happy with my reaction. It is not fine, I am trying to control the damned air patrols. I try to hold back my pleasure but I can't fight this body's instincts, so I almost purred again. The great fight for my ears was only beginning, but when I heard someone running in, Alina stopped. She already can guess when I feel or hear something by my ears and tails movements. The door loudly opened and Kazumi ran inside out of breath. Kakaka, HAAA, there are, HAAA, some people downstairs. Who are those people? No idea, there is a guy, and 2 female warriors. Kazumi fell on her knees and continued catching her breath. I will check what is going on, wait for me here. I got out of Alina's caring hands and headed to the door. Good girl, take some rest. I patted Kazumi's head and walked out of the room. Volume 1 Chapter 73. Meeting the royal guests. When I exited the town hall I saw 3 people, all of which were my old acquaintances. Why are you here? Lacking money, your highnesses. When I remembered that king, I felt a subtle desire to shoot them at sight. When I first heard about someone who stopped a dragon with an unknown magic, I was sure it will be you. Long time no see, Fuji. Drake ignored my toxic speech and smiled at me. I understand why you are not happy to see us, but give us a chance, we really need to talk. It is about the reason the damned monsters showed up everywhere. Marin, the archer, was a bit hurt by my reaction. Miss Fuji, even if you are angry, we are still happy to see you. Lily waved at me and tried approaching me. Whoa! I was not angry. See, can you please douse this fire? I am definitely not angry. Come on, Lily, can't you just douse a fire? Drake tried encouraging her. I can't. The princess chanted a magic formation, but the fire did not go away. Seeing that those dumb *es can't deal with anything, I doused the fox fire. You have 10 words to tell me everything. Before even trying to talk with them, I needed to know what the hell they want from me. The demons started their attack. They want to kill humans. Drake managed to keep up with my demand. I already saw many demons, why do you think that something has changed? I wondered what they actually want from me, because I killed many packs of monsters here, and some of them had demon hounds and other weird creatures. Not to mention that the demon hounds always wanted to kill the people around, I was just wondering why they were coordinated. Wait a second. Does this mean that there are more intelligent demons who are trying to attack the humanity? Like in those novels? There should be a demon king, a bunch of demon generals, and a great army of evil. My eyes must have shined when I thought that all the hero novel clichés were fulfilled. And about me being the hero. Fuji, I think you're weird. Why do you act like this after hearing that there are demons around here? Marin made a few steps back. I might be happy with it. I am a demon after all. I showed my tails and teased them. First I thought you are a super warrior, then you were told to be a goddess, now you are a demon? That's quite a rapid change of profession. Drake was starting to become nervous. I am a goddess, though does it make me less demonic? I mischievously smiled and turned around a couple of times. Can you, as the goddess, help us? We need your help in this war. Why should I? Your daddy did many bad things. Also, why do you think I can make a difference? I might be a charlatan. I don't know what you are in the reality, but I know what you are for us, for all the humanity. You might be our only salvation. If we will have a goddess, or whoever you are, at our side, then we will win. Lily was trembling and after her words she fell on her knees. Sister. What are you doing? You can hate us, you can despise us, all of the humans. I am not asking to help our kingdom. May it burn in ashes if you want. I beg you to save the humanity. Please, if you are truly as merciful as you appear to be, help us. She was in the middle of hysteric. While Drake and Marin were trying to stop her, I was looking at it, without a hint of emotion. I didn't feel like caring, which was as terrifying for them as it was disgusting for me. I want to know what happened and then I might make a choice. Follow me. I turned around and walked back to the town hall. The Blackstone had no way but to follow. Scene change. I sat at a conference table. Drake, Lily, and Marin also sat at the table. What happened? Who fights against whom? I know they may be biased, but at least I needed a starting point to understand what they are talking about. The demons started an attack against all human nations which bordered their lands. There are many casualties and this region was so lucky to survive because you are here. I heard that an ancient dragon attacked your location. In other places there were armies attacking, only thus we were able to evacuate people. There was some kind of a demon nation? Why would you settle close enough to let them sneak so close? Who leads them, where they come from? Yes, there is a demon kingdom. They are isolationist by nature. Previously the demon kings were peaceful enough and rarely attacked. Some kingdoms even traded with them. Their current demon king was not showing any signs of aggression, but recently there were many times when an unknown force attacked the villages and towns near the border. On our way here we saw a town, completely devastated. It is somewhat close to this one. After Drake's explanation I started getting the idea about what happened. Border skirmishes against wild demons and beasts are no rarity, but then they rushed in like a tide. The other lands were attacked by demon armies, which mercilessly slaughtered everyone. Will you help us? Will you? Please. Lily was not done with her hysteric behavior. While I was thinking about what to respond I heard someone rushing to the room, again. Kaka. There was a messenger with a letter. Deja vu. I took the letter and started reading it. I did not forget to pat the Miko who was running too much today. Volume 1 Chapter 75. Meeting another ruler. I began wandering around the camp and searched for the Emperor's tent. The search was going somewhat successfully, since I saw the increase in the amount of people with the same markings as the rude guards had. I was approaching the possible place and after I walked past several more tents, I found a large ornamented pavilion. Stop! Who are you, and what business do you have for His Majesty? The entrance was guarded by 2 knights. Unlike their fellow men they were keeping some distance and were not acting arrogantly. I am Fuji. If you heard about me, then step aside. Wait here, I will report. One of the knights entered the pavilion, he returned in less than a minute. You can enter. The knight returned to his post and held the curtain while I was passing. The insides of the Emperor's abode were furnished like a small office. There was a sturdy wooden desk where sat a middle-aged man in fine clothes. By the desk was a made bed on one side, and on the other side a small table with stacks of paper. After I entered, the man waved his hand without looking at me and continued writing something on a sheet. I found a couple of pillows near the entrance and sat on them to cosplay a certain loli. The man filled a few more papers and finally looked at me. For a moment I saw his surprise but he suppressed his emotions. This is our first meeting but I heard about you. Allow me to introduce myself, Great Goddess, I am Emperor Franz Linden von Gru. Can I ask, what is the reason for you to bless me with your presence? He was accurate with his words and avoided anything that can anger me. Should I introduce myself? I grinned. Just for the protocol, I guess. He followed my lead and grinned. I am Fuji, the goddess of this land. I came here after some of your servants insulted me. I hinted how I feel about the situation. This is a shameful display from my men, I will make sure they will not go unpunished. The Emperor's eye slightly twitched. Your goodwill is commendable. I am pleased to hear about it and hope that our cooperation will be continued. I stood up and walked out of the pavilion because I had no more reasons to talk with him. Seeing that the overall amount of topics was expended, the Emperor silently returned to his paperwork. When I walked outside I bumped into a person. I raised my head and said, "Hello, Lucy the King. How are you doing?" My shiny mood was not so shiny after I saw my old pain in the back. I never thought you will arrive. Your divinity decided to visit this beautiful place. He was happy to see me as well. Get out of my way, pretty please. You can step aside and I will pass. Hurry, please. K. Fall on your damned knees. Ugh. The king fell, like a puppet with cut strings. Do not test my patience. I said that and stepped on his head. You. He could only yell at me. The guarding knights were shocked by our actions, but did not dare to do anything. Why are you standing there? Get her away from me. K. Whatever, I will be going. I stepped over him and walked away. You will pay for that. K. We will see. Oh, right, he can stop kneeling. Scene change. While I wondered how to spend my free time, I walked through the camp and saw a few soldiers sparring. Some of them were swinging their swords and some were boxing. I stood close to the spectating crowd and spent 10 minutes looking at the fighters. Unlike myself, they were actually relying on their skills, and not on the armor and brute force. If only they were training with naginatas. I could have used some insights. I continued wandering around when I finally decided to see what is going on around the camp. I walked in a straight line until I reached the edge of the camp and continued walking into a forest. As soon as I was somewhat far from the camp, I prepared to conduct some routine carrier ops. My poor scouts had to keep flying all this time, and by the time I let them land they were almost flying on the last fumes of gasoline. But right after they were refueled they had to return to the sky. No matter how one would feel sorry for AI dummies, I have to rely on air recon all the time. I might have sent another flight, but I am just a lazy bum, who doesn't want to spend time equipping a new flight. I was breathing fresh air and walking in the forest. Occasionally I shot some daring monsters, but they were rare and many fled before I even considered them a threat. When I walked into a pond I saw a figure in a white robe. The figure saw me immediately, so I approached it. Greeting, young one. A male looked at me and waved his hand. Where am I? I might be lost. I was not too interested in talking, so I skipped the introduction. The first thing I tried was acting all pitiful. You are not lost, young one. You are only wandering around to waste some time. The male's words made me shiver. What are you? Just guessing that a young kitsune would wander around aimlessly is one thing, but guessing that with no clues, while being a stranger in the middle of nowhere, is the other. I prepared for the worst. Don't be nervous, I am not here to fight you. I am here to talk, and to introduce another being to you. The male stretched out his hand, pointing at me. Am I late? A female figure with a black robe showed up from behind me. Will you answer, who the hell are you? We are the gods of this world. I am the god of light, Arden. The male answered. I am the goddess of darkness, Shreya. The female introduced herself. I am Fuji, vicar of Akagi. We know, she already warned us not to interfere with her crazy schemes. You, unlike us, is interfering with the mortals' affairs, so we are here to ask, what are you planning to do? The male said that with a bit of irritation. I started thinking about what they said. Volume 1 Chapter 76. No offers required. When the gods looked at me, expecting an answer, I tried too hard to understand what exactly they want from me. What do you want to hear? I decided to probe what the gods think. We have no idea what Akagi wants, so we ask you, to know what we should expect. Unlike either of us, you are bound by nothing but her whims, but it does not mean we will be just standing on a side, spectating what havoc you two cause. We ask you not to interfere more than it is necessary, as well as not to abuse the powers given. Sure thing. But I am not interfering, you know. Both gods suspiciously looked at me. Come on, I have no idea why this conflict even began. For now I can only be observing. Then allow us to ask something else. Fuji, do you think the demons are guilty? Or that they are victims? Shreya asked me a question about the demons. To me it was a question that barely made any sense, after all demons are the most common antagonist. Though it may be bad to answer her with this. I have no idea, so I'll keep silence. Will you tell me something about it? No. We don't want to interfere. So, you are saying that you don't care if I will slaughter both sides? When I dropped the bomb, they both twitched and glared at me. I remembered the warning Akagi gave me. You are not going to interfere, so I am asking if you are not going to try siding me with someone. They calmed down after I corrected my words. As long as you don't exterminate our wards or forbid them from praying to us, we have no issues with whatever you choose. I wondered if they said it because they really don't care, or because they are scared of the crazy goddess. I heard your terms, can I go? Yes, farewell. I hope we will continue our cooperation, Vicar. With this both of them disappeared. I washed my face in the pond and headed back to the camp. It was the time to start rallying support for my own agenda. Scene change. While I was walking I heard something approaching. Soon, 3 figures appeared in front of me. 2 of them were red-skinned with short horns on their heads, and their leader was grey-skinned with long and polished horns. Even if I never saw this world's demons, I could guess who they are. You guys are here to fight or talk? I tilted my head to wait for their response. We talk. Divine. The red demons responded and stepped back. Who are you? Don't waste my time for any nonsense. I asked the grey demon and pretended to be uninterested. I am general of the Demon King's army. My name should not concern you, Divine. I am here to deliver my master's offer. Gee. The Demon King wants to offer me an alliance. How interesting. I was a bit sarcastic, since I felt like today I am being swayed into joining the antagonist's camp, and that it happened more than once. You are not exactly right. The king offers you to keep neutrality in exchange for the human slaves. Gee. Ha ha ha. Nice joke. Why should I be concerned with slaves? This was both amusing and unexpected. Would you not need any servants? The general was surprised by my response. This is obvious that I have no desire for them. What else can you offer? The king will be glad to discuss what we can offer to you. Can you tell me, what is your response about our offer? Did it interest you? Gee. Why should I be interested? Why should I even be concerned to respond? Why not just do whatever I want? I have no need to concern myself with the demon's issues when I can just fight you. The more I said the paler general was. But it will be to great benefit to you. Gee. Aha. Right now I hear blabbering of a bad guy, trying to convince me to become a villain myself. We are not the guilty ones. The humans conquered our lands. We want to save our own kind. Moreover, we beg you to be neutral, not to help us. If you can, please, let us sort it out between both of our races. Gee. And what will you do after you win? We will exile the humans from our lands. The general hesitated for a moment, further making me wonder if I should keep on listening. At this point it was barely of no matter to me, since the actually important matters were in the camp. I can only promise that I will think about it, no need to search for me. I walked away and left the demons to their own thoughts. Scene change. By the time I returned to the conference the sun already set. The soldiers from all the armies gathered here were eating, resting, or doing whatever else they did after the service. I even wondered if I look around I would find a brothel. Not necessary for me, but it would still be interesting to know. When I was approaching the location of my camp, I was suddenly grabbed and dragged to the side. I looked at the one who did it and recognized that it was Lily. What do you need? The unexpected application of force to my fluffy self was the last drop into the cup of my patience, so I barked at her. Miss Fuji, can we talk somewhere, without any ears? Sorry, I can't cut off mine. You have to work with only yours cut. I mean without anyone to eavesdrop. It is important. Whatever you say is important, so important that I even have to listen to it without going away. Why should I care about what is important for you? I can offer you something that can tip the balance to any side you want, should I continue? While her words were somewhat interesting, I still was not convinced she is not just BS*ing me. Visit my tent in the midnight. No second chances. I decided to let her try convincing me but held no expectations for anything but the already heard begging for help. Side story 14. Keep silence. Get your hands away from her. The warrior hit the man's arm and that was enough for me to break away. Ya gonna pay for dis. The man became aggressive so I decided to pacify him. My strike was not elegant enough for a lady but it was enough to knock the person unconscious. After that nobody else dared approaching me with indecent thoughts. Not that I don't regret the missed possibility. Oh my, we can leave this place at last. I hope that I can finally go somewhere nice and peaceful. Do you want to do something? You have some plans for today. The warrior sighed and prepared for the worst. Yes, indeed I have. I wanted to visit a library and read something. He brightened after my declaration. There is a library right here, in the guild. We also need to read some books so we can combine your pleasure with our work. He smiled while making the offer. I hesitated while I thought about it but in the end accepted this as a compromise. Scene change. The library is located on the second floor of the guild. There are only a few shelves with handwritten books, all of which are hard to read and mostly filled with scribble. My companions took some fantasy books with images of mythical beasts and headed somewhere behind the shelves. I found a nice fantasy book with a dragon on its cover. I was reading the book when someone put their hand over my mouth. YW*, do ya think you ran away? I was offended by the person's rudeness but decided not to show it. If y'all serve me, might even let ya go. However, when this hole blowed into my ear I reached my limit of ladyhood. Keep silence in the library. What the hell is dis? I finally smiled, first time after I arrived to this guild. Delight, not here. Boom. Side story 15. Crime and punishment. Miss Delight, do you know why we are here? My companions were displeased with me firing one of the main guns inside a building. While normally I would be feeling some remorse for damaging the private property, when I remember the very rude person, all my conscience pretends to forget what I did. Why can't you stop destroying everything within your sight? The knight should be lamenting letting me stay alone. They were expecting me to at least feel sorry but I was not going to apologize. Are there any results? An officer of the local law enforcement entered the room. We were taken here after I blew away half of the guild's second floor. She still doesn't feel sorry for her deed, the female warrior put a palm on her face and sighed a couple of times. Miss, can't you just at least say I am sorry, I will not be using destruction magic inside buildings anymore. The officer already asked all of the questions she could and understood that I was just a victim, yet she keeps asking me to acknowledge my guilt. I shall not say that, you can't be guilty without any guilt. I was just being stubborn. Okay, if you are not going to repent, then I have another option. The officer faced my companions. What can she do to avoid the fines? There will be a martial tournament and if she participates and passes the primary fights she will not be fined. Miss Delight. 4 people said that in unison and waited for my response. Can I use my G? No. Very well, I shall participate but only together with the others. Like that, I was enlisted for a tournament. Volume 1 Chapter 77. A new waifu? After parting with Lily I found the tent where we will be quartered and entered it. Master, you are late. Did something happen? Rin started her interrogation. When I looked around I did not find 2 people. Rin, where are Alina and Kazumi? I thought they will be here as well. They decided to walk around the camp, the purpose is unknown. Don't worry about them, we are going to properly catch up with the unfulfilled duties. Her eyes became similar to Alina's. Judging by how they looked at me I understood what is about to happen. Master's tails are the best. Willow attacked my tails so fast that I did not even see her approaching. Don't be so childish, we also wanted to touch the tails. Grace tried pushing Willow away but she couldn't unclench the hands around my fur. I was just sitting and looking at the circus behind me without any interest. I got used to it after all the time I spent with my harem. Rin was looking at them scornfully while Bennett just gave me a cup of milk. I decided not to ask how or where she found milk. I am sure I saw no cows nearby. Better not to think about it. What do you think about humans? I wanted to probe the maids about the possibility of an alliance. They might tell me something useful after staying here for an entire day. Tails Fluffy don't care about humans. Willow mumbled something from the tails. Master is our everything, though I think that Master's plan is going to benefit from having additional servants. Rin was about to say something scary but corrected herself. Well, I know that you like to say and do scary things but can you at least pretend that the question was serious? She only answered with an enigmatic smile. Even after all the time as female I still don't get what they think. I shifted my gaze. You don't need to look at me like that, I am not Rin and I am not as jealous. Bennett started making excuses but I already know that she is stalker. What do you think about humans? They are, interesting. Not as interesting as Master but I still find them amusing. And the last one. I looked at Grace who was sitting further away glaring at Willow. I don't care about them. If they serve Master, nice. If they don't, might as well not exist. We all remember how the humans treated us. She muttered it and returned to glaring. How exciting, well, I am happy to see that you have an opinion about what is going on. They did not say too much and mostly they were focused on me. Scene change. I waited until the midnight and when I walked out of the tent I found Lily tied and gagged. On top of her were Kazumi and Alina. Now I understood what Rin meant back then. Here she comes, our little cheater. Your new sweetheart is here as well. Alina looked at me with her gentle smile. Well, she wanted to talk about something. I decided not to jealous her even more. Kaka, can I be considered, your, P primary? L like the first. Kashumi is in her own world again. She was learning from Alina, and the things she already learned were not the good ones. Untie her please, I will interrogate her myself. With us behind you, that's what you meant. I meant what I meant. Now do untie her and go inside. Normally I would yield to Mother Eli but not today. What is going on? Kashumi was not able to follow the flow of conversation, so she needed some help. Are you a good girl? Why yes. She straightened herself. As a good fiancé you should be obedient to your husband, right? Yes, Kaka. K. Now be a good girl and untie the girl you are sitting on. Kashumi's face darkened, but after my motivating words she decided to obey. They untied Lily and walked inside the tent. Thank you. The princess prostrated in front of me and I was about to call the kidnappers back when she understood what I want. I offer you my loyalty and assistance. I looked at her like at a piece of S-star. She is indeed worthy of this look. I can't remember a single time when she was looking like a princess. Before you refuse, I am the first princess of the kingdom. I have a huge influence at the court, I have access to the top secrets of our state. And the most important one, I have the right of inheritance and will be considered rightful heir if there are no sons claiming the throne. She raised her voice and I wouldn't be surprised if the entire camp already knows about our talk and its contents. I will not mess around with a crazy girl like you. Can you finally go away and leave me to my rest? She is too crazy to risk my helping her around, not to mention that I already have a pocket duchess and for now I have no use for a pocket queen. My offer is not withdrawn, my lady. I am yours to command at any moment. Just call for me when I am needed. I watched her go away and finally breathed out. While normally I would be happy to have another girl in love with me, she is too disgusting for my taste. I wonder if I'd feel different if she was an arrogant and domineering princess. Volume 1 Chapter 78. Taming of the Fox. Before I make the final decision I have to ask one more person. I kneeled and started praying to summon that damned goddess. I spent an entire hour before a torii gate appeared. When I saw who came out of the gate I wanted to scream. Well, it is Akagi, the issue is that she is completely naked. Have you lost your clothes? I reminded her about her looks. You woke me up, and of course I was naked. Why should I sleep in all of the clothes? She yawned and looked at me like I am an idiot. After I saw her body I was, not feeling anything about it. It's not a surprise that I shouldn't be aroused by a child. However, I had to keep reminding myself that I am not a pedophile, and I was worried that if someone sees this costume of hers, I might end up in a very spicy situation. Can you stop with this nonsense? I came here for what? For satisfaction of your high libido. She kicked the half-dead person. She approached me so closely that I had to look down at her, and the sight was much clearer than before. I didn't see anything. I am not a pedophile, because we are both girls. Oh, so you're worried about seeing Akagi-sama's beautiful body. Here it goes, now she won't leave the issue without her attention. Don't worry, kid. I am not interested in fooling around with you for longer than it is required. Well, it doesn't look that ba. The requirements are of course defined by me. Suddenly a sweet mature voice whispered in my ears. When I looked I saw a tall man with wide shoulders and beautiful face. On top of the new form of the goddess were 2 fox ears. What calmed me down a little was that she is now at least wearing a tunic. I understood the sex after I saw a modest control tower below the tunic. She caressed my face and whispered. You really are behaving like both a guy and a girl. So funny. The voice and manners are refined and gentle, yet they are seductive. Is this her lady killer form? She answered with a smile and licked her lips. Can we go back to the topic of why I called you? I was not feeling good after her pickup. I felt hot and I am sure I look like a tomato. Not to mention I feel weird in the lower half. She did not answer but kept caressing my face with one hand, the other touched my back and slowly crept down. Are you sure? I felt her each movement and I felt that if this goes on, my innocence will be in danger. You are virgin, even with such a harem you don't use the chance. I was on the brink of just falling into her arms and letting her do whatever she wanted. I controlled my own body less and less. That should be enough for you. It all ended when she just let go of me, I was heavily panting and I am sure if she kept caressing me, I would see star. You look at me like you want to continue. I fervently shook my head, which barely avoided reflexive nodding. She turned back into her usual self, and thus saved me from becoming another of her victims. The war, demons versus humans. What should I do? I panted what I could before I fell down on my knees. I can just say that I don't care about what you do. Well, there are some limitations, of course. What are those limitations? I am getting tired of having to squeeze every bit of information out of her. Listen, kid, I don't care what you choose, but let me be clear, if you keep your A** out of it, I will be disappointed. She waved a finger in front of me. Why do you want me to participate in this slaughter of continental scale? Because they already staged so much, and now I have a way to screw every one of their arrangements, Kihihi. What do you mean by staged? Light stirred the humans, dark stirred the demons. I was asked to keep my nose out of their play. She shrugged her shoulders. Of course, Akagi-sama will stay away from their play, because you are not me and thus can intervene in any of their plans. She was looking so happy while I was scared. If this crazy goddess kicks me into the already staged play of the other gods, will it be different from just killing me? Relax, kid. I can change anything I want at any time. They will not dare to lay their fingers on you. So, it looks like I answered what you want. Hey, time to sleep. She walked back to the torii. Wait. What will happen if I choose to stay neutral? I asked her before she left. Nothing important, I will just curse you. She nonchalantly said that and disappeared in the gate. What an A** hole. And now I have to think about what to do. Side story 16. Fish without water equals ship without guns. We arrived to a large building. By large I mean that it is indeed a worthy opponent to the Union skyscrapers. Not in its height but in its width. This is one of the largest arenas in the entire empire. Do you like it? The warrior was agitated when he looked at me. While I did hear about the tournament, I would like to hear what exactly will happen. There will be a lot of duels. The winners of the first round will fight in the second, then in the third. You got the idea. Indeed. Shall we go? I walked towards the entrance. From there we were led to the training area where the other fighters gathered. When we entered they greeted us with an appraising gaze. Greeting, gentlemen. My name is Delight, I hope we will have the honor of crossing the blades in the coming fights. I showed the basic courtesy and walked to a free place where I started checking the list of fighters and searched for the one whom I will fight today. I wonder when the noble girls show up, does it mean they are thinking we will just let them do whatever they want? Who wants to crush her in the first fight? One of the contestants was more proactive than the rest. I turned around and deployed the artillery. I might look like a sheltered noble girl, but allow me to correct you all. I am the servant of Her Majesty, the pride and honor of the Royal Navy. I fight here not to win but to spend some time, for I know no defeat. Those of you, who dare look down on me, might as well come and test my strength right now. I assure you, I shall not use my full strength fighting you. The commotion was indeed pleasing. I look forward to fighting them all. Side story 17. Face to face. I walked through an arch and in front of me was a large open space surrounded by walls. The sitting places are placed like in stadiums. I looked around and saw that the majority of places were occupied. When my opponent, a warrior with a huge axe, entered the arena, I was deafened by the crowd's cheering. I was not met with anything, which has disappointed me a bit. I was interested to find how far I can go while fighting. A group of people in priest clothes walked in and explained the rules, mostly to me. The rules are, you can fight in almost any way but no killing, also no magic. So, I can't just cut the opponent's head straight away. A bit disappointing, but I can do many other things. Begin the fight. The warrior ran straight at me. His wide swing was slow and I had a lot of time to evade. I decided to play around and did not counterattack. The enemy continued swinging around the axe and I evaded some of his attacks. In the end even I grew tired of his inability to challenge me, so kicked him in the back, the lower part of it. Quit fooling around and fight me. He broke the close contact and was trying to provoke me into offensive. I did not even take out the weapon, and that was making the enemy more and more agitated. I was waiting and stood in one place, without any movements. I am sure my belt will not be damaged by him, so I had no need to rush the fight. I have all the time in the world, and for that reason I gave my most charming smile. Diuw**. He leaped at me. Flash. Falling body. Stiletto returned to scabbard. Delight 1, an unsure voice announced the result. Volume 1 Chapter 79. Probing the ground. The next morning I woke up in the warm hands of Alina. Even if she is constantly acts like a mother, she is still warm and nice. After I learn how to keep her silent, I might as well keep her as my bed companion. Where do you think you're going? When I tried slipping out of the bed, she woke up and tightened the hug. I need to pay a couple of visits. If you want to keep hugging me, then go with me. Okay, okay. Just say that you want to be carried there. She always knows what I need. Well, my hopes were surpassed when we exited the tent. While Alina was ready to carry me anywhere, even she had issues with princess carrying a goddess in her hands, especially when she is looked at by a lot of kings, dukes, and counts. She was carrying me to all of my meetings with a perfectly beet-colored face. At one point we walked into the Emperor of Gru's pavilion. I waved my hand and declared, "Carry me there, I want to sleep there." And the fox-bearer did the task. The Emperor was writing something in his papers. When I was carried in, he glanced at me and returned to the papers. Alina was hesitating to lay me down on his bed, but my orders reigned supreme. "Good morning, have you slept well?" The Emperor was polite but a bit irritated by my sudden visit. "Oh, this is a nice bed. If only I had a couple of those, let's tease him a bit." "I am sorry, for now I have no way of ordering new beds for you. Can you write me when I return to the Empire?" I was done with fooling around, so I ordered my servant to put some pillows for me and teleport there. By the time we were done, the Emperor was ready to talk as well. "Alina, wait outside. So, shall we have a chat?" I clapped my hands and tilted my head. "Yes, I am ready to listen to what you can tell me." The Emperor sat in his chair behind the desk. "The situation becomes less and less stable, soon the war will break out on all fronts. How well is Gru prepared?" I started my offer from afar. "We are well prepared, our military is one of the strongest amongst the participants, almost as strong as yours. If only the others prepared for the approaching crisis better. Oh, this will be so problematic to handle everything by ourselves." He showed interest in answering me, but we are not close enough to discuss such things in a more direct way. The war is coming and we have to oppose the demons and the neighbors. There is a great shortage of resources, and here, in this kingdom, is an ongoing civil war. I was approaching the actual offer. If only we had more time to prepare and had more resources, this is indeed a great oversight. The conference should try their best to reach an agreement for all of the humanity. Yes, the conference shall be the best answer for all of us, for it is the only way to unite the human strength against the demons, though they might need a bit of an outside help. I agree with you, great goddess. It is our duty as the strong to guide them towards the right choice. It is a great idea, Franz. I think we might be able to show them which choice is the best for the common cause. However, will they listen to us? I was approaching the actual goal. I think we both know the correct answer, it is only natural for us to guide them. I, as the backbone of the strength, and you, as the wise goddess. Shall we? Regrettably no, we can cooperate but with no documents. I had heard the echo of your agreements and not ready to take such a risk. In the end we reached no solid agreements. While I am disappointed, your choice can be understood. If we end up in the same carriage we will repeat this talk later. Can you give me one promise? I am listening. Shall your army keep neutrality if I decide to follow my own way? I promise you, my army shall not take any actions against you, as long as you promise to do the same. Very well, we reached a mutually beneficial concord, this will be useful for both of us. I left the pavilion and clinged to mommy. I will have to do a lot of similar talks with a lot of people, I might use a few alliances and partisans. That is why my arm pillow will be necessary to conserve my strength. Why are you smiling? Alina gently patted my head. I have a nice catch, this will be a great asset for me. Now, carry me to the next destination. The day is not over yet. Volume 1 Chapter 80. The Unity and a Goddess Decision. My undercover talks did not attract more attention than a few actual alliances between the actual kings. That was enough for me, and soon I was done with building a small group of partisans which will try to guide the flow in the upcoming conference towards the best outcome. The conference will be in the open air. There were small canopies placed on a large field nearby. A lot of servants from all of the rulers were carrying chairs and other furniture to the places their lieges will sit at. The blue blood will sit in ornamented chairs, with the best wine and food ready to be consumed, near the other rulers who also want to show off how rich and strong they are. My own sitting place is a lot of pillows we stow. I mean requisitioned without asking. No canopy, no wine, and no servants aside from what I have. When the rulers actually gathered for the first conference, it was opened with an impressive and motivating speech by the light priests. The priests called for the peace and prosperity for the humankind, for mending all of the hostilities and for uniting the strength of the humanity. The day the conference began was the beginning of a great, deafening argument. Why should we let your generals lead our army? No way in hell. We will never allow you to hire our smiths. Don't make me laugh, your cravens have no value for any army in the world. I just sat by myself, further from the arguing kings. Soon, the Emperor of Gru joined me and sat down on the ground near my pillows. I heard about your divine abilities, could you please? Why should I? Let them argue. The reason is that my head starts to ache from their shouting. If this is for my friend. Silence. And the arguing kids were silenced at once. I prepared to raise my voice. You, a bunch of loud children, we are not amused. We will let you think about what you did wrong, in silence. If by the time we return we find any signs of arguing, I waved my index finger and turned around. I walked away from the place. The official cause is to let the heated debate calm down. The real cause is... Vroom. I sent out my scouts to search the area around. I wanted to find where are my own forces, which should arrive soon. Scene change. By the time I returned, the conference was going well, in a perfect silence. The delegates were gesturing amongst themselves in small groups. They managed to divide into groups of interests and were already making a steady progress. You can talk. The first few minutes the rulers were continuing gesturing without understanding that I dispelled the silence. After one of them said a word. Their faces, they are so funny. The conference already was well tuned and the delegates managed to reach a few agreements, so after the words were returned, the progress became evident. The small groups were becoming bigger, they were discussing and reaching more and more concrete proposals. It was a good choice to let them begin with a silent treatment. I was proud with myself. While the conference was steadily making progress towards the unification of the human military strength, I found my own army which approached the area. I am sure that by the evening they will already set up their tents. What I actually found interesting was a large army which also has the same destination. A large demon army will try attacking the conference and the majority of human army. I think this means that today I have to make the decision. I left the conference and covered a few kilometers before I summoned the deck. The maids were taken with me because I wanted to find out if their flight can be launched from the shipgirl deck. I crowded the deck with the aircraft. All fuel tanks were filled, all guns and bombs were loaded. The aircraft were ready for sortie. The first to take off will be the maids. The small jets were hooked to the catapults, their canopies were opened. My mates turned into the lights and taken their places in the cockpits of their respective planes. In the end I found out that they can easily operate even from my gear. After I launched all of the planes I returned. The conference was concluded and the rulers agreed to cast aside their arguing until the demons are dealt with. The human coalition was forged. Now I have to announce what I will do. My army was already within the sight. Its march has attracted the conference's attention. A minute later a large group of aircraft in echelon formations showed in the air. A demon army, a human army and my army, they all are here and my choice can tip the balance of power to any side with one bombing run. The planes entered a slight descent. Listen, kings and dukes of the mankind. I am Fuji, and I. Side story 18. All or nothing. All fights until now were easy ones, I had my leisure evading the attacks and finishing the fights with a single stab. The magic local paramedics used to treat the wounded is an interesting thing and it allows me to be quite daring in punishing the foul-mouthed opponents. The crowd is not favoring me and mostly got used to the fact that I am winning against any opponent. My companions also showed some good results and I am interested to find out whom will I fight in the end. I once again walked out of the arch and waited for the next opponent. The quarterfinals will be opened with this fight, so I expect to see a capable opponent. Soon my opponent walked out of another arch. It was a female warrior with a longbow. Her ears were unusual, almost like centaurs. You are the one who ends all fights with a single strike. My opponent started talking to me right after the fight began. Indeed I am. I too end it with a single strike. She drew the bow in a second and released an arrow. I saw her fighting before and this time she surely went all out at me. The arrow she fired was glowing blue and it was flying at a supersonic speed. A normal person would be killed immediately by this much power. Ping! What? My opponent was dumbfounded. I deployed the main guns and aimed at her. Any arrow against me is useless. Even this much points at the guns is not enough to break through my citadel. I smiled at her. I slowly walked towards her. As you decided to show your true strength, then I shall not hold back as well. I stretched out a finger and pushed her. She was pushed back a meter and fell down from a slight push. I walked out of the arena to wait for the next fight. Side Story 19. Plates and Belt. The final fight is approaching and one of my companions, the warrior, managed to squeeze into the final. If I win this one, I shall be his opponent. For now I walked out to the arena and prepared to fight against my last obstacle. The today's opponent is a knight in a full suit of plate armor and armed with a long sword. I slowly walked towards the starting point and turned towards him. Start the fight. I bolted at him and prepared to take out the stiletto. When I was within the strike range I flashed the stiletto at him. He rushed to parry with his sword but I am much faster. Ping! He did not parry but instead attacked me while I am close. My stiletto did not pierce his armor although my speed and mass should be enough to break through any steel armor. The long sword also did not penetrate my armored belt. We both jumped back and looked at each other in disbelief. Your cloth is as strong as my armor. Impressive. He spoke first. Impressive indeed, your armor is not as simple as I thought. Forgive my inadvertence. We both stood in a stance and waited who will make the mistake first. I ran away from him which shocked the spectators who did not expect such behavior. When I ran to the very edge of the arena I turned around. My opponent did not change his stance and waited for my move. If I can't pierce, then we both shall have no way to hurt each other. I ran at him and accelerated to the maximum speed. I rammed him with a stiletto at 34 knots. We both fell down as a lump. I looked down at the point of impact. There was blood. You won, he fainted. Side Story 20. Glory or nothing. I am standing in front of my final enemy. We look at each other and wait for the first mistake, the one which will end the fight. Miss Delight, while I could let you win, this would not be interesting. My good friend, the warrior, is my final opponent. It is my honor, I shall win for Her Majesty. While I am assured of my victory, I cannot be too cautious. The warrior proved to be strong and capable in close combat. My stiletto will be a burden if I dare to approach carelessly. We both stood on the same place, no one moved for the past 10 minutes. The warrior finally started moving, he slowly walked towards me. I walked towards him and drew the stiletto. Ping! He leaped at me and tried piercing my armor. To give him some credit, he aimed at my shoulder. My armor had no issues withstanding the sword. I counterattacked but he blocked the stiletto with the sword. Moreover, he managed to disarm me and aimed the sword at my throat. I used my palm to beat the sword away and broke the contact. Are you going to do it? He asked me with a grin. With a slight clanging I gave my answer. The main caliber slowly aimed at the warrior who gave a nervous laugh. We both know that I have no way to win against that, however, it will be cheating the tournament. So, are you going to use them? All gun barrels lowered at once. A wise choice. He approved, which made my chest warm. I wonder why 20 seconds later he paled. Wait a second. This is the checkmate, my good sir. With a bright smile I looked at the gun barrels. I surrender. He only accepted the fate after they rose into the firing position. Just like that, without making a single shot, I won the tournament. Volume 1 Chapter 81. Saving Yourself. Listen, kings and dukes of the mankind. I am Fuji, and I shall be the one who protects you from the demons. I will be benevolent ruler to those who obey me, but those who refuse my guidance shall face the certain doom. With this the dive bombers headed towards the demon army while my own army regrouped to fight. What is that supposed to be? The first king to raise his voice was the one that already fought me before. I only glanced at him and returned to looking at the still hesitating kings. Guards, kill that fraud. Only after he took action I got the justification for the deterrence. I sent a couple of flights to bomb the king's army while I aimed my guns at him. If we all fight together, she will have no chances. She is not a goddess, She is a fake who proclaimed herself to be one. He began to advocate for opposing me. Boom. A number of explosions occurred in the king's camp. You chose death, then let me be your soul's reaper. I aimed the guns and fired. Bulletin bum. The body fell down in a mist of blood. After this little show nobody else dared voicing their disagreement. Meanwhile, the demon army was attacked by the main air force and took heavy losses. I saw that the demons have a lot of monsters but that made them an easy target for heavy bombs. With their 0AA capabilities I got air supremacy, and after the first bombing run I sent the fighters and dive bombers to gun the survivors. The coalition of human rulers also was not standing still. They ran away from the place where the conference was and regrouped. I reunited with my own army and waited for their response. I expected that the coalition will not be too happy to know about my plans, but I did not expect that they will try to fight me when I am already prepared for that. The human armies gathered together within 1 hour after my declaration. The Empire of Gru stayed out of this and withdrew their force away from the coalition army, which gave me a clear way of punishing the ones who dared fighting against me. The human armies have a lot of boots on the ground and also a few hundred wyverns that they tamed to fight the demon air support. Also, they have a lot of siege engines, for example ballistas, which can be used as a super inefficient AA artillery. In the direct contact my army will be evaporated and the aircraft will suffer casualties. The enemy regrouped into defensive formations and was ready to fight against my own assault. I decided to make them an example of what happens to those who oppose me, which is why I opened fire with my main gun. Bang bang! Dual-mounted 127mm guns have an acceptable fire rate and power, thus I was both outside of their reach and dealt a large amounts of damage to the enemy infantry. After a few minutes of firing the enemy formations began to waver. I was getting tired of waiting, so I added 76mm guns to the gunnery. While it had some effect, it was still not enough to make the enemy troops retreat. I prepared the maid flight for sortie. Their planes might not be too efficient when it comes down to bombing, but they will only be there to make a flyby and scare the enemy into running. After that I will return to the palace and prepare to accept the new vassals. Or so is the plan. Scene change. Are we really going to participate in this war? It will be our first fight and I was too nervous to concentrate on the takeoff. Calm down, it will be all right. Master only wants us to fly over the human army. It will be easy, Willow. Bennett is thinking that I am going to run away? I am eager to show Master what we achieved, but will we perform as good as Master wants? What if we fail? Willow, your catapult is the third. Stop whining and be ready. We trained exactly for this. It will be our baptism by fire, and after this Master will finally make us a combat flight. Rin motivated me much better. Yes. I am tired of being a pilot in training. I want to stop being a rookie who takes off and lands. More flying. Oh no, Rin, what have you done? Now we need to calm her down from her excitement. Grace also added her opinion, even if she was holding back her laugh. Ace made Sentai, close the canopies and be ready to start up the engines. This is not an exercise. Finally I heard my beloved Master's voice, even when it is distorted by the magic, it is the most beautiful. A steady howling of the engine, a flat metallic surface of the deck, and a teeth-breaking acceleration of the catapult. They became so familiar to me that I can't imagine my life without it. The plane slowly floated to the catapult, and when it bumped I knew that it is connected. Take off in 3, 2, 1, go. Neo. Volume 1 Chapter 82. The first fight, the first loses. With a loud roar all 4 jets left the deck. The flight regrouped and climbed to 1,000 meters, and then they headed towards the combined army. When the soldiers saw the unknown flying arrows they began regrouping into anti-air formations. Their formation was somewhat similar to Care, with the difference of it being against the air attacks. The wyverns are rare enemies for the army, but there are still nations that use them. Flying monsters of this world can only attack after landing. By using their claws and their riders' weapons they kill enemies before they have the ability to send in the spearmen. After the wyverns lose the effect of their sudden attack, they take off and wait for the next opportunity. The only flying monsters that can use long-range attack are the dragons, which cannot be tamed, at least that is what the humans say. The jets lowered to 100 meters altitude and squeezed every bit of power from the engines. The first pass did not have any effect, the humans were too ignorant to be scared of their flyby. To have at least some morale effect I fired my guns and thus dealt some damage. I fired only when the jets were nearby to consolidate the fear of jets. The ace made set course for the second flyby. Soon the jets passed above the human armies, followed by the thunder of artillery. This finally made the enemy tremble and some of the soldiers began retreating. It was not enough yet, so I kept pushing for another run. The flight continued towards the human army and prepared to hug the ground at a comfortable altitude of 20 meters. Because I am already tired of this, and due to the jets requiring the refueling, I decided to sortie some bombers. I don't want to perform a mass killing yet, so I wanted to scare them away, but now I am facing a dilemma of having to choose the worst option. I need to return to my palace before I have my army encircled inside the hostile territory. I need to move steadily and to avoid the patchwork of a controlled territory. I have to consider the safety of my loyal subordinates, even if it is at the cost of killing the people on the other side of the battle. Master! Why are there other planes? Bennett shouted through the radio. Bennett, this is Control. We need to hurry. If they won't run, we will need to defeat them. Continue with the order. As you say. She was disappointed, but I will comfort her later, not now. The jets approached the enemy formation, and after their flying the opposition began to retreat. It was not an uncontrolled running but a planned withdrawing of their forces. That was somewhat enough for me, so I recalled the bombers. Scene change. I was ready to celebrate my victory when I saw something which almost made me shout. Rin, Bennett. What the F** are you doing? Return into the formation. Their planes separated from the group and changed their course. Sorry, Master. I know it might sound weird, but I need to take the initiative because you are not yet ready for that. I shall make the primitive idiots surrender to your rule, just wait for me. My love. What the F** are you doing? Return at once. Bennett, where the F** are you going? I don't want to see the people killed, Master. I don't want to be the murderer or a puppet in your hands. I am deserting. After that both of their radios went silent. I did not receive any more updates on them aside from the radars. They dived even lower and hid between the trees of a nearby forest. After my radar was no longer able to track them, I had to acknowledge that they are not going to return. 30 minutes later I got a signal from their jets. They bailed out, and a second later the jets crashed in a forest. I was too shocked after the treachery of my own confidants and friends. The choice I made clearly was not the best, but I can clearly see that there is no choice to please everyone. I will have to fight using what I have with me. What is more important? Why? IF** lost 20 platinum coins. For those two traitors. Because of those two traitors. 20. My crying and grief lasted for the coming hours. I have only 99 coins, the third of which are copper and the rest are silver. After the remaining fighters returned, we headed back to the palace, in a grave silence. I did not want to talk to anyone, nor to stay close to anyone. Only after I hid away Alina's hands she calmed down and left me to my reflecting. Volume 1 Chapter 83. Sorrow and some bacon. While I know that I am not a saint, that is not an excuse for the people to just betray. If they were so concerned, why did they not try to talk to me about their worries? Rin and Bennett are of the closest people to me. Kaka, why is everyone so gloomy? When Kashumi's never-withering smile showed up to my right, I just wanted to hit her as hard as I can, to let her feel my pain. I already raised my hand to hit her, but when I saw her expecting smile, filled with innocence and loyalty, I could only pat her and wryly smile. How are your lessons going? I tried changing the topic. Kaka, are you worried about something? She started to feel nervous. Just come here and hug me. We sat on a tree stump by the road. My army was marching back to the palace wherefrom we will begin the expansion and conquest. The passing soldiers looked at me without comprehending why I am like that. I even heard whispers that we were actually defeated and now are running like rats. In warm hands of my personal priestess, I finally calmed down enough to start rationally thinking about what happened and how to remake the plan to compensate the decline in my strength. Ding! You received 4 silver coins, 6 upgrade points, 2 steam catapults, epic, 1 dragon skin deck armor, 1 skill point, 1 level point. Scene change. IJN Fuji CV level 7/7, upgrade cap 100. FP-42. AA 32. AV 96. RD 90. AC 90. Flight deck, improved armor ready. Steam catapults 1, installed, epic, grade 5. 2, installed, epic, grade 5. 3, installed, epic. 4, installed, epic. Arresting wires installed, epic, grade 3. Rapid deployment. LVL 7. Tenacity and bravery. LVL 7. Brave New World. LVL9. Starts battle with 35% aircraft in air. Every 30s shows your pathetic firepower, 35% bonus to FP and AA. On activation, launches special airstrike of Kika, B7A and J7W. Can be activated every 1 hour. Scene change. Have you stopped daydreaming? When I closed the stats I heard someone, after I lifted my head. Mom my, hug me. I said it with a childish voice and stretched out the arms. When did I become your mom? Never mind. Come here, my sweet bastard. Mommy immediately hugged me and carried me towards the palace. She won't carry me all the way there, but I might enjoy not having to walk. Even if everyone leaves you, I am still here. You always can return to me. I can't stop thinking about it, yet, thank you. When we made a stop for the army to rest I recounted our quantities. Alina, where is the pervert? We miss not 2 but 3 people. Who? Albert, where is he? He said that he will go into a bush, and, that was 2 hours ago. She was confused after she realized that he is missing. Brilliant, another one went missing. I only need to lose 4 more people to be all by myself. Why the hell? Where did he go? This is not good, this is not good. Stop the panic. Come here, you need some calming hugs. Alina caught me before I began the actual tantrum. I am sure he is just somewhere in the rear of the column, he will catch up with us. She started imagining the best outcome, but I know that he is not. The scouts are constantly monitoring the column and I don't see Albert in the column. If he is still with us then he should be walking inside the forest, where the crowns are too thick to see anything below. I doubt that he is still somewhere nearby, he already ran away. Stop this spiral of doom. Alina strongly pushed down my shoulder. It was the pain required to refocus myself, so I did not pout at her. I left Alina and went to the priest, who tried talking nonsense with the soldiers. Kazumi really was saying absolutely unconnectable words, and even the simpletons she talked to were having hard time understanding what she wanted. I signed them not to be concerned with me, don't you dare looking at me, and sneaked in. When I was a meter away from her back I touched her sweet bacon. Kai. Ha 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 ha. We all laughed hard at her reaction. Another explosion of laughing occurred when she faced us with her face red from embarrassment and fury. Kaka. Why? She was not crying or stuttering, she was too infuriated to think about how she addresses me. Your bacon was too pretty, so I could not hold back. My words had the expected effect, and the red as her dress Maiko could only close her mouth and hide her face in my chest. Those small things helped me overcome the betrayal of my mates, but I already know that this is not an end. As the night comes closer we prepare for the sleeping in the dark and monster-infested forest. I lifted all of the Ka to the flight deck and prepared to launch BNW airstrike in case we are pressured too hard. When the troops are under attack they will shoot fire arrows into the sky, that is my way of finding out the attacked locations. A couple of arrows were fired and 4 flights of fighters and dive bombers began taking off. By the time they arrive the men will be either dead or close to that state. The night is so young. Side story 21. Commerce protection. My victory in the tournament was a pleasure. Although I was expecting some stronger opposition, this was still an interesting experience. Also, I will have some kind of a reward for this. To get the reward I will have to travel to this country's capital. While I was fine with walking all the way there, my companions were not so eager to exercise. Their desire to travel with comfort is understandable, so I had to accept their decision to travel together with a caravan. Luckily, in their guild there was a task to escort a caravan to the capital. Miss Delight, please, for the love of God, do not fire in the middle of the caravan. We gathered to discuss the plan, and from the doorstep I had to follow more and more regulations. I was forbidden from firing my main guns, from launching the hydroplanes. I even had to promise not to participate while I am near the caravan. When the caravan moved out to the capital I followed it in the rear. The further we moved the more I was concerned with the caravan's security. We have no destroyers and no air patrols. If an enemy aircraft attacks, we will be defenseless. The attack was from the surface. Halfway to the capital we were attacked by some kind of a beast. By the time the information about the attack reached me, this animal already managed to tear apart a few carriages. The warriors from the escort were unable to hold back the attacker. It was my time to shine. Because I was not near the caravan I was not restricted by anything. Port-side 4-inch guns were aimed at the beast the moment I found myself far enough from the caravan. Bang 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 bang. Whatever remains of the beast shall be cooked tonight. Volume 1 Chapter 84. Another busy night. 1:02 a.m. Somewhere on the border of Fuji's lands, wherever it is. A lonely soldier guarded his comrades while hoping that he will wake up tomorrow with all of his limbs attached. Every time he heard a sound he jumped up and prepared a spear. However, there was a sound which he always anticipated. Vroom. A loud noise of his goddess hand. When the monsters come, they will face the might of the flying weapons created by an unseen magic. When he heard another sound, coming from a bush, he prepared for battle. A moment later a bear showed up out of the bush. A huge monster, perhaps even a demon, it is not something a mere peasant can take down. While a sword master or an archmage can kill this abomination with low risk, the soldier was too weak for that. Wake up! In a few seconds all of his comrades woke up and grabbed their weapons. Bowmen shot fire arrows in the sky and now their only duty is to survive. The soldiers mumbled prayers to the goddess of air, the one whose planes flew above a couple of minutes ago. The squad sergeant organized the resistance and the soldiers managed to contain the monster bear and held their ground without casualties. The issue is that the planes are yet to arrive. With every passing minute the men were losing more and more strength. The beast was still kept away from them, but it was only a matter of time when it gets close enough to tear apart all of them. The help came not from the air but from the ground. Their fellow men brought pikes and that allowed the already tired soldiers to retreat. Long poles were held by 2 men to hold them even when the monster pushes the line. 30 strong men were barely enough to hold back the bear, and the situation was only held in a stalemate until the planes arrive. When the humming sounds approached, the bear rammed the line and the pikes broke. The beast started slaughtering people with its claws. The monster was too close to the infantry to attack it from above, it is possible only with collateral casualties. I am running out of options. Abort the attack, we will try it the next time. I had to send the planes for another circle, there is no way I can bomb the bear when the troops are so close. When the reinforcements arrived, the battered leftovers of the troops retreated with their wounded. The beast was held in a distance so I dared to attack it. Bulletin 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 bum. A burst of 30mm shells hit the bear with deadly precision. The wounded beast was dealt with by the ground forces. There were a lot of similar attacks, all of them ended with victory. While losses were high, they were not disastrous. My air arm was handling everything well and I had no shortage of air power deployed. Another bunch of fire arrows, another flight of bombers sent in, another mission ended and the bombers landed for resupplying. My flight deck was constantly busy with landing and launching planes. I expect today's losses to be about 500 men. Well, 1 death is a tragedy, 10 is a disaster, 100 is a statistic. By the time my bombers arrived to deliver 2 tons of presents, a group of orcs which attacked my troops was already dead. I sent one of the bombers to evaluate the situation. When the results were reported I wanted only to face palm. On the ground I saw a figure in a white cloak. When the figure saw my plane, it started waving and jumping around like an imbecile. I had to go there to resolve the situation. From the very first second I entered the figure's view I was called out. Lady Fuji. This is me. Lily showed up. Why the hell are you here? I was irritated, because this person doesn't know when to stop. I heard about what happened with father. You already refused me, but let me tell you something that will interest you. She was still pushy but I let her continue. Brother wants to guide the war effort against you, she is the enemy of my people, she cold-bloodedly murdered the king and threatened the continent into submission. He is yet to be crowned, you get what I mean. She pointed both of her index fingers at her face and smiled. And why should I be concerned right now? Even if he becomes the next king, why should I change my plans? He has low support, with your backing I will have easy time becoming the queen, and with that you will have both the country and the army. And also this will buy you some time before you have to protect your fortress. What is his route? I handed her a map where she swiftly showed his way to the capital, as well as some of more hidden details. I am useful, right? Right. She was proud with herself. Drake's route is close enough to mine, so I decided to give this plan a shot. I want to kill him for making such plans. New companion added, for now. Volume 1 Chapter 85. Bright fire solves everything. Even if the night was tense, we had to move out in the morning. I barely had an hour to take a nap, so I decided to use it to the best. When the first shades of crimson showed up, I ordered the remaining planes to keep waving their wings until I'm done sleeping. If they have no fuel left, then it is their issue. The moment I entered my tent I fell down into a hay pile I had to use as my cushion. Nobody was allowed in, and that meant I don't have to stay half awake until my companions fluff me. My bio clock rang the moment we were supposed to head out, and I reluctantly crawled out of the tent with closed eyes. I bumped into someone, then into someone else. Can't you step aside? Fuji, can you wake up? You are the one commanding the army. Alina was the first living being I met this morning. Ding, ding, ding. What is she doing? Also I heard Lily. I don't know, she can't speak our language yet. Ding, ding, ding. The noise of bells was irritating, but I am yet to open the eyes. I tried hitting the noisemaker and the ringing intensified. Ding, ding, ding. I barely opened the eyes to kick whoever was producing the hellish sound and saw Kazumi, who danced and jumped around me with her Maiko trinkets. Kaka. You woke up. Thank gods, I thought I will never exorcise the evil spirits that possessed you. I feeks. My cheeks. I am impressed. You'll get used to this, she is different when she is just being herself. While I was punishing the noisy Maiko, Alina and Lily began their own girl talks. I wonder if Alina was the one responsible for Rin's weird behavior, and I fear that Lily will become even weirder than the previous bunch. Scene change. The army was already on the march, and all I had to do was to redirect it towards the new destination. I sent out the scouts and a few bombers to carpet bomb anything hostile on the way. With the army's current speed we are supposed to reach the Prince's Path in 5 to 6 hours. When we will be near the route I will send out the scouts, which will pinpoint the exact location, and that is when the fun begins. While I prepared my masterpiece of a plan, the girls kept touching my tails. You sure we did not mistake? See for yourself, there can be no mistake. No, no. Girls, look, they are exactly like they were before. Just why can't they focus on something but my tails? As I said, there can be no mistake, she just did not bother with what happened. Yes, you're right. Now I see as well. Master is always exciting us. When they finally stopped their arguing I was lifted up and sat in Alina's arms. Hoo! She is just like a little doll. So cute. I wonder how can she keep this expressionless face for so long. Does it even matter? I know I can be patient when it is required, but I have my limits. Can't they see that I am kinda busy? Kazumi stood further away from the circus I was trapped in. She was looking at the other girls with disgust. She was not used to the amount of worship my tails received, so I can understand her. I gestured her to come closer. Can you tell why they are so agitated? Well, they think that. Looks at the tails. When was the last time you looked at them? Why do I need to look at them? They are a part of me, I perfectly know what is going on with them. To prove it I spread out my tails like a peacock. Then the cogs in my brain started working. After I summed 2 and 2 I understood that the result is not 4. I turned my head towards the tails and recounted them. Okay, can anybody tell me why there are 5? My question dumbfounded everyone around. And how are we supposed to know this, you little peacock? Alina was outraged by my statement. What is going on? Lily was looking like she completely lost the chain of events. If this was an anime, she would have spirals instead of her eyes. Girls, can't we just accept that this how our master does everything? Grace just embraced the reality and tried to take Willow out of the tails. Am I dreaming? Fuji, are you alright, are you ill? Alina said it with a feigned worry. What now? What is going not like you expected? I was getting too tired of this. It's been an entire minute since you discovered your new tail and you are yet to burn something. I wonder if she sees me as a retard. Just for the sake of her amusement I lit the foxfire. This time it was much more powerful. I might even consider the combat use of the foxfire. Are you satisfied? With this I jumped out of her arms and ran towards the head of the army column. Volume 1 Chapter 86. Sibling Rivalry. It did not take much of my time to reach the prince's supposed route. However, before it happened I had to adjust the army's route more than once. It was all due to an issue I encountered. I found that the lag between my scouting planes finding the prince's group and me arriving there is too large. No matter how much a plane's speed is, it can't just teleport between destinations, creating a delay between the detection and the arrival. The last opportunity to intercept the prince's army was slipping away rapidly, and to increase the odds I used my secret weapon. I decided to perform a rapid aerial attack to immobilize the group, and while they can't run away the main force will rapidly attack. While the main group of dive bombers was dragging behind, I let Willow be the scout. My choice of using jet plane was caused by the Fury's faster speed, which should also decrease the lag between my attack and the enemy's movement. Scene change. What should I do, Master? I was instructing my own tales, because Willow digs in the moment I stop walking. Your task is to discover the location of the enemy. You should avoid detection, so be careful. When you find them, just return before you are spotted. Yes, I understand. Tell me when I should go. She responded and returned to her playing. Does she bother you? Grace was both jealous and concerned. By concerned I mean that she is concerned whether Willow is going to forget the task. No, you can join her, I will just make the parody of a princess work in your stead. I invited my second maid to have some fun. Knowing how my maids love to cuddle instead of working, there should be no consequences. I shouldn't, Master. If I won't be able to fulfill my duties, then why am I even here? Gee. Scene change. The army marched for 1 hour until I decided to find the location of the prince's group. Following my plan, I launched the jet fighter. When the enemy force was discovered, I estimated the distance between them and me to be 10 kilometers at most. The enemy had a few hundred soldiers and a lot of carriages. My army will catch up in 1 or 2 hours, but first I needed to slow the enemy down. I prepared the brave New World airstrike, materializing above me 4 flights of Kika jets with 500 kilograms bombs. They dived at the enemy column and hit almost all of the carriages, which stopped the enemy from moving forward. The prince's forces had to regroup into combat formations and prepare to meet me. During the time my own force was approaching, the enemy set up some basic positions, which meant that they will fight. Both armies were mostly standing behind their vanguards because there is not too much space for large forces. The difference was that my army has my own power, which can be considered supreme in this world. I stepped forward with Lily and summoned the gear. I fired ranging shots but did not continue. I waited if Drake will come to me by himself. A minute later he indeed showed up, with a sword and armor. He was not coming here to talk but to fight. Can you make him surrender? Maybe. He is not completely unreasonable. Lily stepped forth, armed to the teeth as well. The siblings stared at each other for some time before they started talking. Brother, you should surrender. If you want to save our father's country, then you should just step aside. Sister, you perfectly know that what you are proposing is just selling our father's country to this fox. While I hoped she will be a friend, now I know that it is too late to talk. You are going to sink the land in blood, this can be avoided, so why are you so stubborn? She did not order you to fight but to let her be the leader for the humanity. And you are sure she will just stop there? Power corrupts, and by the looks of things Fuji is completely lost. Their debate was making my head hurt. I did not interfere in their own relations, so they kept on arguing. Until they reached the boiling point. I will not let you sell our lands. I will not let you kill our people. With this they ran at each other and started fighting, with swords. Generally, a mage is not as good as a melee warrior, so Lily was on the losing side. However, she was smart enough to break the distance, and because she was much lighter, she outran her brother. When she was far enough, the running in circles was over and the mental princess fired some magic. Her magic missed a lot, but she kept on shooting magic projectiles. Few of them hit, but even that much was enough to hurt Drake. He was receiving scratches all the time, until his fatigue and pain made him stop. The prince dropped the sword and raised his hands, surrendering to the inevitable. The same evening Lily entered the capital, and a few days later she was crowned as the new queen. Drake was sentenced to be put under house arrest until I decide what to do with him. Soon I returned to my palace, and from there I started making war plans for destruction of both the demons and the coalition of human nations. Volume 1 Chapter 87. The Declaration of Celestial Order. The palace was in the process of construction. After the taking over of the kingdom I had some nice assistance in both military personnel and construction. The land works were almost completed, the resources are already here, so soon I will be able to sleep in my own palace. After the recent events, some of the rulers in coalition agreed to surrender, and now I control about 1/8 of the continent. With this I can pretend to be a major player and proclaim my own rule and its principles. Thus I sat in the tent and started staining paper. I did not let anyone come in, whoever they are. I only kept Willow because she doesn't care about anything but my tails, and occasionally she brings me some food and water. I was relentlessly working for the next week, and the results of my work were somewhat acceptable. I've written the draft of my first declaration as the supreme ruler of the continent. Being a goddess is a hard task. Scene change. When I finally decided that the current draft was suitable enough, I left the tent to have some rest. Alina was busy attending to the new Queen Lily, and also making sure that the newborn ruler will not create me troubles. Grace was working as foreman on the construction site. Willow, only one person is left. May the gods grant us their protection. May Fuji-sama bless us with her guidance and wisdom. She was murmuring prayers in front of the little altar. I silently sneaked into her back and kissed her nape. Kya. Every time I hear them doing such things I can only smile. It is so funny to make the girls shriek from surprise. Considering that they have nothing against that, I don't have to worry about the consequences. Kazumi was pouting at me but did nothing else. What, are you not happy? She was the one who wanted closer relations with me. Kaka, there is a thing called emodaration. Could you please show our intimacy when we are secluded? She was still pouting, and so I decided to use the ultimate way to calm down any girl. Fluffy, the tails did their job well. We both sat down on a carpet and I gave myself to Kazumi. She was hugging me, fluffing my tails and ears. I even let her use the lap pillow. That was the required moral rest for me. I was well fed, I had proper sleep, and I had some reading while I was working, but that is not the same as having such a nice rest. After I cuddled with Kazumi, I went to Grace. Master, good day to you. She bowed. Grace, can you send out the invitations to the loyal rulers? I have an announcement which I should make. Of course. How soon should they arrive? Gee. The next weekend sounds nice to me. Oh, right, request accommodation for the guests. I doubt they will just arrive for a day. Houses, transportation, food. Master, I will do it, she was disheartened. Too bad Rin ran away, she was better at administrative work. Yes, if only she returned. We spent some time regretting the recent events. Scene change. I returned to my hard work and continued writing and revisiting ambiguous parts of the draft. This work continued until the very final day. All of the rulers who were invited have arrived and were ready to show their loyalty to me. While I do question their loyalty, I at least know that I have a long time to teach their successors how to be good people, in my understanding. Some of the rulers sided with me to avoid facing my strength, some decided that it is beneficial, some might even expect to receive lands for siding with me. For now I should show them the principles of my rule. If I am successful, I can greatly decrease the chances of future rebellions. I gathered everyone to make the long-awaited announcement. The official guidelines of my future rule. From this moment I become the supreme ruler of the human nations. I will provide moral guidance as the goddess and be the mediator of international conflicts. The nations under my rule shall not be tied in their internal affairs, aside from the few guiding principles, both morally and politically justified. I let all of the subordinate nations enjoy their freedom with having me as their judge and protector. I hope that every nation will enjoy peace and prosperity from the moment the war with the demons ends. The exact guidelines you can find in the texts of my declaration. Every one of you has been granted a copy. Please, do not be worried about being restricted from ruling your nations. I will provide guidance, but I will not be your monarch. That is all I have to announce. Enjoy the banquet. The rulers were very happy when they read the declaration, so I can expect it to be politically successful. Now all I have to do is to win against the demons and unite the rest of the continent. Volume 1 Chapter 88. Long-range scouting mission. The political situation was somewhat stabilized after my declaration. Using the Allied armies, I stabilized the situation and secured the borders of my controlled territories. That was the moment I started properly reviewing the results of previous battles. I am not a general, so I left the land command to the people who at least have an idea how it is done. To myself I left the role of commander-in-chief and recon. While the first task can be handled from the tent, the second one had to be performed in field. By in-field I mean that I will have to go around the entire continent to launch a couple of planes, land them and run to the next location. I am busy with working and commanding, and those actions cannot be performed remotely, which is why I can't leave the palace. It was the first time I reviewed my usage of aircraft. It was surely not because I was too lazy to go running around to launch scouts. While the range of my planes is more than 500 kilometers, I usually just launch them to strike targets in 50 kilometers at most. My common tactic of short-range attacks is caused by the lag between finding the targets, flying and engaging them. The further they are, the more time it takes for my planes to reach the targets, which both lets the enemy change the location, and leaves me with less aerial assets on standby. The closer the enemy is, the more airstrikes I can make, and that was my main reason for close-range tactics. Current issue is me being too used to launch planes with no additional fuel tanks and with decreased fuel load. Also, I lack the experience of long-range aviation usage. I can cover quite a lot of territory if I send out the scouts with a lot of fuel, which is why I started long-range scouting. The results were astonishing. I managed to discover a few armies which already were in the attack range of my planes. Also, I discovered a huge demon army which was approaching my palace. To counter its approach, I ordered making proper defense in case some of the demons reach the palace. I sent out the first wave of bombers to carpet bomb them into nothing. When the bombers dropped their cargo, the bombs exploded right before they could damage anything. The demons also have a magical shield which protects them from aerial attacks. With this, I only had to wait until the enemy arrives. I went at Lily's to ask about the previous magic shield. Scene change. It is the product of an ancient magic. It is powerful but can only work for a short time. Great, I only need to wait until the shield is dissolved. Wait a moment and let me finish. The reason for the short time of work is that the shield requires massive amounts of magic, which humans lack. The demons, on the other hand, are much better in terms of mana capacity. Even rank S mages are only capable to store as much mana as a common demon mage. So the shield you encountered might work for a few weeks without any issues. Okay, Miss Super Mage, tell me, how can the damned magic be weakened? To weaken the magic you need to attack it again and again with great strength. Sooner or later the shield will be weakened to the point when it will break. Then you will have an hour until the demons can create it again. This gave me some ideas how to break through the shield, but that was not enough. Even if I can break through it, I will need a lot of airstrikes to weaken the enemy army. I decided to test out a way to break through the shield without having to sacrifice the power of my strike force. Scene change. A flight of dive bombers was sent towards the demons. When they arrived, they almost waited until the demons spotted them and reinforced their shield. From that moment on, one by one the bombers prepared to dive in. They spread out the formation, and by the time the first bomber was ready to drop the bombs, the second bomber only flipped and began its dive. The leader dropped a bomb from higher altitude than the bombers normally do. Before the bomb reached the shield, it opened and a lot of small charges dispersed around. When they exploded, the shield fluctuated, and by that time the second bomb was dropped. One after another, the bombs were damaging the shield, and after the fourth bomb the fluctuations were so strong, that for a moment the shield even stopped working. I am sure that if there was a second wave of cluster bombing, the shield would be breached. I waited until the bombers returned home and assembled the air force. A buzzing swarm lined up on the flight deck and started taking off from with the carrier's catapults. After it assembled into the air armada, it set course towards the demon army. Side story 22. Presenting the champion. The capital entered my vision after a 2-day trip. I saw a large city with marble facing of buildings, clean streets, and a lot of people. I have to admit, I am not good with crowds, so this place will be a bit stressing. My companions almost dragged me to a large wall inside of the city. There was another castle, a part of the ancient defense. When we entered the castle, I found a luxurious interior with wide halls. Now that is something befitting Her Majesty. That is why I was not surprised when we walked into a throne room. We approached the king, who sat on his throne, surrounded by people. My companions have knelt, with the exception for the warrior. I performed a slight curtsy, befitting my role of the flagship. The warrior stepped forward. Greetings, Your Majesty. We arrived as soon as you summoned us. You don't need to be so formal with me, son. The king exchanged greetings with the warrior and looked at me. I ordered to bring your reward to the armory. You all may go. We will have a conversation later, my dear champion. After this, the warrior stayed and the rest of us left the throne room. Scene change. Son, are you sure that she will be of use? I assure you, Your Majesty. She might be weird, but her strength is unmatched. I did not even fight her. If I did, I would not be here. A servant rushed into the throne room and approached the king. The situation is developing, 1 week at most. After this phrase, the king's face expressed only concern. Volume 1 Chapter 89. Agents of the Darkness. My eyes were focused on the aircraft until they left my sight. From there on they were tracked only with the radar and radio. I did not make rash decisions this time and did not focus on the air alone. I made sure that there is a screening army which will be used to keep the demons busy if my aircraft will not be able to destroy the enemy army before it arrives here. My current defense force consists of 3 regiments sent here by different countries under my control. I estimated the enemy force to be about 15 regiments. So, 15,000 demons against my bunch of vagrants. I can already guess what will happen if the aircraft fail to eliminate the enemy. 40 minutes later the aircraft began to form the attack order. 2 flights of dive bombers with cluster bombs will break the magic shield, then the rest of them will dive into bomb high-value targets. The torpedo bombers will follow too. Wait a moment. What is going on down there? I looked down from my command post at the highest level of the palace and saw a brawl right in the middle of the army position. When I took a closer look through a scope I found out that one of the regiments began fighting the other 2. When I mean that they are fighting, I mean they are killing each other. I have a battle going on right in the middle of my defensive formation. I can't recall the aircraft because they will need almost an hour to just get back here. I can't fire the guns because the multi-layer fortification I built is not letting the carrier open fire from its position. To change its position I need to spend a lot of time, turn, move, make sure a lot of things are taken into consideration, and only then I can open fire. Neither can I summon the gear to open fire from my position. Due to the circumstances I sent a lot of people to test out what is going on with the armored deck, which was upgraded previously. I needed to check the wear of my flight deck's covering and if there is a need to replace some of the details. Because even a medieval smith can check such details I did not bother to do that myself and sent people who know how the metal parts should look. Now I am a hostage to those circumstances which piled up into a mess. I can only look at what is going on down below. The fight started when I had to make the final corrections to my battle plan of airstrike. I have no way of going there myself for a melee fight. I decided not to rush the airstrike and do everything properly. Scene change. The shield breakers began their assault. This time the demons were prepared for that and wyvern riders greeted the bombers. Of course, they were not able to stop the diving comets and the bombers successfully delivered their cargo down to the shield. The shield was barely holding after the cluster bombs but it was still there. I had to postpone the bombing and the armada set course for the backup route. I had to risk my dive bombers and sent them to gun the shield in hopes of breaking it. 2 echelon formations lined up for the gun run. The bombers fired everything they got, 2 light machine guns each. After a rain of bullets the shield finally broke. I guess its secret is that it can stop anything, as long as there are not too many attacks for its regeneration. And after a few tries everyone in this world decides to use the strongest weapons to break through, which does mean nothing to this shield while I created such an amount of attacks that the shield could not stop all of them and thus turned off. With the shield out of commission I decided to slightly change my plans of the attack. The situation nearby was quickly getting out of hand. The traitors were winning and the other 2 regiments were about to be destroyed. I had to switch between monitoring the situation on the ground and in the air. I could not assist my ground forces like that, which is why I need to hurry up, and after that thought I realized that I have a way of speeding up the resolution. I think this is indeed a good time to test out this ability. Is this all you've got? Now it is the time for you to face the despair. Skill activated. Volume 1 Chapter 90. Super Carrier. A large number of aircraft spawned right above the carrier. A group of arrow-like aircraft flashed above me with a humming. Neo. I have 15 more flights of aircraft, all are ready to strike. Super Carrier. Changes all fighters to Kika, changes all dive bombers to J7W. Instant takeoff for aviation. Plus 25% bonus to evasion, plus 50% bonus to aviation. Duration, 1 hour. Can be activated every 1 hour. Kika jets dropped 500 kg bombs right into the middle of rebellious regiment. I expected a number of large explosions but the ones that happened did surprise me a lot, they were much more powerful. Scene change. IJN Fuji CV level 7/7, no cap, temporary. FP 100. AA 100. AV 150. RD 100. AC 100. EV, 39. Scene change. The jets finished their bombing and the rest of the aircraft began dropping bombs on top of the survivors. Soon the area around the palace became filled with aircraft and smoke. The treacherous regiment was under constant gunning from the aircraft, shocked enemies were not expecting my aircraft to show up at all, and it looks like all of their tactics did not include the possibility of my air arm participating. After a few gunning passes from jets and bombers, the hostiles surrendered. Only 10% of the hostile regiment managed to avoid death. The demon front also was busy with my aircraft. After the magic shield was destroyed by my daring strike, the enemy formation was in the open. J-7W with 500 kilograms bombs dived at the enemy monsters. Their performance was disappointing, to put it in a good way. The interceptors are not the best planes to act as dive bombers, so I did not put too much faith in them. My main strike force are the jets. Small Kika jets carried 500 kilograms bombs which dealt a huge damage to whatever the target is. Their speed and agility also let them evade most of the attacks from the air, and almost ignore the struggle from the ground. Magic arrows and magic spells did nothing to the planes which buzzed above at the speed of 700 km per hour. The jets were my MVP, but the torpedo bombers, which became my strategic asset a long time ago, have dropped a lot of bombs right on top of the enemy heads. Of course, most of the bombs missed due to the carpet bombing from high altitude, but those which hit something have decreased the amount of enemy soldiers by a lot. After I activated the super skill, my active duty aircraft became the same as my BNW support group. I find it funny that I've gathered 14 fighter flights, 29 torpedo bomber flights and 10 dive bomber flights. In total it is more than 200 aircraft in air. This much really makes me feel like a super carrier. Scene change. The demons were overwhelmed during the first strike, but there were far too many for my aircraft to deal a devastating blow to their fighting ability, and after the first wave used all of its ammunition, I sent them back to resupply. When I recalled the planes that attacked the demon army, the BNW aircraft disappeared immediately. I was not concerned because my plan is to send my additional aircraft from super skill to replace the ones that return. When the additional aircraft finished bombing the C** out of the traders, I sent them to land at the carrier for resupply. The moment the first fighter touched down, all of the planes disappeared and respawned above the carrier, fully fueled and armed. By the time the demons were ready to raise a new shield, my second wave arrived and was ready to make some noise. I learned a lesson after the first attempt. This time I did not use the interceptors in a stupid diving attack. I used them as assault planes to drop their bombs and gun down everything around. Together with the jets they can cause a lot of ground damage with 30mm guns. The jets used their superior speed to strike at the remnants of the enemy air force, and after they were done genociding the wyverns, they dropped bombs at the largest of enemy monsters. They killed several dinosaur-like creatures with heavy siege machinery, one small dragon which did not dare to contest the skies, and a squadron of enemy spider cavalry. Torpedo bombers did not participate in the carpet bombing this time, the enemy was too scattered after the previous attack. Instead, the bombers attacked in small groups and dropped their heavy ordnance on the clusters of resistance. One flight can drop 4 800 kg bombs, and from low altitude they have an acceptable accuracy. Most of the bombs dropped did cause damage to the enemy, and with this I estimated that my second wave could go home. I wiped out half of the demon army, and now I was ready to meet them when they arrive. The super skill will be ready to be used when the enemy arrives again, though the second time I will try to squeeze the comets as much as I can before resorting to using the jets. Volume 1 Chapter 91. Final moments before the storm. The demon army was slowly progressing through my territory. I have a number of reasons to be concerned, which is why I prepared for a tough fight. There was a shortage of troops because I sent most of them to advance into the human-controlled territory, and in the area around my palace I have only 2 battered regiments in my air force. I made sure that I can summon the gear at any given time, that Grace and Willow can be thrown into combat, and that there is a group of soldiers that are coming here to assist. For the past weeks my mates have trained to perform Ka. They had mastered the flight on piston aircraft and trained on jets afterwards. I am yet to test how good they learned the lessons of combat operations. Their greatest achievement is scouting, but they are yet to fire at anything but wooden dummies. The demons will attack during nighttime. With the approach of sunset the preparations were finalizing. There were spikes and pike stands to hold back the enemies, there were high ground positions to shoot at the demons from above the melee troops, and there were aircraft lined up near the catapults. The planes have their wings folded and the engines are cool, but all boards are fueled and ready for takeoff. In case something goes pearl, there is a flight of interceptors which are already hooked to the catapults and have everything but the engines prepared. They can be shot into the fight within 2 minutes. I too was preparing for the fight. I sipped tea from a cup which Grace held in front of my mouth. My hands are busy with sharpening the naginata. I plan to participate in the massacre not only with my firepower but also with my foxfires. I checked the stats to make sure that I have everything ready for the H-hour. Ding! You received 15 silver coins, 5 steam catapults, common, 3 weapon points 37 upgrade points 9 arresting wires, common, 2 steam catapults, elite, 2 steam catapults, rare, 3 steam catapults, epic, can be used to upgrade, 2 arresting wires, epic, can be used to upgrade. Just sell this C***, just sell it. Sell it as far away from me as it's possible. Just please, sell it. The gacha is so unfair. Scene change. IJN Fuji CV level 7/7, upgrade cap 100. FP 55. AA 32. AV 100. RD 100. AC 100. Flight deck, improved armor ready. Steam catapults 1, installed, epic, grade 5. 2, installed, epic, grade 5. 3, installed, epic, grade 5. 4, installed, epic, grade 1. Arresting wires installed, epic, grade 5. Rapid deployment. LVL 8. Tenacity and bravery. LVL 7. Brave New World. LVL 10. Starts battle with 40% aircraft in air. Every 30s shows your pathetic firepower, 35% bonus to FP and AA. On activation, launches special airstrike of FJ3 and Wyvern. Can be activated every 1 hour. Scene change. As the attack approached, I made the final check. I checked the defense force and was satisfied. The soldiers took their positions and the demons should have a hard time getting through the screen. No one needed a motivation as most of the troops saw what the demons did with their own eyes. When I saw a few magic spells shot from the forest, I started up the war machine I put on a standby and the carrier turned into a noise generator. The aircraft were launched, and while the main attack group was circling above the sea like vultures, a couple of flights went to bomb the magic shield the demons created. Before I bombed it, I ordered the bombers to gun the shield to test it. The shield was not there. I guess the demons wanted to cast the shield after I bombed the non-existent space with the cluster bombs, but my testing wrecked their plans. The moment I saw that the shield is down. Of course I did not wait until the armada is formed, I just sent in whatever planes were airborne and then added the rest. The dive bombers dropped their bombs in an abrupt pull-up, and after they were done I used the super skill to turn my interceptors into jets. First bombs from the dive bombers broke the enemy formation, and that decreased the efficiency of fighters. They could not drop their bombs at the dispersed enemy and had to begin firing their guns before bombing. The performance of the torpedo bombers also was mediocre, so after they dropped the bombs I sent them to provide ca. Unlike my expectations, the demon army began to consolidate into a tight formation. It was the moment I decided to use the Brave New World airstrike. The majority of aircraft were turboprop planes. The Wyverns have almost twice the bomb load of the piston bombers, so after the single flight of dive bombers dropped their cargo right in the middle of the enemy army, the result was evident. Whatever was alive soon regretted their choice to survive and not to die. The torpedo Wyverns had rockets under their wings, and they did not hesitate to launch them at the ground targets. It was a hell for the demons. I wonder if the term hell is something positive for them. If it is, then I am actually a good person who helps them have the best vacation in their life. Volume 1 Chapter 92. One Fox Army. The successful beginning of the fight granted me an opportunity to force the enemy to make mistakes. The demons lost a lot of their large monsters and will have to use infantry during their assault. I bet they plan to just stomp at my defense with their large monsters and then send in the infantry to kill whatever is left. While my planes were returning to resupply, the demons rushed towards the castle. The moment they were within the gun range, I opened fire. Bang bang! After the enemy lost a lot of their force and commanders, they stopped being a military unit. The demon army was no longer a disciplined unit but a horde which could only run in a general direction of its target. Fueled by their rage and fear, the demons turned into animals. They were controlled not by reasoning but by their instincts. The second airstrike arrived when the demon infantry was close to reaching the 3-inch guns range. The jets were in the vanguard of the armada. They cleared the final pockets of resistance and gutted the last wyverns. From that moment my aircraft had the undisputable air superiority and had no need to be concerned with ground threats. After the air superiority was secured, the jets proceeded to bomb the few remaining monsters that could breach the defense. My interceptors joined the jet fighters to strafe the enemy from low altitude. I ordered my aircraft to herd the enemy into a large group with a very specific purpose. With their guns, the aircraft made the enemy consolidate, and the torpedo bombers did their best to leave no survivors. Only a pitiful remnant of the demon army managed to reach the palace. Now that their numbers are smaller, I decided to greet them myself. Scene change. Bulletin 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 bum bang bang. I summoned my gear and began mowing the enemy with fire. Hail of AA guns fire joined the volleys of my heavier artillery. To spice things up, I casted foxfires at the demons. I used the most powerful of them. After I fired the foxfires, they slowly flew at the demons, and when they hit, they exploded better than any shell from my main guns. A pity that my guns output much more explosive power than the foxfires. As the demons approached closer, I realized that even after all of my preliminary attacks, there were too many of them to handle by myself. Of course, my pride will not let me retreat, so I decided to meet them head on. When horned and pig-faced soldiers approached close enough, I began swinging the naginata. I focused on the most important aspect of my martial arts, not tripping over. I was doing more or less fine. I did not lose my balance or fall. As long as I was standing on my two, I was invincible for the demons. Even with their inhuman strength, they were unable to damage me or break through my armor, while my own strength is enough to cut them in two with little effort. The longer the fight kept on going, the more bodies were getting in the way of my legs. I almost fell down but barely kept balance. To stop the enemy from approaching, I used foxfire to surround myself with flames and fired AA guns, which are a good way to get rid of small fries around me. Bulletin 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 bum. In the end, I launched a couple of fighters at least to find out how many there are left. It was hard to swing the pole and count at the same time while avoiding enemy attacks, so I failed to count them at all. There are a lot of them, and that is all I know. I was surrounded from all sides, and while they have no way to escape me, I had no way to escape them. The Allied infantry was too far away to assist me, and they would be just dead if they leave the walls and barricades. With the steady hysterical swinging and cleansing foxfires, I was reducing the enemy quantities, and the end was already visible from above. It took a lot of time, but because I did everything slowly, I finished the cleanup quite fast. For my combat style, it is better to be slow and not to trip every few seconds. When the morning arrived to the former battlefield, the sun lit bodies of demons on the way to the cliff where my palace is. My previous reconnaissance of demon armies showed that they rarely exceeded 3,000 enemies, so this time it should have been their main fighting force. If it is true, then my counter-offensive should prove fruitful and end the war on the enemy soil. After my late-coming reinforcements arrived, I ordered to march to the demon territory. What the great general should do with the demon prisoners. Side story 23. Shopping with delight. After I took the reward, I gave it to the female warrior. A weird medieval weapon did not attract me even for a second, unlike my companion whose eyes shined with desire. To compensate for this minor act, my friends decided to take me shopping with them. I wonder why they are willing to spend their money after I just gave one of them a piece of blackish steel, but I guess I will never understand the locals. My companions showed me a couple of shops. Every time they presented me a shop, they were looking at me with expectation, but even if I tried hard, I could not understand why they were so excited. The atelier they showed me had only cloth and wool dresses with no cotton or silk, not to mention their outdated fashion. The jewelry shop me had no unique designs. The glitter was nice, but the gems were not out of ordinary. The most attracting of the shops was a tea shop. When we entered, I was, "What is this smell?" I wanted to pinch my nose. What is wrong? Hey, Miss Delight. The others were concerned when I leaned against a wall. I think it is due to the tea's unique and strong smell. For an inexperienced person, this smell can be nauseous. The shopkeeper immediately approached us and started placating my companions. "My dear friends, please, tell this person that all of the tea here is molded." My declaration made everyone dumbfounded. "What do you?" "Enough, if she says it is bad, then it is bad." The prince ordered the shopkeeper something, and then my companions led me out of this terrifying place. "What is this smell?" the knight asked after we exited. I sniffed. "Oh my! I know what this smell is." Side story 24. Exciting discovery. This is not good. What is wrong? My companions were disturbed by my sudden change of behavior. "Could you please give me some water? I need water yesterday." "All right. How much do you need?" The prince was generous enough to offer me water. "I need 300 milliliters. He did not let me finish. "No, 300 tons. "What? Why do you need that much?" I deployed the guns, and from the X-turret surged a smoke. If I won't flood the smoking turret, then I will have a flash fire. And that means kaboom! I won't die from just that, but I am sure to be towed for a long repair. For a few moments my companions have looked at each other in perplexity. Thus I reminded them of the current situation. We have only a couple of minutes to flood the X turret, otherwise, I outlined the explosion radius with my hand and covered the entire square, only then they stopped staring and began moving. To the port, now. The knight grabbed my hand and dragged me somewhere. If it is indeed a port I will have enough water to flood the Tay. FSHHH. From the second barrel came a thick smoke. The flash fire begins. We have no time for that, a minute at most. I reported the new circumstances while I did all of the procedures for the X emergency. We are running out of time. There is a fountain near the palace. The prince was now the one who dragged me somewhere. When I saw a large fountain with a lot of water I was relieved. By the time I stepped into the fountain and began flooding the turret barbette, the smoke already turned into a jet of flame coming out of the second gun. I took in almost all of the water in that fountain but the disaster was avoided. We all sighed out in relief. Sorry, I will warn you if something like that will happen again. Please do, Miss Delight. Volume 1 Chapter 93. Let's end this war by Christmas. Military campaign was going smoothly ever since I defeated the demon army. After I cleaned up the treacherous elements in my own camp, the human coalition faced a constant offensive from my side because there was no need to keep regiments in the rear. I was considering both an offensive to conquer the demons once and for all, and sending the forces to subjugate the remnants of the coalition before sending everything against the demons. To make the final decision I summoned a military council of Lily and Alina to help me decide what I will do. Well, at least I let them try to. The war already drained the majority of human recruiting capabilities. If you want to attack the demons then we will only stretch our resources and compromise the front line against the rebelling rulers. Lily was trying to convince me to postpone finishing the demon war. Yes, right. Your Majesty, do you really think that if we let the demons regroup and attack again then everything will be going smoothly? While they are kicked in the B** we should send an army to end them on their own soil. Alina had a point as well and thus I was the one whose voice will make them both shut up and obey. I love my position so much. We have no forces. Even if Lady Fuji joins an army, there is no way we can win the war there. We must not risk her health. You know her for a couple of months. I know her so much better and I am sure she will win. Not to mention that she already has a plan to go beat the demons. I wonder where from she knows about that. I thought that Grace will not tell anyone about my plans. At least I have an experience as the kingdom's princess. I was taught the military tactics and stewardship. Can you say the same, my dear Duchess? At some point their argument turned childish. It is time to stop them. You became queen because Fuji made you one. Bang. They both were startled when I hit the table with my little fist. Girls, stop arguing about petty things. Lily-chan, go stand in that corner, Alina-chan, you stand in the other corner. I took over mother's role from Alina. If I didn't, the problem would have turned into a fist fight. Fuji, do you think it is fine to just... You want to tell me something? I looked at her with frightening look. That was enough to prevent any objections. I do love my position. Scene change. After I realized that the children will not help me in any way I just decided to follow my original plan and sent an army towards the demon territory. The plan is to walk the army into the demon capital, punch the demon king in his face, and victoriously return home. The campaign will be over by Christmas. The execution was started soon. My army was sent towards the demons, while a series of airstrikes was sent at the human coalition to make them entrench for a while. Overall morale was high, and everyone was assured of the quick and decisive victory. Me being in the vanguard of the offensive helped that too. I was leading the army on the shoulders of my faithful steed. Will we be fighting too? She asked me out of blue. I doubt that we too will be on the front lines. Even if we encounter some resistance, I will just send my planes. Meanwhile, you can be fluffing my tails. You are becoming lazier with each passing day. Of course I am. I fought in melee an entire week ago. I might be riding her shoulders but damn it, I am this army's main fighting force. It is only natural to have me stay fresh and happy. Not to mention that I like being carried around. If only you were half as diligent as you are lazy. Mommy was weirdly patient today, not that I am against that. I can be diligent when the time comes, but right now I must be resting to perform perfectly. If you say so, little fox. Our chit-chat was interrupted by a sudden call from a soldier from the front line. Urgent news for the commander. Your Divinity, there is a disturbing discovery up ahead. After the soldier reported, I patted Alina's shoulder to put me down. I walked to the head of the column and saw what the soldiers discovered. There were two bodies, of a man and a woman. Both bodies were flayed and dismembered. Their limbs were placed above the torsos like a woodpile. The bodies were lying here for a while. In the flesh I could even see maggots. After I was done examining the bodies and the surroundings, I hurried away from the disgusting sight. But even though I was disgusted, not doing anything would hurt the morale, so I ordered the soldiers to dig a pit where I'll burn the remnants. The dead cannot be resurrected, but at least I can let the two of them rest in peace. Side Story 25. Battlecruiser in a harbor. I was curious what the local port looked like. I had to spend some time convincing them that everything is fine and I would not do anything bad. When we walked closer to the port, I was surprised. The port's waterfront is completely made of stone, but the piers and the berths are made of wood with iron parts. The ships here remind me of the medieval sail ships. While I see no cannons on military ships on the roadstead, I think this port has more than enough naval power to be considered the pride of this nation. What are you thinking about? My companions returned me back to the reality. There are nice ships that remind me of the glorious past. Such a nostalgic feeling. Well, these are the newest of our ships, and for you they are old. The prince was disheartened by my response, but I can't say I am wrong here. Oh my, one of them is heading here. I saw how one of the ships set course towards the harbor and the sailors started oaring. The ship was gracefully navigating between the merchant ships which were entering and leaving the port. When the ship was past the anchorage, it rang its bells. Ding ding ding. The sailors were standing on the ship's bow and seemingly saluted. I deployed the artillery and raised a secondary gun. Wait a moment. You promised not to do anything like that. For an unknown reason the others were startled. I am but saluting the fellow military personnel. I dismissed their concerns to fire 2 shots. While I could do a full 21-shot barrage, for the locals it would look more like a doomsday. Bang bang. Volume 1 Chapter 94. Is a peace possible? It was just another day of a distant war when I rode a carriage with my partner Alina and little weirdo Fox. After Fuji kicked the king out of her beloved patch of land, she decided to send us deliver food to a faraway town. There were no signs of any trouble until Alina spotted a smoke. When our little party looked in the town, we found a lot of dead people, murdered in the most sophisticated ways. While I dragged Alina out of there to avoid seeing this mess, Fuji stayed in the town to search something. I saw a lot of her flying machines buzzing around for some time before she returned and reported that the town is completely extinct. After this she rushed the caravan to another town where we were supposed to stay later. Unlike Fuji, the people were not thinking that there is a threat. She was agitated for no apparent reason, so I asked her, "Do you really think something is going to come? I lost 3 flights, 3 full flights. In a second." She started shouting at me, and that was a clear sign that she is not hesitating to go all out without even concerning herself with what the others think. Scene change. A few days later we finally heard what is going on. Our war against the king became war of humanity against the demons. They were secluded in their mountains for centuries, and suddenly they began moving, together with huge masses of human armies. Right after Fox was done talking to the Blackstone guys, she said something to Alina and disappeared. What the hell happened? I asked my pal. She said we should go somewhere and meet with Blackstone. I don't know what the hell she thinks, but it's not like we have a choice. When we arrived, we saw an entire town of tents filled with several armies. In an enigmatic way, all those armies gathered here within a week after the war began. And in another enigmatic way, there was only one encounter with supposed enemy. The entire encounter was a dragon fighting with our crazy foxes. That was a small impulse for my doubt that the demons were guilty. Yes, I saw a thrashed town, but it was still possible that it was set up. Another exciting thing was that Fuji declared that she will just take over the entire continent. I did not doubt that she just arbitrarily decided to do this while she had an option, but I was moreover surprised that she began with pounding a demon army that showed up nearby while her proclamation was directed at the other countries. Right after she was done, she headed back to her beloved cliff while I was dragged in the back of her army. I was thinking if what I did was right. I was thinking if demons were not the actual bad guys. I even started to doubt Fuji and her own role in the conflict. Scene change. I ran as fast as I could. The others will realize that I ran away very soon, but the forest was my ally here. It will protect me from Fox's flying eyes. I will run as long and as far as I can, and then I will try to establish contact with the demons. I hope they are just the victims and not the aggressors. While I was running, I walked into a girl from Blackstone, an archer. Why are you here? Are you not with the others? I am here by myself. Prince returns to the capital, princess disappeared, and I am here all by myself. What about you? I broke away from the goddess. I want to find out the truth about the demon invasion. You think they are not the attackers? Yes. Welcome to the party. I too find it weird that the demons were sitting somewhere for centuries and now suddenly declared war. Just like that, we joined our efforts to survive and find the truth. We spent 2 weeks wandering around but were yet to encounter any demons. We followed rumors and were closer and closer to our goal. In the end, we walked into a group of demon soldiers, and by gesturing we convinced them that we are friendly. Unlike what the propaganda claimed, the demons were friendly and did not do anything bad to us. We were presented to their commanding officer, who asked us about Fuji. We would like to meet the goddess. Our king wants to present our help as a sign of friendship. I was confused by their request, but after some consulting with Marin we decided to show where her palace is located. The demon commander wholeheartedly thanked us, and soon we parted ways. We were escorted to the demon nation, where we will be the messengers of peace. We already crossed the pre-war border when we walked into a large group of other people. There were women and old who were shackled and obviously not well treated. What is going on? I was furious, and together with Marin we wanted to know the truth. They are rebels who began attacking our army. They are taken to the court where they will be judged. The people looked at us imploringly, and I realized that something is not right. Thrust. I was pierced before I could react and fell down. So cold, so bitter. What I saw in my last moments was a woman being killed after she tried running away, and Marin, who barely avoided the ambush and disappeared in the darkness of the forest. Why was I so stupid? Side story 26. The best reward. My companions spent the past few days touring the capital with me. It was not surprising that after the intense activities we had, they decided to take some time for themselves. Like that, I ended up in the inn and was reading this world's novels in silence. I was engrossed with the books and barely avoided embarrassing myself when somebody knocked the door. It would be so shameful of me to ignore a guest or an employee. When I opened the door, I saw the king, who was standing at the doorstep without any escort. A little birdie told me that you are being bored here, would you like to accompany me? The king was coquettish today, but considering that I am indeed not doing anything noteworthy, I agreed. I was invited to join the king for a dinner in one of the capital's most luxurious restaurants, where only the richest of nobles can eat. While without any details it would surely sound like an overt flirting, the action itself was as casual as it can be. We were having a simple lunch and discussed the recent events, the same things I did at the royal tea parties with my friends and big sister. When we finished the dishes, I curiously looked at the king, who raised his hand to summon a waiter. A minute later I was served a teapot with pretty porcelain cups. This is your reward. I heard that the sword was not suitable to your taste. Judging by the king's gentle smile, this was just to please me. Oh my, oh my, oh my. I sipped the tea, and the flavor reminded me of Eastern tea I had a pleasure drinking. While I was futilely holding back my smile, a person approached the king. Your Majesty, the situation is developing. Your presence is requested. It was my honor having a tea in your company. I understand that you have an urgent matter to attend to. Farewell. I thanked the king and he left. Scene change. Only a few minutes later did this foolish battlecruiser remember that she has no money and can't pay for the dinner she had. Only a pure coincidence of her well-known prince passing by saved her from a lot of troubles. Volume 1 Chapter 95. Searching for the light. Ever since my army entered the demon territory, I was sure that I will not face a lot of resistance. Of course it was only because I already crushed the main force of the enemy. While there were skirmishes here and there, mostly the army was dealing only with the dangerous wildlife. The pace of our advance was not affected, because I set up air patrols to search for any possible threats. Whatever was not bombed into oblivion would be weak enough to be dealt with by the vanguard of the army. However, the amount of activities required was also taking a toll on me. Fuji, should we have some rest? Ever since you decreased the amount of stops, we all have fewer opportunities for rest. T. If you don't want to rest yourself, then think of the army that is getting tired of walking. Alina stopped me when I was done sending a new patrol. It is in our best interests to hurry and end this war. And it is in our best interests to have your army ready to fight. I'd be surprised if there are any adventurers amongst the soldiers. Unlike us, mad lads who traveled the continent far and wide, the majority of those people are not used to that much walking. I swear I heard some of them silently praying to gods that you will just stop to launch some planes. I turned towards the soldiers and... well, they could use some time resting. Sorry, guys. I did not pay attention to my surroundings. I apologized to the soldiers while keeping my best embarrassed face. I was not actually feeling bad about them. The army may be consisting of drafted peasants, but it was still an army with me commanding it. The soldiers were somewhat reverent of me, especially because I was doing most of the work, and now that I am showing how kind I am, the amount of prayers to myself would also increase. But aside from my selfish interests, I also had to actually consider our state. The tired army was an obstacle in itself, so I followed Alina's suggestion. After I declared a short rest, everyone just sat or lied on the ground, including Alina and Kazumi. The mates were also lying, but they lied down on me. What a bliss! The tired Miko was playing with beads, while watching little planes taxi on my flight deck. Who could have thought you will be this tired? Throughout our march, Kazumi never did any kind of a hard work. At most she was jumping around in the so-called dances, relieving the soldiers' fatigue. Not through her priest powers, but through the occasionally showing silky skin. Surprisingly, the one who was actually working all the time, Alina, was mostly fine. Only her slightly reddened cheeks and unsteady breathing were giving out her fatigue. "Mommy, feed me." I waved to Alina, and before she could show me her fist, a baby bottle appeared in front of my face. "Thanks." I took the bottle from Grace, and put it away ASAP. When my eyes returned to Alina, I saw how she sneered at me. "Not funny." "You sure? Could it be that my little fox bastard wants to be fed by me?" Despite my pouting of disapproval, Alina continued sneering. "You know what? Go ahead." I sat in Caesar, and prepared to be fed. I was expecting Alina to at least try boiling over it, but just as many times before it, soon I noticed her approaching. With the baby bottle. Before I could run away, Grace and Willow grabbed my hands and pinned me down, while gloating Mommy Alina was exaggeratedly slowly bringing the bottle closer to my face. "Kazumi! Save me! May the gods take pity on your soul." She put her palms together, and innocently smiled at me. "Amitabha, my A*. Where did your love and loyalty to me go?" I was saved in the last moment, when we were called out by a soldier. The 4 disappointed girls sighed, and 3 of them glared at the messenger with murderous intent. "My liege, there is a person in a weird outfit. The person looks like one of your servants." He pointed at my mates, and that was enough for me to hurry there. Scene change. I passed from the rear to the front of the army column. I was jumping over soldiers who lied on the ground. I was jumping through crowds of people and squeezing between those who were standing. When I finally reached the person in question, I was concerned with what happened and why she is alone. "Greeting, Master. I beg your forgiveness for my cowardice." A blue-haired maid prostrated in front of me. "I never thought I would see you again." I was close to forgiving her, but my inner self was still disappointed. "I am ready to accept any punishment." "B. Why did you return? I thought you wanted to leave me with Rin." "Speaking of whom, I am yet to find her. I had a lot of time to look at what is going on." After all this time I realized that Master was doing her best to end the war, not to fuel it. While I am happy to see her return, I am still feeling that something is off with her apologies. "Why did you return?" I continued probing her in hopes of finding the real cause. "Master is too paranoid, that is understandable." After I saw the world from a bystander's perspective, I was no longer misguided by my own perception. I saw that Master was gathering the humanity with greater good in mind, not to mention that you want to stop the vile demons from killing everyone. "I am here to return to my duties and help you achieve your goals." She knelt and put her hand on her chest. I accepted her return and hugged her. She is weirdo, but I at least wanted to believe that she is not lying, not that any of my maids can be an actual threat to me. "Do you know what happened to Rin?" It was a good time to start searching for the Yandere maid. If Bennett decided to return, then perhaps Rin is also willing to do the same. "I am sorry, I cannot be of help here." Right after we ejected, we parted our ways. Something was not right, but I let it slide for now. First I needed to make sure Bennett won't leave me for now, while I am searching for Rin. Looks like we will need to search further. Let's go back to the others. Our lines may have dwindled, but we still have work to do. especially the maid who was neglecting her duties for too long. Scene change. When we returned to the rest of my companions, Bennett was knocked down by two girl bodies. While the fairies were catching up, I made my way towards Kazumi with a specific request. Kazumi, my cute little beloved Kazumi, do you remember how you did not help me? I give you a good chance to redeem yourself. Do your Myco magic and search for any clues regarding Rin, the red-haired servant. I had a good reason to believe that Kazumi has some kind of prediction abilities, which is why I hoped she can at least find something about Rin's whereabouts. Why yes. I will ask the gods. K. For now I had to hurry and knock into the Demon King's door, punch him a couple of times because he is the reason I did not see my mates for so long, and get my Rin back. Volume 1 Chapter 96. Finding the last maid. After I reacquired my fairy maid Bennett, we continued moving towards the Demon King's castle. The current stop was 50 kilometers away from it. Before pushing forth towards the target I needed a fob. A safe place to field my army, where the demon hounds would not bite the patrolling soldiers' heels, and where I would not have to worry about yet another commotion happening somewhere in the front/rear/anywhere, choose either, of the column. I found a good spot at a relatively flat hill and made the army build a wooden fort. The fort will be used to station the troops, store the supplies, and as a place where I will be able to launch aircraft from complete safety. The speed of building would be fast enough to complete the fort in 2 or 3 days, and without any interference the process was going smoothly. I was not worried about possible enemy attacks, because there are no enemy armies that can threaten the fort before it is finished. My air arm was not idling even during the nights. I was walking around the construction site and looking at the working soldiers. Most of them were busy clearing the trees around because I managed to pick a spot which was not large enough for the scale of the construction, and was surrounded by dense vegetation. However, it is the best observation spot I managed to find from above. Everything was so quiet that I grew bored in no time. After another patrol returned, I decided to poke the demon castle and remind them of my existence. It was just a minor raid with small number of flights to test the defenses. I was prepared to send some cluster bombs in case the demons set up a shield. Not that it will help them after I worked out an efficient scheme of breaking their ancient super-duper magic. The raid did not encounter any resistance all the way until the castle. Even when the dive bombers dropped on it, no magic missiles were shot. Just as if there were no demons to counter me. Without failing to live up to my expectations, the dropped bombs exploded before they should have, confirming that the irritating magical shield is there. I harassed the demons with a couple of strikes and returned to my other duties. One of them is of course interrogation of Bennett, who is still trying to cover up the situation with Rin. Scene change. Right after I finished my wandering, I walked towards the maids who were cheerfully discussing something. They were talking almost simultaneously, which is why I could not differentiate what each of them said. They were so engrossed in their talking that they did not see me until I knocked Willow's back. Good to see that you are not wasting your time. I am sure I can be proud for having such diligent maids. Care to tell me why you did not see me? I asked the embarrassed trio. We have no excuse, Master. I want you, Willow and Grace, to hold Bennett. After they cut off her escape route, I began the interrogation. So, where is Rin? I told you that I parted ways with her from the very beginning. And I tell you that this is not going to convince me. I can clearly see that you are not telling me everything. As much as I want to believe you, this is not the thing I will be lenient on. Fine. With this she unbuttoned a part of her shirt and was trying to grab something there. In a short time she found what she was searching for and took out a ball of cloth. When she did it, I clearly heard 2 shocked sighs, and when I looked at the girls' faces I saw that they became pale and greenish. How is this possible? I'd never imagined that this can end up in such a way. We stood in a complete silence for a couple of minutes. The morning was over when Bennett began her confession. We did part our ways, but prior to walking away she said that she will go and settle a score. I found her, you get the idea, when I was walking into the demon territory. There was a merchant caravan I walked into by accident. When I actually saw what they are carrying, could it be that smuggling of exotic goods is prospering in times like these? It can, yes, but I wonder why the exotic goods are smuggled towards the demons and how they avoided my own detection. Can she be saved? That was the only thing that mattered for me. I can always punish the perpetrators, for I have a lot of time. If Rin can be saved, then I should do whatever is possible. There is no hope, Bennett shook her head. Do you remember who I am? I pounded my chest and pridefully reminded them. Even the gods have no way to save the dead, we can only accept that. Bennett was saying everything confidently, but even she was not untouched by this loss. I wonder if we just have no idea how to save Rin. I carefully took the cloth package and hid it inside my kimono. I will have to confront the Demon King a bit earlier than I anticipated. Volume 1 Chapter 97. Subjugating the Demon King. Filled with the righteous fury, I decided to pay a not-so-friendly visit to the Demon King. Where the hell do you think you are going? As I was about to slip away unnoticed, I just had to be noticed by Alina. He. You see, I am going to see some flowers. I thought of every perverted thing I could to have my cheeks reddened as if I am embarrassed. Who do you think you are trying to fool, little fox? Since when does an anime fox go to a toilet? Alina seized me with her arm, and dragged back to the tent. Right where the other girls were. Guess what? This little fox bastard just tried to run away, leaving us alone. You're being overdramatic. I was just leaving for a moment, and you immediately. Leaving? I don't remember you doing anything with your hands, so why would you go anywhere? Don't tell me you think I am lazy. Alina's expression can only be described as an utter doubt. Kaka, does she say you were trying to leave? Do you not love me anymore? Am I no longer needed? Please. Don't throw me away. The next on the list of craziness was Kashumi. Why did you even think I'd leave you? Alina, did you really need to stir this up? Look, poor girl almost had a heart attack. Sorry. Still, do you think it's alright to just go out as you wish, without even warning us? This is my own problem, so. Listen here, you little bastard. Since we embarked on this journey together, it is natural we are going to go through thick and thin together. Girls, am I right? Alina showed at the maids, who were fervently nodding, and at Kashumi, who was trying hard to understand what was said but still nodded along. I don't want to endanger you. Gotcha. Alina flicked her fingers, and glared at me. Now, tell us where the hell you were going to. Seeing flowers no longer works. She leaned closer to me, and glared right into my eyes. Demon King. Alone. Yab. You're crazy. Well. I glanced at the maids, and noticed how agitated they were. The three of them were burning me with their glares of disappointment. Master, did you decide to go without us? It concerns not only you, but us as well. Brilliant. Now it's 4 voices for going. Kashumi? You're in. The Miko was still confused, but bringing her up to speed was the worst idea. Kashumi, do you know what good wives do? The girl shook her head. Good wives wait for their husbands, and greet them when they return. So save your love, and pour it on me when I come back. I made a heart with my fingers, and smirked at Alina. While Kashumi was thinking through my words, I turned to Alina. So, 4 versus 1, right? But then who will be looking after Kashumi? She doesn't look like she's going to come with me. I grinned. You can go, but make sure not to get hurt. And remember, there are girls waiting for your return. Alina resigned herself, and walked out of the tent. When I was about to go and finally slaughter the Demon King, my arms were grabbed by the maids. We are going. No objections. Bennett, Grace, and Willow then turned into the lights, and stuck to my face. As I was not bound by human speed of walking, I packed the lights inside the kimono and used my plane taxi to get to the Demon King's castle. To show a somewhat friendly nature of this visit, I ordered the Comet to switch on its navigation lights and fly at a comfortable altitude of 1 kilometer where wyverns are barely able to fly. Soon we were intercepted by a couple of wyvern riders. They were not openly hostile, which is why I let them catch up. But just in case, the Comet has a machine gun aimed at them. Those little rifle rounds are one of the reasons there were no bomber losses from wyvern attacks. Scene change. When we arrived to the demon castle, the plane descended and slowed down, which was enough to safely jump off. While I was falling down, I even sensed how the fairies trembled. As I made the landfall, my vision was blocked by a cloud of dust. Right after the dust settled, I found myself surrounded by all kinds of demons. Neither of them was approaching me, and even though they had their weapons at ready, they were looking at me nervously. As if they were not terrifying beings called demons but mice surrounding a fox. I stood up and straightened my back. What a warm greeting I've got. Out of my way. And they scattered around and hid as vermin are supposed to. Only trembling eyes could be seen around me. I released the fairies and proceeded to the Demon King's front door. The fact that no one dared stopping me was a bit disappointing because I actually wanted to cause a scene. I left the girls outside just in case something happens to me. Instead of wandering around and examining every centimeter of the castle, I headed straight towards the throne room, where I suspect it is. First I walked into a laundry room, then I found a conveniently placed room with empty shelves and chests. Ding! Go away! Scene change. I continued wandering around and walking into random rooms. I was about to start making doors myself when I finally found a door with a large sign above it, "Just please, enter here." While I hoped that there will be some loot, I only found an unopened loot container called Demon King. It was sitting on its throne in the so-called thinking pose. It did not raise its head and was just mumbling something. Because it did not pay any attention, I started examining the room to search if there are any traps. For the darkness' sake, you already stole half of my treasury, can you stop loitering around every chest in this room? And here comes my scene. Impudence! Who let you talk back? Just a bit more and I can pretend I was not the one who started it. You and I are both busy, so let us talk business already. DK. Fine, let's make this quick. Is there any way to? I shrugged my shoulders and showed the cloth ball. There is not. If you think that I can resurrect the dead, then try it yourself. Oh, right, he broadly smiled at me, and judging by his tone he was mocking me. Seeing such an impudence in front of my fluffiness, I prepared to abuse the godlike powers I was given. It is time to punish him. On your knees. Nothing happened. I tried again and again, but nothing happened to the Demon King. What's up? Something went wrong? I tried to be a good host. I did not even do anything while you were causing troubles to my entire domain. I let you come, even though you are my enemy. I closed my eyes at your rude behavior in my own home. I tried talking to you properly, without being rude. Yet, there is a limit to my tolerance. Right now you can do nothing to me, and I kindly suggest you withdraw with your tails between your legs, unless you want to be carried out in a coffin. DK. Instead of answering, I charged at him. I used both the Naginata and 127mm guns. I both pierced him with the blade and fired from point blank. Well, I gave you a chance. When I looked through the smoke, I saw that he grabbed the blade with 2 fingers and was holding me in the air. The shells were also caught by him and were placed in his other hand. I nervously smiled because I knew, I'm screwed. Shriek. I was launched into a wall. The Demon King hit me with his sword, and it was just a blunt hit. But I feel like I lost half of my HP. What's up, goddess? Did your powers go away? Or you cannot deal with a mere Demon King? He continued mocking me. Judging by your dumbfounded look, you expected that everything will go your way, right? Let me tell you one little thing before I crush you like a bug. You were doomed the moment you opposed the gods. You are a mortal who dared opposing the immortals, and now you are paying for your arrogance. He was so full of himself that I only wanted to punch him. The only problem is that he will really kill me the moment I approach. Looks like you are not going to move. He smirked. Then it is time to cut some of your tails. And appeared right in front of me. When I already closed my eyes and prepared to receive a lethal hit, I heard something unexpected. A sound of flute. Volume 1 Chapter 99. The Final Victory. Wait a moment. I knew she might do something like that, but I never expected that she will outright say no without giving me any chances. Akagi-sama does whatever she wants, and now I don't want to help you resurrect this thing. She did not feel even a slight pity for the fairy. Will it hurt you to just save her? Is it so hard? Smack. Watch your tone. I never begged you for anything. Why are you refusing? I prostrated. Let me think, about how many times you already did. It's not like I asked for something important. Is it such a huge problem? Are there any super spells involved? Are you required to spend a ton of divine power? I do not understand why she refuses. I already said why. I just love such answers. I know you love them, you constantly use them. She mocked me back. Please. Seeing how much she wants to help, I had all the reasons to be desperate. I can give you a book how to properly bury a fairy. Do you need? I tried puppy-eyeing her, I tried acting seductive, I was ready to just let her do whatever she wants to me. I even remembered she wanted to do something. If you are done, I am returning. Just one last request. The lowly kitsune finally pondered. No, with this she disappeared. I released the fairies and together we dug out a small grave. I was not crying, I was too angry for that. If you can't fight back the gods, then hit whatever is within your reach. In my case it is the Demon King, who may still be coerced by the gods. I took a quick taxi back, but at the place of the Demon King's palace I saw a crater. When I returned to the army fort I saw that all of the people there were in confusion and shock. Scene change. Right after I landed, Alina approached me and hit the top of my head. Was it actually necessary? She was beyond the boiling point. I did nothing. I wanted to just release some steam, but I accidentally shouted. What do you mean? I clearly saw something impossible happening and you are the one who keeps doing crazy stuff. She was confused. Can you tell what happened while we were gone? Judging by your reaction, it really wasn't you. Strange. Yes, first there was a huge explosion in the direction you went. Second, there was a woman in black robe who delivered us a letter. I did not open the envelope. Third, what is the strange tune we heard? The first and the third are connected, don't ask anything, please. The second one you can hand over. The contents of the letter are simple. The gods, both of the locals, say that the war with the demons is over and that as long as I don't touch their land the demons will not attack humanity anymore. With this I finally diverted my war effort at the human coalition. I was not able to avenge Rin by killing the Demon King, but I might be able to find who was responsible for her death. Sooner or later, Rin will be avenged. Now that I was not bound by having to fight on many fronts, I only needed to make the rest of the humankind accept me as their supreme ruler. I was slowly searching for the responsible for Rin's death, but I also have to live on. The next months were rather peaceful for me. I had several voyages to the front lines, but mostly I was ordering around like an armchair commander. The rulers who were more or less saved from the demon threat rightfully acknowledged my role in saving them, and thus I quickly was expanding my influence all over the known world. After the coalition recognized the futility of its struggle, the rulers accepted their loss and soon I became the ruler of the entire continent. Scene change. I walked through the marble halls of my palace. Here and there were servants and guests who arrived to the capital of this world, the celestial palace where I reside. Soon I entered the largest hall of the palace and approached my throne. By the luxurious seating of mine were standing two girls, both were not too pleased. Fuji, no matter how much you like to laze rest, at least pretend to be doing something. Alina was worn out and had circles around her eyes. Since I was not a bureaucrat, I left all the administrative work to her. Now, you can finally rest. I am done doing the most important thing I ever done. I hid my cute face behind a fan, and was ready to present her my masterpiece. Though the intrigue I was trying to build up was spoiled by Kashumi's peek behind the fan. Kaka, what are those? Those, my baby girl, are the best things you've ever seen. I nodded in full satisfaction. But Alina just face-palmed. First you lock yourself for an entire week, then you keep us waiting for no apparent reason. Are right. Kaka, why you can't treat us like we don't exist? Kashumi pouted. But I only did it for your sake. I was still proud with myself, and just continued observing the girls slowly getting mad. Give me the fan. Alina stretched out her hand, but she only received an umbrella's handle. Thanks, it was getting hard to hold onto it. Before I received a righteous cheek pinching, I hid behind Kashumi. Cat. Kia. Before Alina could call out to Kashumi, I pinched the Maiko's bottom, making her completely irresponsive to anything but embarrassment. Come here, you little. Suddenly, Alina stopped her attempts at catching me. Whoosh. Before I could react, my fan was snatched from behind. Master, would you like some warm milk? Bennett put a glass in my hand. Ha! Here you go, mistress. While I was spacing out, Willow passed the fan to Alina. At the same moment Mommy saw what was hidden behind the fan, her face started reddening. Aira, look at these cheeky maids. What's up, Alina? Did they spoil your fun? Seeing that my handiwork was indeed a success, I returned to being proud like a peacock. The only person here who was still clueless with what was going on was the little Maiko. Kashumi was looking around, at my smug face, at Alina's crimson cheeks, and at the maids snickering. Can anybody at last tell me what is going on? Kazumi, this little fox bastard has finally found guts to make us her wives. Alina could only turn away, unable to look into my innocent eyes. But, are we not Kaka's wives already? That's my girl. I petted the clueless Maiko. The moments of happiness didn't last long, since Alina had to shoulder even more work now. Side story 27. A contingency plan. Somewhere in the royal palace. A small room where gathered the highest-ranked officials of the empire. Every single person here was nervous. The past week the problem resulted in loss of an entire fleet. 2 days ago a fisherman flotilla did not return home. Today the empire expects that the problem will approach the capital. All right, gentlemen. We need to find a way how to deal with the problem. Your suggestions? The king opened the meeting. We have no ships to spare. Even if we try to evacuate the entire city the problem will not be solved. We have absolutely no way to deal with the problem. The Mage Guild could not find any single spell that can solve the problem. The army can't reach the problem. We are of no help here. Anyone? We need ideas now more than ever. The king was desperate. Even our best archpriests were not able to attract divine power to solve the problem. There are no people who were able to solve the problem before. We are certainly out of options. Was there anyone who could solve it? You read all archives of the world and yet you found nothing. The king shouted at his archivist. There are many mentions of the problem yet nobody written that they at least avoided it. The archivist was invited here to give some insight into the problem, yet even all of the archives he searched through did not have anything. The situation was as desperate as it was before. Knock. Come in. The king let whoever came enter. This secret meeting already exhausted itself. Might I be of assistance, my good sir? Volume 1 Chapter 100. One last thing. Despite my ultimate success at establishing myself as a cheat character whose will can make entire nations kneel, and despite having a small harem of loyal girls, I was still not satisfied. All because there was this one little fairy, who died way too young. It took me 4 months to find the clues about Rin's murderer. Without telling a word to my wives and maids, I slipped out of the palace, and travelled to faraway lands, a few hundred kilometers away. The last traces of the criminal scum were the remnants of a caravan camp on the way to the Gru Empire. This determined my following course of actions. Scene change. I thought that because I have enough information to trace the murderer, I would also be having enough information to have the entire empire hunt down the troublemakers. Of course, only to the point where they would have nowhere to run to, giving me a good opportunity to act like a punisher. When I reached the Gru capital, every single one of its inhabitants knew that it was me coming. Just because I was stupid enough to accidentally reveal myself on the way. However, the ruckus I created also let me get the audience with the emperor within minutes after I stepped in his palace. I was immediately led to the emperor's office and could immediately start talking about the goal of my arrival. Are you not too unexpected, goddess? Why would you need to come here the same year we met the last time? The emperor was writing something, but he was frequently raising his eyes off the papers. To be short, I think the ones who murdered my servant months ago are currently here, and I want your cooperation on finding and punishing them. Punishing? What a mundane goddess you are, to think you would care so much about us, mortals, that you are here to do law enforcement. Even though he was way more sarcastic than I would like him to, I pretended I didn't care. So, can I expect your help? But of course. My personal help, or you would be talking to my marshal about it. The emperor pulled a blank sheet, and started writing something. I was waiting for him to finish, but at some point he stopped, and glanced back at me. So. I think I would be satisfied with just the marshal. The emperor grinned at my words, and continued writing. Then he stamped the letter, and called for a servant to guide me to the military ministry. Scene change. After stirring up the empire, I only needed to wait for the good news. My super-accurate data was enough to start slowly narrowing down the search area, until one day a patrolling aircraft found a caravan, highly resembling the one described in the clues I had. Even though the murderer knew I am searching for them, they did not even try to hide. Moving along deserted paths far away from the main roads does not count. When all was set for the trap, I initiated the execution of Plan Roasted Bastards. I, the murderer, and a regiment of Gru Palace guards clashed together in an uneven battle with the numerical advantage of 10 to 1. Truly, Seeing every criminal scum being kicked by a dozen guards was satisfying. After all of the participants had their share of fun or broken ribs, we gathered all of the criminals in the same spot and I proceeded with the interrogation. Which one of you has killed a fairy this year? Birds chirping, and crickets buzzing. Nobody? And nobody needs legs. Birds did chirp, but only until somebody's leg was cut off. I went on with the execution, until the criminals started pointing out one of them. It's him. Yes, him. He was the one who caught a fairy. We have nothing to do with him. As a matter of fact, this merciful me delivered a swift and painless justice, in form of a short, and totally not redundant, test of how leather armor fares against the naginata. And because I am completely merciful, the rest of the poor accomplices were to be thrown into the deepest oubliette. When I was about to start wiping off the blood, the time stopped. I blinked and found myself in a white room. You look like you are enjoying yourself. I saw that God once again, and couldn't help wondering. Why did you summon me? Because, if you remember, I offered you a chance to try something else when you are satisfied. What do you think about trying something else? Something entirely new. Even though living here was nice and fun, I felt like I achieved all I could achieve. I felt bored of living a lavish royal life. I guess, why not? After I finish one last thing. Of course, whenever you are ready. I headed back home, to bid farewell to my lovely mommy and wives. Side Story 28. Search and aim. I arrived at the port once again. While my companions were as reluctant as always, they let me go by myself. For now they headed to the king to discuss something. I chose a position on the waterfront and deployed the guns. Immediately all of the ships oared or sailed out of my line of fire. Right after I was done preparing, I launched both of my hydroplanes. They were sent in different directions, 11 and 1 o'clock. While I was waiting for a target bearing, I checked the guns, the systems, and the radar. A minute later one of the planes spotted something on the horizon. The plane approached and saw a huge crab-like creature. I immediately sent the other plane to assist. The creature I will be fighting looks huge. I think it is more than 1,000 feet long. Its current speed is around 15 knots. Range. Boom boom. Looks at the clock. 1 minute later. And. Splash. The shells barely reached the target. The crab thing is more than 22 miles away. I considered holding fire until it is closer. When the creature approached 20 miles mark, the first fired ranging shots. Boom boom. And a couple of shots to estimate its bearing. Boom boom. After I found the estimations acceptable, I fired full broadside. Boom 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 boom. 5 shots hit their target, but the hydroplanes did not confirm damage. Boom 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 boom. 7 hits, no damage. I decided to open continuous fire. Boom. 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 I was confused. Even if my shots hit the crab, even if the planes confirmed explosion, the creature remains unharmed. I prepared for a rapid broadside. Boom 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 boom. Requiem. Boom 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 boom. The majority of my shots hit, yet no damage to the target. This is going to be bad. Scene change. Target is 29,800 meters away from the capital. Side Story 29. Requiem of fire. Boom 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 boom. The creature's shell is super thick, it's surely thicker than my own deck. I fired many salvos, yet no penetrations were confirmed. As my target slowly creeped closer, I had less and less time to shell it. While it would be fine if it approached to increase my chances of penetrating its armor, I had to consider many things: my accuracy, armor penetration, and the most important, my ammo stowage. For now it is enough, but I can't just fire all the time. No, keep firing. Boom boom. No penetration. Right when I thought it is a good time to stop firing until the crab gets closer, I remembered that it is not an enemy battleship but an animal. I doubt that he will be enough to make it feel uncomfortable, but considering the explosive power of my special shells might be worth it. I finally decided to give it a try. Without accidents, the highly unstable lyddite shells were loaded. I fired them and crossed my fingers. The god favored me and all 8 lyddite shells hit the crab and exploded. When the smoke settled, I saw burn marks on the creature's shell. It was not penetrated, but I can almost feel its pain. While it was a success, I did not dare gambling again. If special ammo explodes, I will not be capable to continue firing. I stopped firing to let the monster approach. Miss Delight. Did you finally kill it? When I turned towards the voice, I saw the prince. He was smiling with relief. No, I can't break through its armor. I will let it approach closer to try firing right into its face. The prince was dumbfounded and soon began panicking. Scene change. Target is 17,000 meters away from the capital.